Okay, great. Good morning. I'd like to call the Standing Policy Committee on Public Works to order today, Wednesday, July 3rd, 2025. I'd like to welcome Councillor Chambers, Councillor Sharma, and I believe Councillor Reedy's on his way, our clerk, Mr. Prinsloo, people that are watching online, people in the gallery, welcome. And yeah, I guess we'll start. I'm Councillor Lukes, City Councillor for the Waverley West Ward. I'd like to acknowledge that we're in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, Innu, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis, and that our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. So, Mr. Clerk, we've got some delegations for this morning. I see... Oh, yes, the minutes, right, the minutes from the last meeting. All right. Councillor Sharma is moving the minutes for the last meeting. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. So I believe we've got 49 delegations today on a variety of topics. And so just so we all recall, it's a 5-minute presentation. And I guess we'll get going, right? Okay.
Absolutely.
And then maybe when you call the delegates down, let's get the next one lined up and
Call three in a row.
call 2 or 3 in a row. Okay, so let's start with the first one.
All right. First up via Zoom, we have Kim. Kim, if you can go ahead and start your video, unmute your mic, and we'll put 5 minutes on the clock for you. And then following Kim in person, we'll have Steve West, followed by Andrew Cohan, who will be on Zoom.
Oh, I found it.
All right, Kim, you can go ahead.
All right, let me unmute.
All right, we're ready to go.
Where's David?
All right, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can, yes.
All right, good morning, Chair Lukes, council members, and presenting delegations. I'm Kim Knight-Patulski-Unraw, homeowner, resident of East Fork area. I'm wearing red today to honor Rob Jenner, who lost his life last year doing what he loved to do, riding a bike. Thank you for today's opportunity to express my opinion in opposition of the recommended Wellington Crescent Bike Lane Pilot Project. I previously supported the speed limit reduction on Wellington Crescent as an in-person delegation on December 4th, where many delegations came forward citing speed limit reduction for this street. Unfortunately, our delegation's presentation time was cut short due to the mass citizen participation, which should have spoken volumes to the EPC on the importance of this project. The speed limit of 30 kilometers was discussed, not 40 kilometers. I feel city council members did not hear the outcry of what happens when a cyclist gets hit at 30 kilometers. I believe 40 kilometers is not acceptable and should not be on the table for Wellington Crescent. Wolseley Avenue is now 30 kilometers, and residents are delighted. I used to live in the Wolseley area, and I commend the community and for pushing forward and City Council for implementing it. After reading the recommendation report, I was beyond disappointed to learn that the executive summary identified 4 phases. Notably, the installation will not happen until spring 2026. In my opinion, this is not happening fast enough. I'm not satisfied with the speed that this project is moving. Graham Avenue closure project, that didn't take very long to implement to protect pedestrians, not to mention support local business and getting residents back downtown. It's been a delay after delay. And now I'm kind of asking the question, why does a protected bike lane need so much consultation and reporting, hence delaying the project? Currently, cyclists must navigate busy streets with little protection, which leads to dangerous interactions with cars and trucks. With more people taking up biking as a mode of transport, especially in the summer, we are increasing the risk of accidents that we delay the implementation of safer lanes. I feel the four-phase project or four-phase approach is not right. Why are we collecting feedback on a pilot as opposed to at the design and consultation open house process for residents of road users? I retired from the provincial government. I work for the Department of Transportation, and that was their approach. They would always do a site design and consultation with the public, road users, residents, etc. Why, what I'm trying to understand is, why are we doing this approach? I reside on Marion Boulevard, where the Cambridge Hotel was recently taken down. The city's moving the public lane. I haven't been asked as a resident for feedback on that project. Help me understand why the approach is different for Wellington Crescent and for those residents and road users. The number of cyclists on our roads have increased significantly, and the lack of protected lanes puts everyone at risk. Cyclists, pedestrians, and motorists alike. Without proper infrastructure, cyclists are exposed to unsafe conditions. As cities around the world, they continue to prioritize sustainable, eco-friendly transportation. It's important that we invest in safe biking infrastructure now. Waiting will only delay the benefits of cleaner air, reduced traffic congestion, and healthier commuting options for everyone. Cycling has been proven to be in the most efficient and environmentally friendly modes of transport. Providing protective lanes will encourage more people to choose biking over driving, helping to reduce our carbon footprint and improve our overall health for the public. Public health. Many members of the community, including local cyclists and residents, have voiced their concerns about the lack of the biking infrastructure. There's a clear demand for the protected lanes, and the longer we wait, the more we miss the opportunity to make our streets safer and more accessible. In closing, I urge the city to prioritize and expedite the creation of this protected bike lane. Every day that passes without it is a missed opportunity to promote sustainability, improve safety, and support our growing community in our city, our cycling community. Let's act now to create a safer, greener, and more connected city for everyone. It's a call for action that emphasizes community support, safety, and broader benefits to the environment and public
How much time do you
health.
have left?
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Kim. Thank you. Next,
Thank you.
Steve West.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I am also wearing red today in honor of Rob Jenner and his wife, Wendy, who's with us in the gallery today. I fully support the bike lane pilot project. I am vehemently opposed to the delay until 2026, and I'll tell you why. On June 26, 2024, 20 days after a driver killed Rob Jenner on Wellington at Coburn, a Winnipeg transit driver improperly changed lanes to fully occupy the lane where I was riding in precisely the same spot. At the last second in my peripheral vision, I saw the bus overtaking and moving toward me. I instinctively and immediately braked. Mark Coho, Executive Director of Bike Winnipeg, was riding behind me and witnessed the incident, stating that if I hadn't reacted so quickly, the back of the bus would have struck me. If I weren't an experienced cyclist and hadn't been coached on emergency stopping, I might not have had the awareness to react as I did. I've shared that incident here and in written submissions, and I have to tell you, each time I relive the trauma and the what-ifs my family would have faced, like Wendy and Rob's family and friends face every day. But I think it's important to keep saying it, because separated infrastructure may have saved Rob from being hit and definitely would have prevented my near miss. I've previously had to react to bad driving decisions on that stretch of Wellington. I won't ride that route anymore unless I'm in a group and more visible. It's just not worth the risk, and I hear the same from many other riders. I'm speaking here today as a citizen, although I will add that in April, in my capacity as Winnipeg's City Centre Local Bike Group Chair, I was invited to the Active Transportation Advisory Committee for a confidential review of the draft plan for the pilot project. The public service had done a commendable job of designing a temporary solution, and I was genuinely excited that this was going to happen, that this hazardous gap in the network was finally going to be filled after decades of requests. Also in April, when watching the video of that month's Public Works meeting, I heard your committee and the public service discuss the pilot project, the report for which had been delayed. The essence of the briefing was that the pilot, referred to as a quick build, could be completed by this summer using materials already in inventory. At no time during that briefing, nor in the following months of delays, was the need for consultation ever mentioned publicly. That has only arisen in the recent weeks, as far as I can tell. The Public Services report you're considering today states that conducting public consultation in advance is not typical of a pilot project. After all, how can you gather information on the impacts of temporary infrastructure that is not there? That would be a wasteful exercise. On a related note, I heard city responses to an inquiry about the new transit routes launched last weekend, saying that they've been put in place and feedback will be gathered over the pilot period. That's how it's usually done, the experts tell me. I am not allowed to ask questions here, but if I were, I'd ask, why is this project being treated differently than the norm? In closing, I fear it's only a matter of time before the next near miss is not a miss. Please follow the established city practice regarding pilot projects. Move to approve the project today, implement it as quickly as possible, and gather information on its efficacy and any impacts the temporary infrastructure has while a permanent solution is sought. Our safety truly depends on it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Thanks for your presentation, and thanks for your thoughtful and respectful emails on potholes and other issues that we try and address in your area. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next, Mr. Clerk.
Next,
Let's line them up.
Yes, next up via Zoom, we have Andrew Cohon. And following Andrew, we have Samantha Bako.
Is Samantha in the gallery, or is she, do you want to come down and be ready next? Okay. Okay, perfect. Good morning. You can begin your presentation.
Good morning. Or where I am, good afternoon. I join you today from Berlin with a guest that many of you have met before in Winnipeg in delegation. For the last month, I've had the fortune of, through my partner's work and through family visits, biking in several European cities, including Berlin and Copenhagen and Stockholm and Helsinki. And in all of these cities, I have seen the wonders of bike infrastructure that far surpasses our own, and mostly a network in each city that meets the needs of residents, such that the variety and of age and ability of cyclists that you see on the roads and on the bike paths far surpasses what I think you would find in Winnipeg. And so what worries me about all of this that I've witnessed is thinking about how long it will take Winnipeg to build the kind of infrastructure that I've been enjoying and that my family's been enjoying in these cities and also some small towns along the way. And I think about how long it would take for us to build comprehensive networks if every time we want to take a street that is in any way prioritized for vehicles and to add some kind of cycling facility to it, we have to wait 270 days of consultation after waiting for 120 days for a report that was then delayed to 60 days and then 30 days, and then just hasn't been spoken about. And so I don't think that we will ever get there if we continue to delay in this way. Our own public service is telling us that these extra delays for consultation are unusual. They are atypical of pilot projects. And everything that we've all witnessed together over the last many months has been a sense of urgency, and also that we are going to meet that urgency with a fast, quick pilot that we will put in with fast infrastructure that is movable, that can respond to needs quickly if we find something through the pilot that needs to be changed. Nothing about a 270-day delay speaks to that. And so while I am in support of most of the recommendations of this pilot, the inclusion of a 270-day delay for consultation before the implementation of any kind of infrastructure on the ground, as well as the 40 kilometer per hour instead of 30 kilometer per hour speed limit reduction, give me great pause about this approach. It makes me feel, as someone who lives very close to the place where Rob Jenner was killed, that my family's needs for safety are not being seen as urgent by this city, this administration. It makes me feel that those who are making decisions about what is urgent and what we should move forward with are not placing the lives of Winnipeggers above, I don't know what to say, their political ambitions. And I think that those of us who are gathered today to speak on this, as well as the many who can't take time during the day to come to a city council meeting and express their urgency and also their disgust of these delays, I feel like we have a lot of folks who want change, who want it quickly, and who have been watching closely and see that sense of urgency that was first expressed has been delayed and delayed and delayed, and we don't know why. We don't know why it is that you who make these decisions are choosing to drag your feet on this after I think all of us agreed back in November and December that this was a project that required some urgency and required a new approach. It required an approach where the public service could build quickly, see how that worked, and then work to make a more permanent infrastructure later. So where I've been staying in Berlin, there's a street right here that 10 years ago when I stayed here was built fairly exclusively for cars. And you saw that in the traffic. Today, since the last couple of years, it's been turned into a Fahrradstraße, which is a bike street. And that was done with very cheap infrastructure, some concrete barriers, some low concrete curb barriers, some bollards, some other fixed objects that are painted, and also some painted lines that give the sense of where bikes are supposed to be and how bikes can use the space. And that has made a huge difference in who I see using that street from 10 years ago when I saw it. You see people of all ages using the street. You see families with kids in bikes. You see little kids riding their own bikes on that street.
Andrew. Can you wind up? Thank you.
Okay. And I think we can do that. I think we can build that quickly on Wellington Crescent. I think the community showed that we can build that very quickly on Wellington Crescent. And for 470,
Make a vacuum cleaner really quick.
we can make a vacuum cleaner really quick, is my child's idea about how we can suck up all the cars.
Yeah.
But, you know, I think there are cheaper solutions that involve just some concrete and bollards, and we can put those up quickly. And the cost that we're talking about is so low compared to other road projects. And I know that we can do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your presentation. Thank you. Next presenter?
Next presenter, Samantha Bako, followed by Michelle Henderson, and then Ariel Roches.
So are they up in the gallery? Are the other people up in the gallery? Do you want to come down here? Who's next after her?
After Ariel, Mark Mollet-King, then Anna Weir.
So after Samantha, is Michelle Henderson there? Does Michelle and Ariel want to come down? Thanks.
Or if they're remote, be ready.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Samantha?
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for hearing me today. My name is Sam Biko. I'm in opposition of 11 Wellington Crescent Bike Lane pilot, and much of what you're probably going to hear today, I'm opposed to not the project itself, but the delays and some of the reasons for those delays. I've actually lived in Charleswood all my life, and I've been a cycle commuter for over 25 years, traveling the 30-kilometer round trip from my home by the Hart Trail here to the Exchange District for about 10 of those. I'm also in a 2-car household, so I'm a multimodal road user. So I see it from a variety of perspectives, and yes, both can be true. In an effort not to drive as much, I ride as much as I possibly can, which is something in the introduction of the Transportation Master Plan that the city desires, which is removing as many cars as we possibly can off the road by offering alternatives. But for doing this, I am punished mostly by putting my life at risk constantly, every day, even on some of the roads that folks maybe consider benign. And as well on Wellington Crescent, because that's the main artery I now take after being run off of Portage Avenue by a semi-trailer 6 years ago. Yeah, every day I have close calls, close passes. I feel bodies of cars moving past my shoulder. This happened as early as Sunday when my son was on the back of the bike with me. It is quite threatening. I've also had cars pull up beside me, roll down their windows and tell me where I should be, comment on my body, and threaten my life. So yes, this happens constantly, and it's very frustrating because I am doing what the city technically wants, getting my car off the road. And this project is one that you can install quickly and create bike infrastructure on a deadly stretch of road that has claimed a life very recently, and can provide an example to other dangerous areas of the city by implementing it quickly and with, as has been already stated, materials that are already on hand. This project's delay and sidelining is what concerns me the most. It's been begged of the city by community with grave urgency, and the discussions around it from this committee and from the Executive Policy Committee was actually begun in good faith, in an agreement that even a temporary solution was viable. However, over a year has passed, as you've already heard, and with each amendment to this project, we seem to be getting further away from its original goal: get it done quickly, get it done with compassion. We seem to have unfortunately lost the latter, especially last month, because I was amongst the gallery of 34 individuals who were going to speak, which sucked. So first, the delay in implementation. At previous meetings, David Patman has said that 40 kilometers an hour speed reduction was actually insufficient to provide safety. And indeed, there aren't any other areas of the city I can think of currently with this posted speed limit, because as you know, at 40, drivers are still able to go 50 without incurring any repercussions. And also having 3 separate speed limits on a stretch of a single road does seem quite baffling, which is something that most of my neighbors that I speak to do echo. I can tell you, as someone who rides an e-bike with a regulator that slows it down automatically at 30 kilometers an hour, I am close passed by cars every day surging past me on the west side of Wellington, and I've nearly been pinched off the road 4 times every time I use it. On the delay in the documents provided in this agenda, Public Works is also seeming to wonder why there's a need for delay, and this isn't typical, which you already heard, and probably will hear lots today. Usually you put in the pilot, then ask for public opinion. Unfortunately, council does have a language that you speak to its constituents, spoken through action and inaction, and this delay says that using this stretch of road after the tragedy of Rob Jenner, that it's not only not a priority to do it quickly, but we have to wait another 270 days of potential disaster when we come to you and tell you that daily those potentials are quite high. When a car speeds past me way too close to get around me, I usually just assume it's because I'm perceived as a road nuisance. It's not safe for me or for pedestrians to use a sidewalk, and yet when I'm in the road, I am fair game, which I have been told by drivers. I'm quickly passed, easily forgotten. My friend's teenager was hit by a driver on the way to school last week on Morley, and the driver actually attempted to escape. And hit-and-run behavior is far more common than you'd imagine, and of course, is what happened with Rob Jenner. I can't help but wonder if these delays and these amendments to this pilot are a way for the city, like most drivers, to demonstrate that cyclists are perceived as a nuisance, or coming here to speak about our experience is perceived as a nuisance. Something we're cyclists, and sometimes we're not seen as human or easily run off the road, put in a rearview mirror if you put the gas on hard enough. And I am tired about hearing about cyclists, many of whom can't either afford the cost associated with the vehicle or trying to do their meager duty of reducing traffic and carbon emissions being injured because of negligence. And the only reason we keep coming to these meetings to tell you about this, despite literally being targets of road rage daily, is that we have some hope that those of you making these decisions have empathy for the risks we take to make your transportation master plan a reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Michelle, do we have Michelle Henderson next? Is Michelle here? So if Michelle's not here, I see that Councillor Rowlands has showed up. Did you want to speak, Councillor Rowlands? Okay, so she didn't register, so I guess we have to have a motion to
Suspend the rules, Madam
suspend the
Chair, to
rules.
hear
Counselor
Councillor
Sharma,
Rowlands.
all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Counselor Rowlands?
Yes, my apologies. We're in a special meeting of City Center, and I didn't know I could be here. I just want to begin by acknowledging the strong community support committee behind the project. I'm speaking, of course, to the Wellington bike lane. Across the city, people have really come together, not just advocates, but of course, parents of school communities, teachers, administrators, and more, residents, and really everyday Winnipeggers all united by this shared concern, safety for those who walk, bike, and roll in the streets. This support didn't appear out of nowhere. It's really grown from years of experience, some frustration, which no doubt you'll hear about, and of course, tragedy, accidents. So over the past year, we've heard from many in the community, and I want to take a moment to acknowledge that, of course, I brought the motion, and I hope leads to a pilot. I did so because I believed, and I still believe, that this is an opportunity to take meaningful, data-driven action always to improve safety. That's why I'm in favor of 30 kilometers on city streets, and that I care deeply, since being a school trustee and a parent, how this all ends up. So I want to talk about the pilot. Normally, infrastructure goes in, and it's followed by public input. And in this case, infrastructure would be installed in 2025 with feedback collected after people have had a chance to experience the changes firsthand. And the approach here is different. But what I'd like to assert is that testing, learning, and improving based on use is sort of the way to go. We also know the traffic impacts are expected to be minimal, and we have seen that. What's not minimal is the risks. And so I am encouraging you as a committee to consider the way we can move forward and not delay action. At the same time, I want to be clear that, like I said, we've heard that there are some people excited about the pilot, some people not excited about the pilot, all inside of my ward. And people are concerned what it will mean for traffic, parking, and access. But while the phased approach makes sense, I think it's really important that we see a pilot that is proceeding, that is taking action to support vulnerable road users, including cyclists, students, and more. So this is where I think you can play a crucial role. This is where that I'm hoping you're going to move to construct a project thoughtfully, responsibly, and know that this isn't just about a pilot for me. It's really about the kind of city we want to design. I think that that's what you'll do at the end of the day. But I would really encourage you to consider the pilot carefully, consider it being constructed like a normative pilot where we get her done. And if I'm happy to answer any questions, and I appreciate the time because I have to run back to the hearing.
All right, any questions of Councillor Rowlands? No? Okay.
If I can sneak in one more, you have a report in front of you about transit, and I think that it's a very important report. I believe, Madam Chair, this is the one you and Councillor Gilroy had considered referring to the Human Rights Committee of Council. There is a report there. I will be using it regardless of whether or not there is a referral, because I think it does engage some of the human rights issues we've been talking about, but I wanted to point that out too because I recall our conversation. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. All right, the next person speaking is Ariel DeRoche, and is Mark Molek King here? Could he come down if he's here? And then Anna Weir and Libby Weir, if you could come down. All right. Ariel, thank you very much.
Greetings, Madam Chair and councillors. I come to you today on behalf of my workplace, Green Action Centre. I only have a few short words today, but I want to start with saying that we are strongly opposed to the continued delay on the Wellington Crescent Bike Lane pilot project. This proposed delay to 2026 is alarming and disappointing. We have heard time and time again that folks are ready for change to this stretch of road, and delaying further action continues to put these road users at risk. While the report indicates a 4-phased approach, it also indicates that this is not the typical route taken for a pilot project. It seems odd that this is the approach when the report indicates that the proposed solution would improve cyclist comfort and safety and could be constructed quickly and at low cost. Something else I did want to highlight was a part of the report that states that the goal is to collect feedback from property owners on this stretch of road. So many of the folks living on this stretch of Wellington are in apartments, and I'm not sure that they would be the ones that would be giving the feedback, and I'm concerned that it would be coming from people or companies that own the buildings. While we are pleased that the pilot design would bring both infrastructure and speed reduction to Wellington, putting it off begs the question, will anyone else fall victim to unsafe conditions while we are waiting for implementation? I am coming to you today from my organization, but as an individual, I was recently lucky enough to be in Montreal, which is a beautiful city that has many bike lanes, and from what I observed, often puts those road users first, those being cyclists and pedestrians. And I'm very excited for the day that Winnipeg will look like Montreal, and I'm hoping that it comes sooner rather than later. So thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Thanks for coming down. Thank you. Mark?
Good morning. My name is Mark Millie King. I'm in my early 40s. I've lived in Winnipeg since the early 90s. When I was young, living in Nova Scotia, I lived along the number 2 highway. It's an old stretch of major use highway that speeds regularly hit 70 kilometers an hour. And I felt more comfortable riding that road as a child than I do on Wellington Crescent. I was also a camp counselor in Monackey, where we often took groups of children along the, I believe it's the 596 highway, from our camp headquarters into town in Monackey to go swimming. That road felt more safe than Wellington Crescent does. I lived in Thunder Bay for a number of years, which is not a cyclist-friendly city. I was hit by cars twice while I was living in Thunder Bay. Miraculously, walked away from both. But I still feel that I was more comfortable riding there than I am here. The delay on this project seems so, silly isn't the right word, but I'd rather try and be as polite as possible about this. I have a lot of friends that live in River Heights, Crescentwood, along Wellington Crescent. They don't allow their children to ride along those stretches of roads, including on the sidewalk where children are allowed to ride, because of the number of cars that approach Wellington Crescent from the multiple angles. It's not a straight grid style set of roadways. It can be very confusing to know where to look to try and shoulder check, especially with the bends and weaves that Wellington Crescent has along the river, and its fact that it's a 4-lane road where vehicles regularly travel well over 50 kilometers an hour. We're all aware of the tragic loss last summer of Rob Jenner, and while I believe that that is a bit of a lightning rod for a lot of people here, it's hopefully something that will never happen again. No one should be traveling at those speeds anywhere in the city, let alone on a apparently quiet, beautiful road along the river. So I ask, why the delay? Mainly because this isn't how pilot projects work. They're supposed to be installed, and then feedback is supposed to be given, and then council can decide if the project was a good idea or if it should be removed. As said by some of my compatriots here, it's not an expensive project. We, as a city, regularly pour large amounts of money into car-based, traffic-moving infrastructure. We regularly repair our roads because of the number of trucks that are still allowed to drive through the city, even though we've spent hundreds of millions on Centerport. River Avenue, just to the east of the area that we're talking about today, has a bike lane. Wellington Crescent has a huge boulevard with lots of space for both pedestrians and cyclists when they try to get off the road because they don't feel safe. I ask why we didn't do this along the entire stretch in the first place. So basically, to wrap up, considering how simple and inexpensive this project would be and how dangerous further delaying the project can potentially be, would you ride on it today? Would you allow your children, your nieces, your nephews, your friends' grandchildren, would you allow them to ride on that stretch of road? Because it doesn't feel very safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. Anna Weir.
Good morning. My name is Anna Weir, and today I'm speaking against the pilot project on Wellington Crescent, the bike lane. I don't want to see any more delays in the process of installing safe cycling and pedestrian infrastructure on Wellington Crescent. And I think that a 30-kilometer-hour speed limit makes more sense than a 40-kilometer-per-hour speed limit. I support having the pilot cycling infrastructure on Wellington Crescent, but I do not support another 270-day minimum delay for that infrastructure. I've used my bike for transportation in Winnipeg for over 20 years. I've been the kind of cyclist who rides on roads without any specific bike infrastructure, largely due to the fact that I'm usually riding to get to a specific place, and there are so many places in Winnipeg where there isn't safe, dedicated infrastructure. Having interactions with cars that put me in danger has been, I'm extremely sorry to say, a daily occurrence. I have seen changes to cycling infrastructure in Winnipeg, and I'm grateful for the new facilities, but not enough has changed in the last 20 years. There are still so many places in Winnipeg, especially in the center of the city, that are not safe. In terms of figuring out how to bike around the city safely, something changed for me around 9 years ago. I had a kid, and we wanted to be a family for so many reasons who biked around the city. Riding a bike can feel like pure joy, and we wanted our child to have that kind of joy in her life. As much as possible, we didn't want to contribute to climate change, to try and help create a good future for our daughter. We wanted to demonstrate to her that being outside and moving our bodies is a foundational and lovely part of life. We wanted to have all those great community interactions that you have while riding a bike, where you see people you know and you shout hi to them while they're walking down the street. But the equation to decide where and how to ride bike is entirely different when you're riding with your child. As an example, a month ago, I took my daughter to the block party for Rob Jenner's birthday and the anniversary of his death. And it took me a really long time to decide how we would actually get there. Despite the fact that it was a bike-focused neighborhood event, I even considered driving because I couldn't think of a safe way to ride bike to the spot on Wellington Crescent where Rob was killed. We did end up riding bike, and we noticed a lot of things. I didn't feel safe having my 9-year-old on her own bike, so I put her on our trailer bike, which is a piece of equipment that essentially turns an adult bike into a 2-seater bike that the kid can ride too. We didn't feel safe on the street, so we took the sidewalk, which is not ideal because it's intended for pedestrians. And there were no curb cuts at key locations, meaning it's not accessible even for wheelchair users, families with strollers, other pedestrians, or people riding bikes. And cars on Wellington Crescent are fast. The continued delay on this issue is unacceptable. More and more Winnipeggers are out riding their bikes, and they deserve to be able to do so safely. And it's been over a year since Rob Jenner was killed. With this proposal, it will be another 270 days or longer until we can have safe infrastructure on Wellington Crescent. We need action on Wellington Crescent so that me and my daughter can ride bike there safely. We need safe infrastructure on Wellington Crescent so that our bike network can actually have connected facilities. We need safe infrastructure on Wellington Crescent because that is how pilot projects work. You put in the infrastructure and then you talk about how they're working. We need to see change on Wellington Crescent because Rob Jenner was killed there while riding his bike. The safety for Winnipeg cyclists and pedestrians cannot be delayed. We need more cycling infrastructure and fewer delays, and we need that infrastructure now. I have been waiting already 20 years or more to have a bikeable city where I can safely get to work, to school, to grocery shop, to see my friends, to live my life. And I'm not willing to wait another 20 years to get a city where pedestrian and cycling deaths aren't just treated as a regular and expected occurrence. I would like to see a bike lane on Wellington Crescent now. Thanks.
My name is Libby, and I am 9 years old, and I use she, her pronouns. And I've been biking for almost my whole life. And I know that it's really dangerous to be on the streets with fast cars where cars don't pay attention to bikes and pedestrians. And that is why I want to delegate for you here today. And I was disappointed when the chance to share my opinion last month was canceled. I love biking, and I don't want anyone to get hurt doing what they love. And I want a bike lane on Wellington Crescent, and I don't want a delay. Thank you.
Coming down and presenting. This is really important that you do that. Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you. We thank your mom for all the work she's done over the years. We know a lot of the work that your mom has done in active transportation out at university. She's been amazing. So thank you. Thank you. So the next presenter is Adrian Werner. Is Adrian here? Could Richard Milgram come down? Kate Geringer and Mandolin Unger. If you could all come down and be ready to present. We'll start with Adrian Werner when he hits the floor. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Sounds like you can hear me.
Yeah.
As you heard, my name is Adrian Werner, and I'm someone who's used this stretch of Wellington Crescent as a driver, a pedestrian, and a cyclist for nearly 20 years. I'm really thankful for the investment in cycling infrastructure. Over my lifetime, I've seen a broad improvement on safety, of course, with some gaps. I'm also broadly supportive of the plan, like many others here. However, I'm speaking in opposition to the motion because I'm concerned about the part 3, the 270 days to report back on the publication of the pilot. I think something needs to be done in the meantime to keep people safe during the busy summer months. As you've heard, this is a dangerous stretch of road. Last week, for example, I was on a bike on that very stretch of road, and a driver swore at me as he passed, slowed down so that I nearly hit him, and I had to brake just to maintain a safe distance. I was doing nothing wrong. It was just I happened to be a target in the wrong place at the wrong time. In 2009, a similar incident on Portage Avenue sent me over my handlebars and straight into the back of a truck. I walked away from that crash, but cyclists put up with this abuse and worse, especially when our roads don't protect us. This is not the first time that I've had a dangerous encounter on that stretch of road. Last year, I was biking with my 1-year-old son. He was in a carrier in a trailer, and we were nearly hit by a truck at the intersection of Wellington and Academy. I had to swerve onto the boulevard to avoid being hit as the vehicle raced around down the turning lane without yielding. My bike carrier flipped with my son in it. It was absolutely terrifying. And thankfully, we were both fine. We jumped the curb. The truck missed us. And that's why I'm speaking here today with a healthy, happy cycling son. If you are cycling long enough, though, you begin to collect these stories. When I was in university, my friend Brian was hit on Wellington Crescent and used a wheelchair for many months because of his injury and had to delay his university education while he recovered. My sister-in-law, Lesha, was hit by a truck in Toronto and has been permanently impacted by that injury. Two of my friend's parents, Janet and Darlene, have been hit in Winnipeg. One suffered a brain injury, and the other has never cycled again. I lost my uncle Elvin in a bike crash with a drunk driver in 2020. I have been hit 5 times. The difference between my crashes and fatalities like my uncle Elvin and Rob Jenner is speed. I have never been hit by a car going full speed. My uncle Elvin and Rob were not so lucky. 240 days means that we will not have the safe infrastructure on the street for the busiest cycling months of 2025 and potentially 2026, depending on how long upgrades take. I urge this committee to take action in the interim so that the consultation can take place, which is important and part of our democratic processes, and cyclists can remain safe on the road so that folks like me don't have to stand up in front of you and tell you my story. Thank you for your time.
And thanks for your presentation. Richard Milgram.
Good morning, councilors.
Good morning.
Like everybody else so far, I'm here because I'm opposed to this delay. I actually was disappointed that they took away my bike helmet when I came in because I was going to wear my bike helmet, because cars are dangerous, but so is a slow and inefficient political and bureaucratic process that delays the implementation of safety. I'm not going to say a lot because many of the points that I wanted to make have already been made. I've been a cycle commuter for, I was just somewhat depressed to find out, almost 35 years. And I've been a cycle commuter, I think, in about 7 different cities. Many of them were bad for cycling infrastructure, but in the time that I have been following them, they have improved rapidly. I have to say Winnipeg is doing quite well on some areas, but there are these stretches that are incredibly and ongoingly dangerous, and I use that stretch of road a lot. I cycled that way this morning to get here, and it's always somewhat daunting. I have one thing that I wanted to bring up because someone else brought it up, but actually to add something to it, is that this is the first we've heard about stakeholder consultation, and that actually goes back to the original motion on December the 12th, and where it says that the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to work with the community partners, including Bike Winnipeg, to support targeted stakeholder engagement focusing on potentially impacted fronting property owners. So in December last year, apparently everyone thought there was time in 4 months to get that work done. It hasn't been done until now, and now we need another 8 months to get it done. So there's something wrong in the planning of the process, and there's no reason given other than there wasn't enough time as to why that hasn't been done so far. I'm also, I spend a lot of time as an academic and teaching planners. I read a lot of draft versions of reports, so these things really stand out to me. These are the sorts of things that would come back with a red line around them and saying, why haven't you explained why this went wrong or why this went off the rails? And the other thing I'm also a very big believer in community consultation and community engagement and empowering communities. I just want to echo Ariel's point that it isn't only the property owners that need to be providing feedback on this. In fact, it's far more likely that the people who live in these apartments will have a very going concern about the state of affairs on the street. The other quote I just want to pull out of this report, just because, again, it echoes what many people have been saying here, is if this pilot goes ahead in 2025, front property owners will be notified by way of mailers and signage on the street. A project-specific email address will be developed and advertised as a point of contact for the project. In this case, the pilot project would act as the public engagement tool for the fronting property owners. pilot projects are always better. I mean, if anyone's tried to understand the drawing that was circulated with the report, that's gobbledygook to most people, and I have trouble reading it, and I read a lot of them. So the author of this says a pilot project is one of the best ways to solicit feedback, with people being able to experience something tangible when compared with a drawing or a map. This allows people to fully understand the benefits and challenges of the new concept and the opportunity for them to provide highly constructive feedback. So your own report says the best way to do this is to install it now and then get feedback, and yet this committee and this process is suggesting we need to wait another 270 days for what seems to most of us here to be a pretty simple ask. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Milgram. Thanks for your presentation. So after Mr. Milgram, we've got Kate and Mandolin. If Katie, Damon, Hillary Rosentrotter, and Elise Epp could come down, please. So now we'll hear from Kate Geringer. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors, and I'm happy to finally be able to speak here today. My name is Kate Geringer, and I'm here to object to the ongoing delay in implementing protective measures for cyclists on Wellington Crescent. I've been cycling in Winnipeg for nearly a decade. Throughout that time, I've witnessed some gradual improvements to our infrastructure, but large gaps remain in the safety and connectivity of our routes. When I discuss bike travel with fellow Winnipeg cyclists, be they lifelong residents or transplants from other cities, something we all observe is that safe and protected routes are not meaningfully linked to each other, and that they can sometimes leave riders in a dangerous, high-traffic area where it feels uncertain if we will make it to the next protected corridor. This reflects poorly on our city and makes many Winnipeggers too afraid to even try active transportation. An example of this type of gap is Wellington Crescent, where we must traverse a busy, high-risk area in between the protected lanes on Stradbrook, Maryland, Sherbrooke, or to reach the speed-limited seasonal route on Wellington west of Academy. I speak from first-hand experience on these routes as a resident of Crescentwood, and it bears repeating, a renter in that area. I myself live only 500 meters from where Rob Jenner was struck and killed at Wellington and Coburn, and I bike past that intersection on a regular basis. In the years since his untimely death, I have reflected many times on how the same thing could easily happen to me, one of my loved ones, or any of my other neighbors. My heart is sick for the loss experienced by Rob's family, as anyone would be if they put themselves in the shoes of those left behind. I am accustomed to hearing petty complaints and blame leveled at cyclists. They say, "You people should just wear bright colors. You should signal. You should wear a helmet." This feels futile and cruel, knowing that Rob Jenner was a safety-conscious rider who did all the right things. In spite of this, he was still killed as a result of the systemic disregard for cyclists and pedestrians in our city. It is scary and disheartening to see my safety and the safety of my fellow Winnipeggers treated as an afterthought by the lack of any material change over the past year, as cars continue to strike cyclists on far too frequent of a basis. It's not just one irresponsible driver, as some have suggested. This region in particular continues to be notably dangerous, as a teenage cyclist who had the right-of-way was hit by a car at Wellington and Academy a short time later in July of 2024. In the Free Press coverage of that incident, it was also reported that columnist Brent Bellamy had been hit there as well in 2019. Most cyclists, as many have heard, most cyclists could tell you a story of a similar encounter or a close call that has not been covered by the news. So clearly this area is in need of further safety measures. I attended the memorial gathering on Wellington Crescent last month. I was incredibly moved and impressed by the bike lane barriers that were installed along the street that day. Even though they were temporary, they provided a much stronger sense of safety than I feel on any of the painted bike routes I travel on. A lower speed limit and a protected lane through this area would be a huge benefit to cyclists and pedestrians, improving their ability to connect with other existing bike lanes and get around much more safely. The release of the pilot project report was delayed multiple times already. As a result, a full year has passed since this tragedy without any concrete action being taken to protect those who travel down Wellington Crescent. While this has been called a faster than average turnaround, taking this amount of time to even consider making a change is not enough when our lives are at risk every day. It has already been identified in the report that the bike lane and speed limit reduction could be implemented this year, and that the phased approach and 270-day waiting period are not typical for this kind of pilot. I'm asking this committee to remove this delay and bring a bike lane to Wellington as soon as possible to protect the safety of vulnerable road users like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Kate Mandolin Unger, you're next, and then Katie Damon is after that. Mandolin?
Hello. Thank you for hearing me today. I was going to prepare my delegation last night and couldn't because I learned that my friend had died in an accident. She and her partner were hit by a car. And they were not on Wellington, and they were not on bikes. But I want to bring to the front of your minds that we are talking about a life and death issue. It is easy to get caught up in bureaucracy. I understand. But Rob Jenner died over a year ago, and his death was preventable. And it is unconscionable that we are being asked to wait yet another 270 days for cheap, easy-to-install infrastructure that could save lives. Cars are dangerous. They are heavy and they move quickly, and you don't have a hope when one is coming towards you. If it is within your power to put a separated bike lane on Wellington Crescent, then you should do so as soon as possible. It is unusual, and I would argue unnecessary, to consult with property owners when that is not the typical process for a pilot project. Just put it in place. Collect the feedback afterwards. It is a better method and a safer method, and we deserve to be safe. Whether we are in a car or on bike or on foot, the most dangerous thing on the road is a car, and the best chance we have at saving lives is to create separated infrastructure. I am asking you to implement the temporary bike lane as soon as possible, forgo this delay, put the pilot project in, and collect the feedback afterwards, so we don't have to lose any more lives on our streets. Thank you.
Katie Damon? Is Katie here? If Katie's not here, we've got Hillary Rosentreter. Elise?
Hi, I'm here.
Oh,
on Zoom.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Zoom. Got it. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Katie Damon. I'm a cyclist, pedestrian driver who lives in South Osborne. I have friends, restaurants that I frequent, community events that I enjoy around the city. So Wellington Crescent is a frequent route for me to either ride my bike or drive my car. Similar to Mandolin, I had a friend die the day before yesterday, same friend, on the street. So this is an area that I think we're all thinking about in a very real way, street safety. While I deeply support the bike lane design and speed limit reductions in the report, generally speaking, I am very confused and frustrated at the 270-day delay on this plan, and I'm speaking in opposition to the motion because of that. As someone who has experience implementing, running, and participating in pilot projects, I would like to remind this committee that the purpose of pilot projects is experimentation. That means to implement a test, review successes and failures through direct experience and feedback, and refine the project accordingly. This has proven successful with many projects I have co-founded and participated in, as well as projects that I have supported. The purpose of pilots is to do just enough planning so that we can take swift yet effective action when it is needed. The process is often new, exciting, and iterative. In your own report, you've noted that your approach to delay the plan for so long and collect feedback first is atypical, and that the pilot infrastructure could be implemented earlier in 2025. We know Wellington Street is unsafe for many types of street users, and many of us have experienced death, whether it's in this area or other areas, or near-death experiences, either on our bikes or in vehicles or walking. It's a huge impact to our communities and our families when someone dies in such an abrupt and shocking and, like Mandolin said, unnecessary way. These are preventable deaths, and everyone on this committee has a choice about how likely these deaths will be. If you were to choose a typical pilot project approach, this project could act as a new and exciting example for other areas of Winnipeg, improving street safety on Wellington Crescent and beyond. It is embarrassing to see the city of Winnipeg act so slowly on this. I cannot imagine any good reason for this delay, and the reasons that I have heard here appear to be lackluster in creativity and motivation at best, and dangerously apathetic at worst. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Katie. Hillary and Elise, and then I'm going to call down Violin Thiessen, Arrow Van Dyck, and Jody Lane. If you're in the gallery, if you could come down, please. Are they on Zoom or in the gallery? In the gallery, all right. And Kale Fenez. Okay, Hillary.
Great, thank you. Good morning. My name is Hillary Rosentretter. I, like so many others here today, have taken the time out of my workday to join you for yours, because I believe this is a matter of great importance to our city. I'm a homeowner in an area that is used to having projects that experience delays for a variety of reasons, but it is particularly frustrating to know that this delay is not only unnecessary, but is actually out of the norm for a project like this. And again, the goal is to have a pilot of safe infrastructure. Frankly, the lack of prioritization is a bit of an insult to all of the people who have been pushing so hard to make their community and other communities of our city safer. In particular, the community of Wellington Crescent and the area, they've been waiting decades for this type of infrastructure, and they've been forced to put up with little green signs, which unfortunately don't do a whole lot, and unrelenting speeding drivers who threaten the safety of pedestrians and cyclists with their careless actions on a particularly dangerous stretch of road. And we got a very sobering reminder of what happens when close calls go beyond being just a close call just over a year ago. Not to mention, I do believe this delay is going to be costly. I know we talk a lot about cost here at the city. Since an entire additional round of feedback before a pilot, is that feedback really going to be all that helpful, or is it just going to likely garner dissent from people who don't even really know what it's going to end up looking like, because they're unhappy about possibly not being able to drive as fast as they can through other people's lives. I just don't understand why the committee is so eager to hear feedback before a pilot is even implemented, and then also refuse to hear community members not too long ago, 2 weeks back. So I just implore you to reconsider this delay, because whether you like it or not, it really is a matter of life or death, and I wouldn't like to see any more blood on anyone's hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Hillary. Elise, is it Elise? I'm not pronouncing it.
Good morning. My name is Elise Epp. I'm a homeowner near Wellington Crescent. I use that stretch sometimes as a pedestrian, but mostly as a driver. And I've taken the time off work today because I'm tired of the politicization of basic city infrastructure that we should expect to have in a city like Winnipeg. We know that people have been injured and even killed on that stretch. We know that bike lanes and slower traffic increase safety. And I know that you know this because you've put in bike lanes on similar roads across the city, including the furthest east portion of Wellington Crescent connecting to River. So what are the hurdles preventing us from implementing the pilot as recommended by city planners? Why did you break with protocol and prevent community members from speaking on this at the meeting 2 weeks ago? How do we expect people to give constructive feedback on a pilot project before it is implemented? These delay tactics are expensive and put Winnipeggers at continued risk. You already know what needs to be done, so let's do it. Thank you.
Our next presenter is Violin Thiessen. Is that online or no? No? Okay. The next presenter is Arrow Van Dyck. And then if we could have, is Jody Lane, Kale Fence, Michael Bagamarie, sorry about that, and Jason Ward, if you could come down. Okay. So, Arrow?
Hello, Public Works Committee. I'm here today to speak in opposition, very specifically to Recommendation 3 from the report on the Wellington Crescent Bike Lane Pilot Project. I would like to be very clear that I have taken a look at the plan for the proposed bike lane, and I think that it looks like a solid interim plan until such time that a permanent solution can be implemented with a road renewal project. If recommendation 3 were to be changed, I would be speaking today in support of this measure. My first issue is that the delay is to consult facing property owners along Wellington. Most of the people who live along Wellington are renters, not property owners. In a democracy, government listens to citizens. When government gives more weight to wealthy citizens and corporate landowners, that's called an oligarchy. To be clear, that is a bad kind of government that we see too much of in the States right now, and we don't want to have at our civic level here. My second issue with recommendation 3 is that it calls for yet another delay, this time for 270 days, pushing the installation of the bike lane into spring of 2026. The report authored by Public Works staff notes that this is an unusual approach for a pilot project, with the more typical progression being for the pilot to be installed first, followed by a period of collecting feedback from affected residents and quantitative data in terms of observed changes to traffic flow, then adjusting. The implementation of this project has already been delayed by 90 days, and now we're talking about making it a full year before vulnerable road users are protected while using this road. In my opinion, this is something that the city should have taken aggressive initiative on long before last summer, but the fact that a person being killed on Wellington wasn't enough to warrant an immediate action, as in a painted bike lane with poly posts or something, anything, by the end of June 2024, is alarming. It is business as usual here in Winnipeg to have a deadly crash and immediately seek to remedy the situation by focusing on the behavior and punishing the offending driver. However, in many parts of the world, the norm is to also examine what it is about the street on which the crash occurred that allowed for such tragic user error, and then swiftly and aggressively pursue changes to the street's design that will effectively engineer out the possibility of the same events repeating. When civic governments speak and act with conviction to show their cities that traffic fatalities for vulnerable road users aren't an inevitability, they can and do eliminate traffic fatalities. This is an approach that has been used around the world and is commonly called Vision Zero approach to traffic engineering. In Winnipeg, we've seen delay after delay, and now another proposed delay, the opposite of swift and aggressive changes. Furthermore, our city councillors have spoken both in the council chamber and in media interviews, asserting as if it's a fact that a bike lane wouldn't have saved Rob Jenner's life. I am here to say that such claims are baseless conjecture, and that presenting them from a voice of authority to Winnipeg citizens is a dangerously irresponsible act of spreading disinformation to manufacture consent for further delay. If the bike lane now under consideration had been installed recently, the road wouldn't have been so wide and the driver may not have felt comfortable to go so fast. If one had been installed that was protected by a lane of parked cars or planters, an inanimate object may have been hit instead of a human being. If we had started our bike network in earnest 2 decades ago, maybe there would have been a separated bike path, and Rob would have been completely off the road. If back in the 70s our municipal government had the foresight to invest heavily in mass transit and bike infrastructure, then perhaps the driver, being young and reckless after a night out, would have just done what is cool, normal, efficient and affordable in cities around the world and taken the bus home. Rob Jenner could have still been alive today, and as much as the driver, it is the cumulative decisions of successive Winnipeg mayors and councils that bear the blame for his death. And now it's been much more than a year since his death, without so much as a line painted on the road. Well, at least not one painted by this administration. Before I conclude, I would like to reflect because I was out at the die-in earlier. I was lying down, I was looking up at the sky, and I was thinking, if I got hit, this would be what I would see. I was moved to tears. I don't want to die like that. I don't want any of my friends to die like that. I don't want any kids to have their legs tangled up in the frame of their bike, looking up at the sky as they bleed out. I urge you to stop the buck here, take accountability, stop discussing road violence as inevitable, boldly take space from drivers, invest in transit like there is a tomorrow, and build Winnipeg into a city where getting stuck in traffic isn't as inevitable as the next vulnerable road user being killed. I want to live in a Winnipeg that achieves Vision Zero. While this year isn't shaping up to be as violent as the last, I think that at best we're going to manage Vision 10 for this year. We need to do better. No more delays. The crumbs that have been given to cyclists, pedestrians, and bus riders over the last decade, as the city has continued to invest in the one form of transportation that is notorious for being the least efficient at getting people around, are not enough. Wellington Bike Lane now. Bike lanes everywhere now. Mass transit investment now. Vision Zero now. Thank you for allowing me to speak this time. I will take any questions the committee has.
thanks for your presentation.
No questions?
Doesn't sound like it.
Thank you.
Next presenter, Jody Lane. Pardon me? Online. Perfect. Thanks.
Hi, I'm on Zoom. Yeah. Okay, good morning, committee. I'm here to voice my support for the pilot project, but to strongly oppose a 270-day delay. I'm urging the committee to move to begin the pilot project immediately and to strongly oppose continuing to stall on this project. I'm here today as a reluctant motorist, someone who would prefer to bike, but after too many close calls with motorists, who often feels a willful disregard for the safety of cyclists by the city, I've been discouraged to use cycling as a mode of transportation for my own safety. Whenever my partner heads out on his bike to commute to work, to meet friends, or to enjoy the city's parks and green spaces, I'm always holding my breath until he returns, knowing how unsafe and unprotected cyclists are on our streets. As someone who drives down Wellington almost every day, I know that further protections for cyclists down Wellington have been essential and remain essential while this project continues to rack up delay after delay. I see on almost every use, cars speeding, passing cyclists too closely, or not noticing cyclists at all. Taking precautions to drive the speed limit, giving cyclists ample space, and passing cyclists at a distance have resulted in dangerous maneuvers and road rage from other motorists. Bike lanes make the road safer and easier to navigate for everyone who uses our roadways and who moves through the city. I've heard a lot about effects on bike lane traffic, but I would like to remind the committee that cyclists are traffic as well. Cyclists who put their bodies at risk every day to take a more environmentally friendly mode of transportation, pay taxes in the city, and are users of the roadways who deserve infrastructure that serves their needs and helps protect them and keep them safe, as well as motorists. The city's repeated decisions to delay this pilot project have shown expressly that cyclist safety is not of importance to the city, reinforcing attitudes and behaviors of my fellow motorists and lack of concern for safety of cyclists. Those behaviors and attitudes are lack of concern for the safety of cyclists at best and outright contempt at worst, as you've heard many times during these delegations this morning. I'm here to urge the committee to move forward today and to follow the city's best practices on implementing pilot projects.
Thank you, Jody. Now we've got Kale Fens.
Good morning. My name is Kale, and I'm speaking today in opposition to the proposed plan for implementation of a bike lane on Wellington Crescent. Of course, I'm not at all opposed to a bike lane on Wellington. In fact, I'm very excited for a bike lane along that stretch of road. I'm excited not to feel as though I have to veer out of the way while commuting along that stretch of road simply to avoid a dangerous section. I'm excited to be able to bike with friends throughout that stretch of the city again. And I'm excited to feel as though my life is valued and has worth in the eyes of the city and its council. My opposition, however, is to the bizarre proposed system of implementation which would push the addition of this bike lane even further down the road. You've heard this before by many delegations before me, but it bears repeating as I've heard no satisfactory answer or any interaction from the committee. Reading from the words of the report itself, it is important to note this four-phased approach is atypical of a traditional pilot. A pilot would typically see infrastructure put into place prior to any feedback collection. The proposed infrastructure could be implemented in 2025. I would be more than happy to support this proposed plan if it followed its own logic and did not stray from a traditional pilot. Infrastructure clearly can and should be implemented in 2025. It can be implemented in 2025 because this report admits it. It should be implemented in 2025 because this stretch of road is still incredibly dangerous and still the site of countless near misses for so many of us. Not only is this atypical approach to a pilot project unhelpful because it means it will take longer before cyclists can feel safe on Wellington, it is also a poor practice for hearing from residents and engaging with the public. Even if we ignore the fact that the recommendation related to the 270-day consultation period only lists property owners, it's a poor example of hearing from residents because it does not allow residents a chance to see the proposed change in action before asking their opinions. This is a pilot project composed of temporary measures which can be adjusted. So why not trust that residents are intelligent, discerning, and engaged with the project, and that their feedback is therefore most useful when they are fully informed on what the implementation looks like, especially when modifications can be performed later. Of course, this committee has already demonstrated a dismissive and condescending attitude to public consultation by ignoring a large number of delegations last month. So perhaps they'd be quite comfortable once again failing the litmus test of democratic process. It would be incredibly easy to adjust the approach to this bike lane and implement it as early as possible. We do not need a unique Winnipeg-centric approach to a common urban problem. We need to act in accordance with common practice. Hundreds, thousands of cities have contended with dangerous roadways and dealt with them quickly and with the importance of human life and safety at the stead. All it requires is acting with some urgency. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We've got Michael Bagamurray up next. I'd like to make sure I've got Jason Ward, Hillary Siemens, and Bailey Zacharias. If they're in the gallery, please come down. Okay, so now we've got Michael.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you very much for your time. And I would like to note that while I do agree with the report itself, I am against the 270-day delay. I think it is all manner of silliness and completely unnecessary. Yes, we need bicycle infrastructure yesterday. And I know that you want to consult with property owners, and I surmise that the point is to get their opinions on what will happen to property values. Well, I did some research, and I found that property values are positively correlated with the presence of bicycle infrastructure. They go up. They always, or almost always, go up, or at least have a null effect. In Greater Manchester, no real negative effects, a few positive ones. In Columbus, also a subnational state capital and a college town, positive effects. In Kitchener, Waterloo, Cambridge, no real effects. But the point is not just to drive up property values. It is to make life easier for our people. It is to make life better for our people. And it does not make sense to deny bicycle infrastructure to people who don't have much option and otherwise. We need to be able to participate in our own way in this society. Forcing us into literally a metal and plastic box that is a car. That's what a car is, a metal and plastic box. That inhibits our freedom. We have every right to cycle, and as some of our previous delegates have noted, we're doing our bit to help address the climate crisis. The climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, the affordability crisis, the democratic crisis. That is why we are here. We are trying to do our thing to help make Winnipeg more Winnipeg, better. We are the people, and we deserve to have our needs met. We are the reason that this city exists. If you don't have to put 50 liters of gasoline in your car, you're saving money bit by bit. If you don't have to drive out of the way, or ride out of the way to get from place to place, you're saving time. You're better off. And yes, I am quite disappointed that the city just unilaterally censored several people, including me, at the last meeting on June 12th. I didn't think it was sensible. It was good to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We appreciate it, Michael. We've got Jason Ward, Hillary Siemens, and Bailey Zacharias. Is Jason Ward here? Online. Perfect. Hiccups.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd first like to acknowledge the immense amount of effort from Public Works that has gone into the proposal put forward, as well as the championing of the motion by Councillor Rollins. I'd also like to acknowledge that the city has made some great strides towards improving AT, which is evident by the number of folks speaking today. However, today I'm speaking in opposition to the motion as currently proposed, primarily because it delays the necessary improvements, but also because it fails to implement the safest evidence-based speed limit. While I'm happy to see the proposed reduction from 50 to 40, this does feel like a half-measure compromise that isn't backed by research or best practice. If we look east to Toronto, we can see a research study that examined the effects of reducing speed from 40 to 30, which found 28% fewer pedestrian vehicle collisions and 67% fewer major or fatal injuries in those collisions. If we look west to Edmonton school zone speed reduction from 50 to 30, we see results of a 45% reduction in severe and fatal collisions and a 55% drop in injuries to pedestrians and cyclists. These differences are not trivial. They represent real lives at stake. I love Winnipeg with all of its flaws. We may not be Amsterdam or Hoboken, but I'd like to think we can at least do as good as or better than Edmonton and Toronto by not taking half-measure compromises and instead by taking actions that match our ambitions of Vision Zero. If the concern is facing backlash of increasing commute times, it's worth noting that we're talking about the difference of less than 1 minute. This is assuming ideal conditions along that stretch of Wellington. I'd like to think that the city of Winnipeg values saving lives over saving seconds. Furthermore, the city's original commitment described this as a pop-up pilot, emphasizing rapid implementation and immediate safety improvements, and then subsequent consultation based on the real-world feedback. Yet despite acknowledging explicitly in the report the installation is technically feasible in 2025, the current recommendations push implementation into spring 2026. The approach is described in the report as atypical, and with good reason. It defeats the purpose of a quick build. A pilot's effectiveness relies on the swift action and subsequent adaptation based on actual experience, not prolonged pre-implementation discussions. I did not see in the report any justification for this atypical approach. If 2 years from motion to implementation is the timeline of a supposed rapid implementation, I have little faith we'll ever reach Vision Zero. In light of the clear evidence and your previously stated commitments, I urge Council to amend the proposal by 1, implementing the pilot infrastructure in 2025, using the low-cost movable infrastructure already described in your plans, and 2, setting the speed limit at 30, consistent with international evidence, the rest of the street for much of the year, and the city's stated goal of prioritizing vulnerable road users. We must not wait another year while vulnerable road users remain at unnecessary risk. Wellington Crescent needs action now, not further delays or watered down compromises. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Jason. Hillary Siemens, Bailey Zacharias, then I'm going to call down Annie Chen, Lila Asher, and Turiel Jacobi. Oh, Hillary's online. Okay, so Hillary, let's start.
Hello. I am a frequent cyclist. I cycle often around, that area. And I used to cycle a lot in Wellington, and I do so a lot less in the last few years, as I've felt increasingly uncomfortable going that way, and especially since last year in June. It feels wild to me that there are delays to this being considered. It feels like my safety and my friend's safety are not being prioritized. Feels like the cycling community is often not as considered in this kind of setting. And I hope that we get the speed limit down to 30 as soon as possible. This has been mentioned by the last speaker, among others. And I hope that these proposals go into effect without further delay. Yeah, this is I want to enjoy the city more in the summer, and my primary way of getting around is by cycling, and I don't want to have to fear for my life and limb when I'm doing so. Biking on the road can be very scary, and I have been in a very serious accident about a decade ago. Luckily, I was not permanently injured, but it was a close call. Thank you for your time, and yeah, that was all my comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Hillary. Bailey Zacharias.
Hello. Thank you for letting us speak today. As from last month, I know that respecting the democratic process can be difficult for those on this committee. I'm opposed to recommendation 3 to impose an unnecessary 270-day delay on the Wellington Crescent bike lane. Delaying a pilot project in order to do consultations rather than implementing the project and then soliciting opinions is very unusual and only serves to allow more time for more vulnerable road users to be assaulted and killed. Considering the pilot project was originally supposed to be implemented this past spring, delaying it further indicates a desire to put off this project indefinitely, while only pretending to be supportive of it. As the climate crisis worsens and wildfires rage in our province, we can't afford to delay efforts to reduce our collective carbon impact. Doing so intentionally and against convention of how pilot projects are generally done would be downright unforgivable. Furthermore, by only consulting with fronting property owners in an area dense with apartment buildings, public service is ignoring the voices of those who actually live in the area and are more likely to actually benefit or simply be affected by the pilot project. Ignoring these voices will invariably skew the results of the consultation in an undemocratic direction. As for myself, I've only very recently, and with much help and encouragement, become comfortable enough to bike on our streets. I wish to live in a city where myself and others like me who would like to bike more, but are hesitant to risk our lives, can navigate the city safely. I believe recommendation 3 should be removed in its entirety, and the pilot should move forward immediately. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Annie Chen.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Annie Chen, and I am wearing red today also to honor Rob Jenner. I am here today to support the Wellington Bike Lane pilot project, but I am in opposition of the 270-day delay, as well as choosing a 40-kilometer-per-hour speed limit rather than 30 kilometers per hour. I have been a cyclist for over 20 years. I'm also a pedestrian and transit user, as well as a driver. And I live across the river in West Broadway from the proposed pilot project, and often visit friends in Crescent Wood who are also cyclists, including some young children who need to cross that road on their bike. About 10 years ago, I lived in Toronto for grad school, and for that adventure, I took along my bike for what I knew would be a car-free student life. On one of my very first rides in the city, I was biking down one of the major roads, and I could see in my peripheral vision that there was a car approaching behind me. And so I braced myself for the car to pass me, likely too closely, given the narrow road and what I had grown used to in Winnipeg. But to my surprise and multiple confused shoulder checks, the car remained patiently behind me, unfussed, because they were used to traveling on a 30-kilometer-per-hour road. And I am a pretty confident commuter cyclist, and so I was not going that much slower than the posted speed. Remarkable, right? I think that it's really important to take into account in your decisions the much abundance of research that shows that 30 kilometers per hour is the safest speed if there are going to be car and vulnerable road user interactions. That is where people can stay alive. Fast forward 10 years to West Broadway. So I chose to buy a house that was near bike routes, near transit, because I want to be, as the city is planning for, less of a road driver and a road user in different ways. I am, as I said, a confident road cyclist, but I still get quite nervous trying to bike on Wellington Crescent, particularly at dusk. And this is because the road is overly wide, much bigger than the 3 meters that a car needs to drive. It's curving, and it can be quite dark as well. So we need to see this road changed. And the tragedy of Rob Jenner's death, similar to opportunities like road renewal, these are opportunities for City Council to change what is a tragedy into effective long-term action, to save lives. It's an opportunity for you to say, this has happened once and we won't let it happen again. I think it's important to note that on Wellington Crescent, on that stretch, there's been a crosswalk installation in the last year, and so that is a demonstration that you recognize that the street is not safe, right? So there's been a process to demonstrate that pedestrians needed a crosswalk, and so we recognize through Rob Jenner's death, through other close calls, through unreported close calls, and through that crosswalk that we need better safety infrastructure on that street. I urge Council to amend the report and immediately implement the pilot project, to follow typical process for pilot projects and gather the feedback on the actual experience of the piloted bike lanes. This is, again, an opportunity for Council to make that difference. It's an important signal to drivers and to the city that City Council prioritizes safety and vulnerable road users over convenience. One of the biggest things that needs to change, and I was at the other Public Works meeting where Councillor Luke asked us, like, how can we educate people, right, about how to create safer roads for cyclists. And one of the biggest things that can change is for City Council to demonstrate those values in what they do, in their actions. We have to change driver attitudes, and we do that by prioritizing pedestrians and cyclists in the decisions that you're making. The pilot will also likely demonstrate that the perceived concerns of the property owners who perhaps have asked for this consultation are unlikely. The pilot itself will show people what it actually will look like. And then hopefully we can take the feedback if there are concerns that arise and make changes for the permanent one. So I urge you to amend, implement right away, and save lives over the next 270 days. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So we've got Lila Asher, I believe, online, and then we'll have Turi to speak. Can we call down Ariel Villarin, Lex Van Dyck, and Jackson Unger? If you're in here, please come down into the chamber, and we'll hear from Lila now.
Hi there. Good morning, councillors. I'm coming to you remotely today because after last month not being allowed to speak, I couldn't afford to take another day off of work to come down in person. I'm a resident of the area around Wellington Crescent, and like so many others today, I'm here to speak in opposition to the 270-day delay. I strongly support bike lanes on Wellington Crescent. It's an area that I bike down frequently, and it really needs safer infrastructure. I'm actually coming to you today from Wellington and Coburn because it's close to where I live and because this is the spot where Rob Jenner was killed. And I just want to remind you, councillors, that it's been over a year since Rob was killed by a driver on this stretch of road, and adding more delays on top of what has already been over a year wait for us to feel safe on Wellington is truly unconscionable. Rob's death would have been prevented if there were safe bike infrastructure here. Every day of delay puts more lives at risk, and these are not abstract lives. These could be me or my friends. As others have mentioned, just consulting property owners is an insult to everyone else who uses this road. And if we were going to be consulted before, like, it should have been in the design phase. so that you could hear what people actually want, not now when there's a design that, as many have said, already looks good and is ready to go in. And as would be typical for a pilot, it could go in now and then we could see how it works while also keeping people safe. I'm asking you, along with so many others, to amend the motion to remove the delay and put the pilot infrastructure in this summer as soon as possible. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we have Turi. Is Turi here? Perfect.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Good morning. My name is Turi, and I'm here to speak in support of the Wellington Crescent bike lane, but as many others, in opposition to the delays. I recently began cycling in Winnipeg, having previously navigated the streets of Montreal and Toronto by bike. I must confess, the experience here has been nothing short of anxiety-inducing. Sharing the roads with cars in the city is a constant source of anxiety, a stark contrast to the infrastructure and culture I have known elsewhere, like in Montreal and Toronto, that have formally committed to Vision Zero, an approach that fundamentally prioritizes zero traffic deaths and serious injuries through systemic change. The conditions here are so intimidating that my wife, who used to enjoy cycling with me, flatly refuses to ride a bike in the city due to the disjointed and disconnected cycling infrastructure. Council, you understand the purpose and critical function of a pilot project, particularly one addressing urgent public safety. You are fully aware of the regular process. You understand the importance of this without our need of being here to reiterate this. The argument for this delay, however, fundamentally contradicts that very essence. The power of a pilot lies in its ability to be an essential, immediate step to address an acute need, gather crucial real-world data under current conditions, and inform a robust, permanent solution. To delay its implementation for nearly a year, especially when lives are at stake on Wellington Crescent, undermines its entire purpose. It means actively deferring the collection of vital information that can only be obtained through real-world application, while simultaneously prolonging the dangerous conditions it seeks to address. We need to enact this vital first measure for safety now, gather the critical data it provides, and then collaboratively use that insight to fine-tune a long-term solution for communal well-being on Wellington Crescent. As long as this pilot project is delayed, Wellington Crescent will continue to be a hazardous road. These delays convey that the safety of cyclists and pedestrians, particularly those without the means to alter their circumstances or access safer alternatives, is not being given the due importance. Council, the time for talking and deliberation is past. The time for meaningful action is right now. We've seen firsthand the devastating consequences of inaction, and I've personally felt the fear that comes from the systemic neglect. I'm imploring you, please reject recommendation 3 for the 270-day delay. Please prioritize the immediate installation of the Wellington Crescent pilot bike lane. Let's make tangible, undeniable commitments to road safety and prevent further harm for everyone. Let's cease these delays. Let's implement the pilot project. Let's learn from the real-world impact and begin the long overdue work of forging a Winnipeg that is truly safe and equitable for all. Thank you.
Ariel. Turi, that was Turi. All right. Number 28. Ariel? Okay.
Good morning, councilors, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to my delegation today and letting me participate in the democratic process, even though, as Chairwoman Janice Lukes said in May, that you did not want to hear from us anymore. I'm Ariel Villarin, and I live right at the corner of River Avenue and Wellington Crescent. I moved into my building when the River Avenue bike lanes were announced and was so excited to hear that I would have a way to get home safely. But summer came and passed. The bus stop in front of my building, whose many residents are elderly, was removed, but there was no bike lane to be found. It was installed in the next summer. I understand that the many different priorities that come to the Public Works Committee's table, but it is so disappointing that the issue of keeping me and my neighbors safe have never been a priority of yours, demonstrated by the continued delays on the Wellington Crescent bike lane pilot project. even though, Councillor Lukes, you have insisted time and again that this is happening faster than any other project. There's now a bike lane right in front of my building, and I am so happy to be able to get home without the fear of being killed. But that bike lane ends 200 meters and makes anyone who use it make the decision to risk their life because the city prioritizes those who drive through my neighborhood, or illegally take the sidewalk that sees many pedestrians who actually live in the neighborhood, just like the cyclists, for their own safety. Every week, I visit my friends who live on Macmillan Avenue, just off Wellington Crescent, to have dinner together. I love this neighborhood. I love the community that I find in it. Sometimes I bike, sometimes I walk, but every time, like clockwork, I face danger, whether that's crossing an intersection where drivers don't stop at stop signs, drivers blocking crosswalks so that I have to go around them and then maybe get hit by like the perpendicular traffic, or being close passed by drivers when I'm on my bike because gosh, I am so scared of just going to my friend's house. That sucks. They live 1 kilometer away, and I live in fear of that 1 kilometer stretch right outside my door. If this was how it was like in your neighborhood, would you accept it? Would you be okay with it? As was said in the administrative report by the Public Service, such recommendations for a pilot program are atypical because pilot projects usually have it so that the infrastructure is put in place so that people can give accurate feedback for something that's there and something that they can actually experience. This decision to put consultation before putting the pilot in is delaying any type of road safety interventions for 270 days, putting pedestrians and cyclists' lives at risk. It sounds like the Public Service agrees with the community that this further delay is one caused by the lack of respect for life by Chairperson Lukes and the council members of the Public Works Committee, as well as their lack of political will to imagine a safe and thriving city for all its citizens, which is the mission of the city. I speak today demanding for you to amend item 11 on today's agenda so that the Wellington Crescent Bike Lane pilot project, so that the 270-day delay is removed and implemented now, and to amend the speed limit in the recommendations to the scientifically backed 30 kilometers an hour instead of an arbitrary number that even David Patman of the Public Service said would not do anything to increase safety for pedestrians and cyclists. If you can put in protected infrastructure on Graham Avenue in less than a week, you can put in protected infrastructure on Wellington Crescent by August. If you can take down a community-installed guerrilla bike lane that saw much use in the few hours before you took it down in one night, you can put in protected infrastructure on Wellington Crescent yesterday. Lives are on the line. Thank you. I would love to answer any questions about my delegation, even if only to know that you actually listened to it.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Ariel. Our next presenter is Lex Van Dyck. And then after that, we've got Jackson Unger, Greg Outen, and Gabrielle Wilms. If they're in the gallery, please come down. Good morning.
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd just like to say I think very much the committee here is listening to the presenters. We have a long meeting ahead of us, and we're all willing to put in the time. I think the councillors on the committee as well as the public, so that's very good to see. It's important to have these discussions in a positive manner as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Good morning. My name is Lex Van Dyck, and I'm here to speak in opposition to this agenda item on the basis of the 270-day proposed delay. I'm a regular driver, occasional transit user, frequent pedestrian, and aspiring avid cyclist. I live in a part of the city with decent bike network connectivity, but the gaps in protected bike infrastructure make it impossible for me to use a bike as a main method of transportation. The issue of safe cycling infrastructure and safer streets is important to me when I'm in a vehicle and when I'm a vulnerable road user on foot or on a bike. I was in attendance virtually at the council meeting back in December when the representative for the public service told council members that some kind of temporary bike infrastructure could be installed on Wellington Crescent by the spring of 2025. Now the report from the public service notes that the process being followed is irregular, with the pilot project implementation and feedback stages being reversed. It is unacceptable for the City of Winnipeg to abandon its usual procedure for pilot projects to consult for 3/4 of a year before implementing any new bike infrastructure on Wellington. Another summer is passing in which I am unable to use my bike as a major transportation option because the network of protected infrastructure is patchy and disconnected, and many others are in the same boat. We're in a climate crisis and an affordability crisis, and city councillors are failing to act accordingly. There are clearly plenty of good ideas coming from staff at the City of Winnipeg. Their presentation to the community earlier this year laid out a vision for a decent active transportation network, and this pilot project proposal looks good at this stage, aside from the timeline for implementation. The issue here is council's lack of political will. Demonstrate your vision for a better Winnipeg for its residents by implementing this pilot project this summer, and then fast-track the rest of the active transit network so this city can begin to catch up after decades of institutional abandonment of regular Winnipeg residents. We deserve safer roads and a more affordable city now. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Our next presenter is Jackson Unger, and then is Greg Outen, Gabrielle Wilms, David Grant will be online, Tim Fennell, Joshua Schmidt, or Catherine Moncaster. If any of you are here, come down, and we'll hear now from Jackson Unger.
That's actually Greg Outen.
Oh, Greg Outen, sorry. Yes. Okay. Greg, welcome.
Hi, and thank you for the time today, councillors. I just wanted to probably reiterate a lot of what has been said previously. I believe that the delays on implementing this pilot bike lane are unusual and unnecessary in this case. I would argue that a pilot, by definition, should be going forward before extensive engagement like this. And I wanted to add one other note of opposition that I found in the specific draft plan for the bike lane, and that is that I believe the lane widths that have been designated for drivers are still too wide on this design. Looking at the guidelines set out for the City of Toronto lane width recommendations based on speed, an urban road like this with a 40-kilometer-an-hour speed limit recommends through lanes between 3 meters and 3.5 meters at the most. The 3.7 meter width that we show on many of the sections here are really appropriate for an 80-kilometer-an-hour street. So I just see these lane widths, and I think that they will encourage drivers to continue to travel much faster than the posted speed limit. That's really the main point I wanted to make today. I'm ready to take any questions you might have.
Okay, that's a good point that you brought up. We'll have the public service comment on that. I know they're watching online, so we'll have Mr. Patman comment on that. We'll ask about that at the presentation when the public service comes forward. So thank you very much for your presentation, Greg. Is that it?
Yeah, unless you have any other questions, but yeah, I just wanted to make those 2 points.
Good point. Okay. Thank you. Now, Gabrielle Wilms.
Thank you.
Is it Gab online? Okay, perfect. Online. Gabrielle.
Hi there, I'm Gabrielle Wilms. I'm an avid biker in the city, and I'm also here today in opposition to this motion. I echo many of the points that Greg mentioned and want to reiterate sort of the concerns that have been raised by others. I don't believe there's any justification for this delay, and I would echo concern for this unusual approach by council. We know that Wellington is a critical thoroughfare for bikers. We know that it's unsafe and has been for years, and it's been over a year since Rob Jenner was killed. And the longer that this project is delayed, the more risks that cyclists face. I was also here last month and tried to speak to this issue, and was deeply frustrated that we weren't given a chance to share our concerns at that time. So yeah, I would just echo the need to move on this quickly, and put in this critical infrastructure immediately as soon as possible to ensure that bikers and pedestrians are safe in this corridor. That's all for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now we're going to have, we've got 4 people that want to speak in support. So we'll have David Grant come first.
He's not in the room, but Tim is.
Okay, so is Grant not on Zoom? Okay, no David Grant. Tim Fennell? Tim's in the room? Tim's online?
Online.
Tim's online, okay. We'll wait to hear from Tim Fennell.
1 second here. I'm just making sure my video is working. Here we go.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Oh, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I appreciate your time. I just wanted to speak in support of the measures. I obviously can see that some concessions had been made after the 30 kilometer an hour speed was tested by council and not supported. So I realize 40 kilometers an hour is a concession, and I hope that in the future, after some study and further investigation and potentially a more progressive city hall, we will see movement in a safer direction as far as the speed limit along that stretch. I also, as others had pointed out, I see that there's some discrepancies in the 270-day delay for speaking to frontage owners along Wellington Crescent. I question if the need for them to have that time to comment on the presented plan is so important. Why are none of them here today speaking? So I'm not sure that 270 days makes sense, given that none of them are actually here today, or at least I haven't heard from any so far. And we're almost through the delegation speaking on this issue. So I'd love for the committee here today to consider that in whether or not the 270 days is necessary. So, maybe that was added and encouraged to be added by somebody not on staff in the department. I'm not sure what motivated that 270 days. It doesn't sound to be consistent in the process that had been presented previously, but I think just as everyone here today has had an opportunity to review the plan and give feedback, property owners have also had that opportunity, and I don't see a need for them to have a special 270 days to share their opinion on this issue. So that's my thought on it. I think the plan otherwise is great. I realize there's some concessions that were made, and I appreciate everyone's work that's gone into it, and I hope it can be installed as quickly as possible. So that's it for me today. Thank you.
Tim, for your presentation. The next person we have is Joshua Schmidt. Is Joshua here? Okay.
Hi there. Thanks for giving me the time to speak today. I am listed formally in support of this motion. However, my support is conditional on 2 amendments. As other people before me have mentioned, the 270-day lead-up for consultation is excessive and unnecessary and just sort of delays solutions to a real material matter that is very close to my heart. I'm an avid cyclist, sometimes in Lycra, more often just in sandals and a backpack trying to get somewhere in the city. And one of my favorite things to do with my partner is go on bike dates throughout the city. There's a ton of really cool destinations through the center of the city and on the eastern side. And Wellington Crescent, both on the west and eastern sides, are the preferred avenue to get there. However, my partner doesn't always feel safe. And seeing her out on the road and the dangers that she encounters has made me think twice about my own safety while traveling by bike as well, something that I probably wouldn't have thought of a few years ago. I seriously urge the committee here and the council at large to step up the speed at which we implement these pilot projects and stop putting the cart before the horse. We can make material differences in people's lives and change how this city works, change our carbon emissions and the health of our citizenry and transportation by simply prioritizing projects that put those things before other matters, such as saving a little bit of time behind the wheel of a car. Something I also do. I drive regularly, and it just makes it a little more apparent how privileged and how easy it is to get around on four wheels rather than two. That's really all I have to say today. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you. Our next presenter then, just let me go here. Okay, is Catherine Moncaster. Is Catherine here? And she's not online. Okay.
I'm online.
Oh,
I'm here.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, it's okay. Just waiting for my video to start up. Guess you can. Oh, there you go. All right, there I am. Hi, my name is Catherine Moncaster, and I'm a homeowner on Wellington Crescent. For over 12 years, I've lived on the section of Wellington Crescent where the proposed bike lane pilot will be, so I am a fronting property owner. I've looked at the plans and I've read the report, and I am very concerned and angry. The plans look well thought out in order to maximize safety for people on bicycles. I am very concerned that we are delaying implementing this pilot for at least another year. To be clear, I am in strong support of the proposed pilot, though I would like the speed limit reduced to scientifically proven 30 kilometers an hour. I am strongly opposed to delaying this pilot any further. As a fronting resident, here's how these changes would affect me. They would significantly increase my quality of life. Number one, reducing the speed limit on Wellington Crescent will improve the livability of my neighborhood and increase my happiness within my own home. Reducing speed limits from 50 to 30 not only drastically improves safety for everyone, but also significantly reduce traffic noise. If we are serious about reducing the speed limit, bringing up this fact in my neighborhood across Winnipeg is a great way to get everyone on board. I'd love to be able to enjoy my balcony more often, or just open a window for a fresh breeze, but the amount of traffic noise currently makes this very unpleasant. Number two, it would be safer and more comfortable for me to ride my bike on Wellington Crescent. I won't have to worry so much about my neighbors or friends getting hurt or killed on the stretch. And my family and friends wouldn't have to worry so much about something bad happening to me, because they do, and I hate that so much. Number three, I would be encouraged to ride my bike more often. And that's saying a lot, as I commute to work via bicycle year round. When it's pouring rain, the worst part of my commute isn't getting soaking wet, it's riding on Wellington Crescent. When it's plus 30, it's not turning red like a tomato, because I do. It's riding on Wellington Crescent. Even when it's minus 40, I figured out the right combination of mitts and socks and boots and scarves to keep me comfortable in the weather. But there's nothing I can do to be more comfortable riding on Wellington Crescent, which is my own street, the street that I live on. A lot of my neighbors are older and retired, and when they see me with my bike, they love to chat with me about it. They tell me that they wish they felt safe enough to bike more. Every time I enter my building storage room, I notice more and more bikes in there. It's becoming actually a real problem for management. Yet it is rare that I see any of my neighbors coming or going via bicycle. My neighbors often say things to me like, "You are so brave for riding your bike." Now consider that for a moment. Could you imagine someone saying, "You drove to work today? That's so brave." Or, "You went for a walk and got ice cream? I could never be that." Bravery should not be a requirement to ride a bike in Winnipeg. I know there's policies and procedures, and in the grand scheme of things, government moves slowly. What's another year? 270 more days of waiting means I will be rolling the dice another 500 times by riding on Wellington Crescent with no protection. Thank you. As a fronting resident, if anybody has questions for me, because my opinion is apparently more valuable, please ask me any questions.
Great. Any questions, committee members? Thank you, Catherine, for your presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Our next presenter is Linda Van der Laar, who is speaking in support of the Marion Street corridor improvements. Is she here or online? No? Okay. Mr. David Linton is here to speak to the Marion Street corridor improvement study, and to the Wellington Crescent Bike Lane project. Good morning, Mr. Wilton.
Good
Or Wilton,
morning.
Mr. Linton. Wellington and Linton. Okay, good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Linton. I'm the policy manager for the Manitoba Trucking Association. I'm also a registered professional planner. Speaking to item 7 on your agenda, this proposal will change the pavement and curb configurations of Marion, Goulet, and portions of Archibald and Dugald Road, all of which are arterial streets and all of which are designated truck routes. The MTA opposes the proposed functional designs in their current form for 3 reasons. First and foremost, the Public Service is asking you to approve lane widths that are too small for truck routes. This is a problem with every one of the 5 project areas described in the report. Secondly, the functional designs remove loading zones where truck drivers provide pickups and deliveries for their customers on Marion and Goulet. Thirdly, we question whether the functional designs will provide safe left turns for trucks. Our industry will not accept reductions of lane widths on truck routes. The vehicle lanes from St. Mary's Road to Youville on both Marion and Goulet are proposed to be 3.35 meters wide. For a commercial truck, this allows only 3 inches of clearance outside the truck's mirrors. How much is 3 inches, you might ask? It's the width of my phone. Try to imagine driving your own car in a lane with 3 inches to spare on each side in traffic. Now try to imagine doing it while driving a tractor trailer or a 5-ton truck. Trucks that are legal size under Manitoba's Highway Traffic Act will be at much greater risk of collision with other large vehicles because the lanes will be unsafe for travel. All it takes is some reasonable design changes to allow enough room for trucks to move safely. For example, instead of making the bus pad 3.1 meters wide at Marion and Traverse, make it 2.4 meters wide and give the other 0.7 meters back to the traffic lanes. That would increase those lane widths to 3.7 meters, which is commonly recognized as a standard for commercial trucks. Changes like this need to be made to safely accommodate all road users. On Dugald Road, the MTA finds the proposed lane widths of 3.5 meters problematic and concerning. There are trucks with special operating permits that use Dugald Road every day. They have longer wheelbases, longer turning radii, and are important to Manitoba's economy. These operations should not be jeopardized. The MTA is concerned that if this report is accepted as information, lane widths will continue to be reduced where trucks need to travel. This will have a direct impact on our industry and on the economy. Many of the designs also propose left-hand turns that are only 3.35 meters wide, including on Archibald at the Red River Co-op gas station. We would like to see a swept path analysis to determine that it is safe for a truck to turn. It is easy to forget that just like everything else, fuel is delivered to gas stations by truck. By eliminating loading zones on Marion and Goulet or at any other location, the city will make it harder for truck drivers to make pickups and deliveries safely. Safety needs to be looked at from all perspectives, but the perspective of truck drivers trying to do their jobs has been completely left out as a design consideration. Appendix D under this item does not include maintaining safety for trucks, even though all of these streets are truck routes. It is clear from Appendix A that the consultants disregarded the concerns raised by the MTA and by business owners during the consultation process. The consultants say that a traffic analysis was conducted, but it was not included for public review. We would like to see this report. An inventory of on-street parking and loading zones was taken as a baseline, but there is no consideration for parking or loading zones in any of the proposed designs. There is no evidence in any of these concerns that they mattered to the consultants. And there is also no evidence of any attempt by the Public Service to address this. The Public Service states there are no implications for receiving this report as information, except that this is not entirely correct. The implication is that when the money is available, detailed designs will be produced for everything that you see in Appendix B. If these reports go forward, refinement does not mean that the proposed designs will be changed to correct the problems the MTA has raised. No one from the department and none of the consultants is required to visit any of these issues or make any of the changes needed unless directed to do so. I encourage you to decline the department's recommendation, and in doing so, decline to receive this report as information. I encourage you to direct the public service to engage directly with the MTA, the Norwood Grove Biz, and the other parties who have raised similar concerns. Let me be clear. The MTA supports street designs that ensure the safety of all road users, including trucks. Thank you for your service.
Okay, any questions of the committee?
Yeah.
Councillor
Quick one here.
Chambers?
There's a document or a guide, a Canadian-style guide for road development that creates more consistent way of developing roadways in Canada, so that, you know, if a truck driver is driving in Toronto and then comes to Winnipeg, the roads aren't designed so differently that they can't get through. So in terms of the comments that you made with respect to a pad that is 3 meters, that to reduce it down to 2.7 or 2.4, or whatever your measurements were, and give the remaining back to the roadways, have you consulted with this manual to see if it is applicable in terms of how roads are developed across the nation?
So just for clarity, the pad I was referring to is actually a raised area above a curb. It's not an area where a vehicle would park, first of all. Secondly, the answer to your question directly, no, I have not.
So I just had the clerk check. I didn't recall, like I didn't think you came and when this was on the agenda last month, I didn't recall you speaking to it, and you didn't speak to Marion, right? Last month, because we had the transportation master plan, right? So this is big news. Like, this is quite shocking news to me, because I'd like to think that the department is listening to what the Trucking Association also has to say. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Marion a major trucking route? Like, if you're talking major trucking routes,
Yes, it
ones,
is.
I guess, using more volume, where's Marion rank in that?
There's no particular rankings of truck routes. Truck routes are part of a whole network that serves the entire city. Marion Goulet is very important because it's an important east-west connector between essentially downtown and St. Mary's Road and Main Street and the east side of the city, because Marion traverses all the way to Lac-Montier. So it is a very important truck route. And the other thing it does is it connects industrial areas in St. Boniface with other industrial areas in other parts of the city, such as along Wall Street, for example.
So in your comments there, like in receiving it as information, okay, receiving it as information, which I don't know if you happen to see the letter that Councillor Allard submitted. He's not in the country to speak to it, but he did submit a letter saying that it was his intent to continue working with the community on these issues. I'll throw this out and then you tell me what your thoughts are. So I remember when they first designed the Arlington Bridge design. It was this massive design that would, again, like Marion, the first design for Marion, annihilate a bunch of neighborhoods. Then it was decided, well, the bridge closed, we need to have something that's more affordable. So the design completely changed. So, and then I look at Kenaston. I mean, I was on that project before I was elected and saw that the design, you know, from the first version, iterations, now has had significant changes. So when I talked to the public service, they said, well, Councillor, you know, if you receive it as information, when we get funding for it, then we'll do a more refined design. So you're saying that's kind of what they told you, right? Is receive it as information, and then if they get funding, they'll do a more refined design, but you still have concerns about that?
Yes, because the word refinement is subjective. Refinement in many contexts can simply mean a detailed design drawing. So drawings that are more detailed, measure each curb to the millimeter, and provide specific directions so that construction companies can actually figure out how they're going to build what is being designed. The current stage is a functional design, and Typically, what happens when a functional design is received as information, the measurements, the configurations that are included in the functional design are taken on an as-is basis, and then more detailed designs for construction are simply done after that. It's not very common that there are changes to the actual functional designs that take place at the detailed design stage. So for that reason, we're not especially confident that the concerns that we've raised today, and I've just given one or two examples of several, we're not very confident, given the nature of that process, which is the typical conventional process, we're not very confident that the concerns we have will be addressed. So this is where our request is to have your committee direct the public service to take the time to deal with these considerations that we'd like to discuss with them in greater detail. The stakeholder engagement process for the city does not engage interests like the trucking industry at this kind of level. It's a very high level of engagement that's conducted, but the concerns that we have are in the details, and if you'll forgive the expression, the devil's always in the details.
Right, right. So you would like them to go back and do a more one-on-one consultation with the MTA?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Great, thanks for coming, speaking to this, expressing your concerns.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Linton. Okay, so now, let's just give me 1 minute here.
Wanted to ask the schedule, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'm
for
just
the rest of
checking
the
to see
afternoon.
what we've got here. So we've got one more person in support of the Marion Street. He's online here, Max, right? So let's hear Max, and then we'll break at noon. Is that okay? Are you okay with that? Okay, Max, you're in.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes.
Perfect. Good morning, Public Works Committee. I'm actually here to speak to a couple different items today. One in support, one in opposition, and one with respect to or for information. The first one is item 1 on your agenda, the cuts to the North Transit Garage. And I want to outline that I remain deeply disappointed in this committee's decision from last fall to gut the scope of this project. Council had just approved the primary transit network with many lofty and elegant words about the importance of transit, the historic and revolutionary nature of this change. And then at the very next meeting, this Public Works Committee barely even deliberated before massively cutting back on the scope of this project, going for the hardest cut in the report. The dichotomy is evident again today. Last week, the primary transit network launched, and this week, we see the report outlining how the entire transit master plan is in jeopardy because we're not investing in the very first infrastructure priority, the North Transit Garage. At the same time, Council last week moved over $9 million into general revenue to increase the fiscal stabilization reserve fund from transit funding, from their operating surplus and from the Southwest Transit Way Reserve. I'm asking you to put your money where your mouth is, literally. Every member of this committee has spoken, and again, many quite eloquently, about the importance of transit, and then consistently followed that with cutbacks, scope reductions, and delays. On item 7, moving on Marion, I'm pleased to speak in support of this project. The design looks excellent, and the level of public engagement and consultation on this project has been robust, in my opinion, bordering on overkill. I would agree with Mr. Linton that perhaps some of these lane widths here on St. Mary's might not necessarily align with truck routes. What I would ask is, why are these Marion, Goulet, St. Mary's, these are neighborhood high streets, why are they truck routes in the first place? We should not be moving trucks through neighborhood high streets and through downtown. As such, I would encourage you to get this project moving forward without any further delays. It's already been years and years in the making. I would have been in, I think, middle school when this project started consultations based on when I read this report. In fact, I would ask you to accelerate this project, including potentially through the use of pilot projects or other means to move it forward quicker. If you've ever been on the section of Goulet that was redone, it is so much more pleasant in every mode, including when driving through the area compared to the areas that have not been done. I'd also like to share a brief personal experience. I am a member of a church in Winnipeg where a couple years ago, the city built a bike lane directly in front of our church. Not only has it not harmed our congregation, it has actually enhanced our outreach and our witness to our faith in Jesus, to our neighborhood, and we have had several visitors stop in because they happened to cycle past and were curious about our congregation and what we did in our neighborhood. Finally, I'd like to briefly touch on Report 11, Wellington Crescent. I had a bit of a hard time figuring out what I wanted to register as for this, so I said, with respect to it or for information. There's some good things in here. There were some of the aspects, including the bike lane pilot, are very good, although I would echo Greg's comments about the lane widths. I noticed that too. A speed limit reduction of 40 kilometers an hour, while insufficient on its own, I think is a good step to get us moving in the right direction from a 50 kilometer an hour limit. However, that 270-day delay is, in my opinion, nonsensical, and I would go so far as to say unconscionable. The whole point of a pilot project is to test things and alter them as needed. At the end of the day, my request is the following. Please don't let me be the next person to die on Wellington Crescent. Thank you.
Any questions from committee members to Max? Thank you, Max, for your presentation. It's just more of a did you know. The reality is we need trucks to get our stuff to us. We can't airlift everything in. We don't have freeways, and we just need trucks, so they have to go somewhere. And I know people don't like trucking routes. I get that, but I don't know how you get stuff to people. Everyone wants their stuff, right? So it's just a fact of reality. So, but I always...
I mean, sorry. I would, just to that, I would say, I mean, there's other options than, you know, massive 18-wheelers. There's cargo vans, there's cargo bikes, there's early morning deliveries, overnight deliveries. I think we can do a lot without having all of our neighborhood high streets as truck routes.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate when you come down. I appreciate your input. Thank you very much, Max.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Remember those bikes came in a big semi-trailer
Yeah.
into the city where they were
Okay,
manufactured.
so we're going to break now. We'll reconvene at about 1:10. 1:10. So we'll break and reconvene at 1:10. We have more delegates to present, and then after that, we'll get into our committee. So, thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to reconvene our Standing Policy Committee on Public Works today at 1:20 on July 3rd. So we're going to continue proceeding with delegations. We've got some more delegations, and I believe we've got someone that registered, but it didn't make the list or something, or?
That's right, yes. We
Okay.
have an individual up in the gallery, so we will need to suspend the rules. If you give me a minute, the name is Raymond Little.
Okay, can we suspend, someone make a motion to suspend the
So
rules?
moved.
So moved, so that we can hear Raymond Little, okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried, okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start, though, with the following people to be heard in opposition to the Marion Street Corridor Improvement Study: Kelly Ryback, Matt Glavin, and Father Cowick. So if they can line up. Oh, here's Mr. Ryback, right at the podium, okay.
Great.
And then Matt Glavin will come down, and Father will come down also to be ready. Okay, Kelly Ryback.
Great, thank you, councillors. I've been involved in the Marion project going back to the spring of '23. I have friends that live in the area and own businesses in the area, plus my MTS volunteer group is right off of Marion. Found in '23 that most of the businesses I spoke to were unaware of the project. And going back even to October 30th of 2023, I did send an email to Councillor Lukes on the position of concerns about this project. Going back that far. I've met with the Norwood Grow Biz back in '23 and as recently as a couple of weeks ago. You've heard or are going to hear from the Old St. Boniface Residents Association, the Norwood Grow Biz, St. Peter and Paul Ukrainian Catholic Church, Red River Co-op, Terracon, Tim Hortons, and residents concerned about this is stalling a child care practice. It's very formidable voices, but finding that to take 2 lanes away with the bump outs, and that buses, there'll only be 2 lanes going through Marion and Goulet, and a bus has to stop with affecting one of those lanes. It's going to add congestion. And on top of the construction period, the elimination of parking stalls is of great concern to area residents and businesses. I've heard up to 99 stalls will be eliminated. That having bump outs on both sides is detrimental to the area. I think businesses are at risk. And also under consideration, right now there's an apartment being built at the corner of Goulet and Des Mirons that's going to add to it. I've witnessed from the work that's already been done on Goulet that the fire trucks and buses are having trouble navigating the corner of Des Mirons and Goulet. And sorry, the apartment's on Marion and Des Mirons. Also, when you consider that the Water Tower District is soon to be under development, that over 700 employees will be working there, and 2,000 multifamily residential units are going up. You're looking at the possibility of 5,000 employees and residents being added right to that district, combined with the added increasing pressure of the trucking, because it's a truck route. When you look at the expanse of growth of Winnipeg, the growth of commerce, the growth of Centerport, the demands on Goulet and Marion are just going to increase, regardless of what happens with active transportation. That all those combined, that if this project goes in as designed today, it is a recipe for disaster to the businesses, the residents, and just to traffic flow, causing congestion and more emissions. That I implore you to, the recommendation to receive is information. I know there's a process to go through as far as putting it on the priority list of going forward, and then tweaks will go on as it goes through the steps of council. But I suggest to you that you need to look at an alternative to this project, either relocating bike lanes, reconsidering only having bump outs on one side if that's a compromise, because this area with the congestion, that it's already congested, parking is at a premium today. This is only going to make matters worse, and the problem is only going to get larger as the city grows, with this district being put into place, and as commerce grows in the city. Thank you very much.
That's it?
Yeah.
Wow. All right. Do we have any questions from committee members? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Ryback.
Take
Now
care.
we
Bye-bye.
have Matt Glavin.
Thank you, Matt Glavin, 1 Terracon Place on behalf of Terracon Development. Appreciate coming here before and the reminder on how to read a map.
Us too.
I think we all missed it, and the emphasis on that the area affected was a previous standalone map, and I think being one of the only areas with significant impacts, it would have been nice to have it as a standalone map. So as a reminder, we are the landowners of the land where the Tim Hortons is at the corner of Marion and Archibald. And I'll just note that the proposed plan has not mitigated risks that will be created. And I just want to sort of group my concerns into a few themes, being internal traffic movement, parking and snow storage, grade separation, and then some other addressed concerns. So the proposed plan eliminates 50% of the traffic movements from our property. The restricted movement as a result of medians proposed, they impede the traffic flow internally. The solution is for the traffic that would, say, be turning left into our property or turning left out of the property would be to cross a fully functional gas bar, C-store, and a car wash. That's predicated on a cross-access agreement with that property owner that fails to address the functionality, the feasibility, as well as the safety within that concept. Certainly, both businesses have operations at peak times, rush hour, and certainly would lead to the possibility of cars that would, say, leak out onto Archibald Street, or hang out to, I should say. It would certainly pose that risk. The other thing, snow storage. In all our meetings, it was shown that the boulevards have been greatly reduced, and we have yet to receive an answer on how snow storage would be addressed and mitigated. We're left with the question of would additional land be required as an easement on our land, further restricting it as a possibility for the snow storage. The other component that's not been addressed is parking. So parking is vital to a quick serve restaurant. There is a 2,900 square foot building there, and according to the zoning bylaw, there's one stall for every 150 square feet. Therefore, we require 19 stalls. This plan proposes to take 53% of those stalls with no resolution on how to make up those stalls. So other questions that have not been addressed: will we become a legal non-conforming use? Will we now need a variance in order to comply? The other big issue that's not been addressed is grade separation. Apparently, as we've been told, Transport Canada changed the threshold for what warrants a grade interchange. But I'll note that this is purely a guideline. It was something that was required before, and it certainly is something that likely will be required in the very near future. I don't doubt that the proposed solutions mitigate some safety concerns at the intersection. However, as I've noted, I believe there's a lot of unintended consequences and concerns that we feel have not been addressed. There has been no discussion, remedy, or proposed solution to the impacts by Public Works or the consultation team. We've simply been told to address our concerns and talk with the real estate department. No one from the real estate department has reached out to us to date. I think it's important that the concerns here are acknowledged, hopefully addressed, and find their way into the consultation report at a minimum. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from committee members? I do.
Oh, okay.
So you would like to sit down with the department and work through, like, they didn't talk to you about your access to your property? Like,
no, I can say that we fully participated in all of the open house meetings. We did have some additional stakeholder meetings. I think there has been a failure to address the concerns or questions that we have raised. Certainly, if there can be discussions and solutions to that, we're certainly open to that. But hearing the same answer of talk to the real estate department, I don't think is a viable answer.
can the city do that? Like, basically take away your access? And because we don't know if the other property owner will allow
We don't know that either.
access, right? So,
Correct.
so I find that interesting. I mean, I get their concerns because it's close to an intersection, right? But so what would you like them to do?
I think these are problems that we're raising. I find it interesting that the problems that we have raised, one, didn't find their way into the consultation report. They were silent to it. So I'm here to make sure that the concerns are certainly put on the record.
Right.
I can acknowledge that this may be a report that doesn't get enacted for several years. So it's important, I think, these concerns, whoever picks up the file down the road hears these concerns.
Right.
I would be hopeful that maybe some of them can be mitigated. Maybe we can find a solution. Maybe there is an alternative area that could be conceived for parking. Maybe there is an alternative, the way that access could be done. All we have been told is, well, this is what our modeling tells us, this is what our standards are. Not really starter conversations to at least say, find some middle ground. So it's unfortunate on that end.
Madam Chair.
And then I guess another question I have is, like I'd mentioned earlier to delegation is, and you've probably been around longer than me in this realm and seen this, but you know, when we looked at the Arlington Bridge plans, they changed quite considerably when we got money. We had to change them quite considerably. We looked at the Kenaston plans from like 20 years ago that keep changing. Because now we've got the old Capillon Barracks site being redeveloped. We need a big bunch of new pipes underneath for sewer. So things change. We don't have the money for the Marion one yet. I think there's the opportunity for things to change, right, going forward. So I'm just wondering how we could address your concerns, or you just want them on the record so that
I mean, I'm not sure. It seems to me, looking at this as the outsider, well, here's the functional plan, take it or leave it.
Right.
It would have been nice to say, have some changes incorporated. If there still is an opportunity for that, we'd certainly be open to it. But usually a functional design is, this is the plan, will be the plan that we use to then later get to IFC drawings.
Right, right, right. Okay, well, I do have very big concerns about not discussing the lane width with the trucking industry, so we're going to talk to them about that. We're in no drop-dead rush to approve this report because there's no money, right? Questions? Councillor Sharma had a question first,
Thank
then
you.
Chambers.
Thank you, Matt, for your presentation. You were also here last month on the same topic. When you raised the concerns, it was at the open house you mentioned? One open house or several?
I can't remember how many there were. I mean, this project goes back quite some time, and I've been involved in it along the way when it was actually conceived as a grade separation and then morphed into this project. So my thought process kind of blends into both of those projects. So there has been a lot of discussions along the way.
Sure. Was there any other feedback, just at the open house or via email or any meetings that you had with the department?
We did have some meetings with the department, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Chambers?
Yes, in your experience, and I know that, you know, you're with Qualco, not with Tim Hortons, but in your experience.
Terracon.
Or Terracon, sorry. In your experience, are there any other Tim Hortons that have ingress but no egress in the city that are standalone stores, not part of a strip mall?
I'm not aware, I'm not sure.
Yeah. And again, just a question because you're not a Tim Hortons employee, but again, trying to establish whether or not there's a precedence here.
And I don't think it's necessarily the use that is relevant in this case. I'm more looking at the property site and say the limitations that are being put on the property for ingress as well as egress, and then the cross-access.
Yeah.
That regardless of the use is certainly a big impediment.
No, and, you know, in looking at, so on Pembina Highway by Abenochi-Mickina, there's a Esso gas station and a McDonald's.
Yep.
And it's a similar situation where there's a cross-access to gain access to the McDonald's, which is hopefully going to be rectified with the changes that are happening there. But there is an egress to the back of the property, but still a cross-access to access the property.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the property that you're talking about. I think the varying factor within that one is you're dealing with a larger footprint.
Yeah.
Here we're quite a bit tighter. It's already fairly tight during those rush hour times with people wanting to use the gas bar, the C-store, and the car wash. Now add in the Tim Hortons in that, and that is a challenge. And certainly, Councillor Lukes, to your point of if you're not in any rush and looking at things thoroughly, we would welcome more discussions to look at things more thoroughly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Glavin. All right, now the next representative is Father Cowick. Good afternoon, Father.
Good afternoon. Dear Chairperson, Councillor Janice Lukes, and honorable city councillors comprising the Standing Committee of Public Works, I want to thank you for this opportunity to be able to meet with you and address this body on behalf of the parishioners of St. Peter and Paul Ukrainian Catholic Church and our parish center, which are located respectively at 390 and 400 Marion Street. Last year we celebrated our 75th anniversary of being in and serving the community of St. Boniface, and we look forward to continuing to serve the community, the greater community, into the future. I submitted to the city clerk a letter which was dated June 10th to this venerable body, and so I'm not going to go into any of those details. It's available for you. Also, there was also a couple of letters that were submitted from the Old St. Boniface Residential Committee, as well as there was an article just recently in the Winnipeg Sun on the Sunday edition. So a lot of the details have been covered in there. So I'm just going to summarize. Basically, everything goes back to March 16, 2023, when there was a public engagement meeting at the Norwood Community Center. We only found out about it the day before it was actually going to happen, so it showed that there was a breakdown of communication. 3 of us attended. We spoke with the engagement team, and just basically asking the question, this area that's going to be affected, do you realize there's a church and a parish center? To which they responded, no, we didn't know that. Also, to put things in context, we're located across the street some people don't know where our church is, but they know where the Marion Hotel is and where Dairy Whip is. We're right across the street from there. So we raised the question, we showed them on the diagrams that were available, this heavy concrete curb for a bike lane would be detrimental to us being able to fulfill our function, both as a cultural as well as a faith community. And so we said, well, maybe we can look at some resolutions here. They immediately called over the project authors, engineers, and the architects that were responsible for the designs on Moving on Marion. We showed them their design. We pointed out to them the flaw in the details, and we gave them our contact information, hoping that they would be able to come down. We invited them to come down, see it for yourself. They also did not know that there was a church and a church hall parish center next door. When we didn't hear back from them after a week, we decided that we better contact our city councillor. So on March 25th, and then again, because we didn't hear back, on June 22nd, we sent a letter to our city councillor explaining what has happened, the breakdown in communication. We didn't know anything. A lot of the business communities, our neighbors, didn't know anything about this Moving on Marion and the public engagement. And to this date, I'm still waiting to hear back from our city councillor. The long-standing problem with Moving on Marion is a lack of sharing of information and consultation with the community residents, the businesses, and of course our church. I was assigned to this parish in 2016, so I've been there for a few years, and I've been watching the neighborhood as it grows, develops, and watching those long traffic jams with the CPR crossing from my office. I also am a bicyclist, and I do my best in trying to be a good bicyclist and following the rules of the road, and also looking out for my safety. I appreciate the comments that were shared earlier this morning and the risks that are involved. I follow the rules of the road as was taught by me, and back in the day, most of you probably don't remember, but in the days when you had to get a license plate for your bicycle, that you just didn't give them the dollar and you got the license plate. You had to pass a test. They'd ask you, okay, show me the signal for right-hand turn, slow turn, and so on and so forth. Also in school, we had a bike safety course that was given to us as well. So, thanks be to God, I have been able to navigate through the city without any incident, and I hope that can continue as well. Being a bicyclist, I understand the reason for compromise, and that's what diplomacy is all about. It's the idea, the art of compromise. And so I would like to propose two things that, for example, in front of our church, leave it as a loading zone, which is already there, to drop off for handicap, as well as for our funerals and weddings, which doesn't happen too often. But if you don't make that a hard curb and paint a green line across and make it a loading zone, most of the time it's always going to be open and available for the bicyclists. But in the odd occasion that we do have a wedding or a funeral, they would be able to park there, and within a few hours they're gone. Also to drop off for those who are handicapped, who have mobility issues, they would be able to be dropped off safely, both in front of the church and the parish.
How much time do you need to wind up?
Yes, thank you.
Do you want a minute to wind up?
Sure, thank you.
Okay.
So basically what we're asking for is that we be able to maintain our current loading zones, and also to help the people with mobility issues. And I'm sure that we can find a way of being able to continue to move forwards on Marion Street, but with better consultation with the different teams, not just with us, but also all the residents and businesses along Marion Street. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Committee members, do you have any questions? I do. So first of all, thank you very much for coming down. Much appreciated. I want to apologize that it sounds like you really didn't have the outreach or in-depth communication with the team to understand what your needs were on that site. I know I first moved into the city. I lived downtown. I worked in Windsor Park, so I know your church. I know it very well. And it's a busy action sort of place around there with the Dairy Whip and the hotel and your church and just a lot of stuff going on, right? So we will wait till the public service gets here when this report comes up. As you heard, we're concerned, or I'm concerned, I think other people are too, about the lane widths for moving goods out of an industrial area. And I think we'll have another opportunity for you to express your concerns as a stakeholder to the public service before anything's decided. Nothing is 100% final in this anyway, so there's always refinements, right?
Yes, yes.
So.
And we just want to be part of that, part of
Yeah,
the solution.
and to be part of it, right? And to have you heard on your issues. So,
Thank you.
again, I apologize, and I don't know the
no need.
counselor, he did send a letter today saying he's willing to work with the community. So, and I can't speak for counselors'
I look forward
activities,
to it.
but
I look forward to it.
that'd be great. Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much for
Yeah.
your time and for all of you for your service to the public.
Yeah.
It's not an easy job, but you're doing the best you
And
possibly
yours
can.
too.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, that's great. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to have the next delegation. We've got Sylvie Hebert to be heard in support of the Marion Street improvements and opposition to Wellington Crescent. I'm going to ask Andrew Single to come down. Is Ian Walker zooming in, or is he going to come down? I don't know.
He's zooming.
He's zooming, and Michael Abon to either come down or get ready to be zoomed in. Okay, so Sylvie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Sylvie Hébert. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm wearing red today to honor Rob Jenner. Like you said, I'll be speaking on 2 items, and I support the Moving on Marion Complete Streets concept. Complete Streets is an innovative concept that includes all modes of transportation. And I'm in opposition to the Wellington Bike Lane project report because I want the bike infrastructure to be piloted this year. I live in Norwood East, and I have not owned a car for about 20 years. I choose not to have a car for many reasons, but mainly because I want to reduce my carbon footprint as I'm concerned about the climate crisis, and I want to be an example to others. So I cycle around and I use public transit. I want the City of Winnipeg to prioritize active transportation. I was getting emotional listening to delegates talking about how they got hit multiple times. I'm lucky that I only got hit once by a car, but I've had many close calls, especially in diamond lanes. In regards to the Moving on Marion project, I'm aware that the Norwood Grove Biz submitted a petition to the city opposing the project. They are concerned about reducing a reduction of parking by 30%, which will affect businesses. However, the Marion Engagement Report says that because of the planned active transportation infrastructure, more people would be traveling more often through the corridor, which would reduce the need for parking because they're going to use active transportation, and would benefit businesses due to more customers visiting the area. Due to their concerns, the city should take the initiative to educate businesses on economic benefits of complete streets. The petition also mentions that the extended construction period will cause major disruptions and affect businesses. That concern is understandable. But eventually, all businesses will be affected by road construction as road needs repair over time. Perhaps the city could help mitigate the negative effects of construction by doing one street at a time, for example, not both Marion and Goulet at once. I'm not sure how you guys would do it, and helping with marketing campaigns during the construction period to help them out. I'm convinced more people will shop and play in the area as the Complete Streets concept will attract people. It would be so nice to have a cordon-like street with patios in St. Boniface. Even if you have opposition, be bold and go ahead with the project. With some tweaks with people mentioning some things that they don't like, I'm positive that businesses and Winnipeggers will like it in the end. I've cycled on Wellington 12 times these past couple of months, and do I feel safe riding on Wellington Crescent? No, I don't. In regards to the Wellington Crescent report, I would like the city to go with the typical pilot approach with the infrastructure installed first, and then feedback collected afterwards, like you've heard many times today already. Unfortunately, we had the tragic death of Rob Jenner on Wellington Crescent a year ago. The report says that there were 10 motor vehicle collisions with pedestrians and cyclists in a span of 10 years. So that's a lot. That's an average of 1 collision a year, which probably means that this summer there will likely be a collision. Let's prevent more accidents now by implementing the pilot this summer. I especially don't feel safe in the 50-kilometer stretch on Wellington Crescent. Having 30 kilometers on Wellington the whole way would be even better than the proposed kilometer per hour. In fact, I'd like the city to reduce the speed limit to 30 kilometers on all residential streets, like in Victoria and Banff and Minneapolis, St. Paul. Changing all residential streets to 30 kilometers would cost very little and would be safer for everyone and would reduce the city's carbon footprint. Also, where's the neighborhood speed limit report? I thought it'd be out by now. Thank you so much for listening, and happy to answer any questions, if you have any.
Okay. Are there any questions from Sylvie? Okay, we don't have any questions. I'll give you a did you know related to the 30-40 kilometer speed limit report. What we asked them to do, they had the report ready, but what we were missing was a map of all the city streets identifying which ones, depending on what the department recommends, would be changed. So we just really felt that for everyone to understand what's being proposed, that we needed a map. So they're working on that map. So I'm sure it'll be done for September. So that's where that's at.
So the map for 30 kilometers on Wellington, or?
No, the map,
Okay.
this is the 30-40 in the neighborhood study of the 30-40 kilometers.
Oh, yeah, yes,
right,
yes,
that
yes,
one?
yes, yeah.
So we just felt, you can't come out saying, here's our recommendation, that we switch to whatever kilometer speed for neighborhoods. Some roads, are they residential or are they collector? People, there's some that could be both. and
Right,
the
okay.
department is clarifying and making a map.
Okay.
So everyone is clear. Otherwise, we'd have the whole city asking, well, what's my street going to be? They don't
Right.
know, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we thought it best we have a map. There's a lot of streets that are taking a lot of time. Not a lot of time, but there's
Yeah.
a lot of streets it takes time
Right.
to identify each street so people know.
Yeah.
And that's in fairness to the big picture public, so.
Yeah, and I guess like with the Engage Winnipeg, which is really great.
Yeah.
I like to see the timelines, and I wasn't sure, like, it was
I
not
know,
really.
I
Yeah,
know.
but hey, if you can update that.
Yeah, yeah.
That would be great.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, all right, so now we'll have our next delegation up, and that would be Andrew Single. Is Andrew here? Okay.
He's zooming.
Oh, he's zooming. Okay, perfect, okay. Andrew,
Thank you, Councillor Lukes and members of the Public Works Committee.
okay.
I'm here to talk to you today about the Moving on Marion project and the Wellington Bike Lane. I'm in favor of the Moving on Marion project. I cycle through this area on a regular basis, both as getting to work and back and to engage in different businesses in the area. The Public Works Department exists to help people and goods move safely and efficiently. And as our city grows, our city changes, the old ways of moving people and goods also has to change. It's important when making these decisions that we're basing those decisions on evidence and best practices rather than vibes and ignorance. So I noticed with the Moving on Marion project, I participated in the engagement. It didn't feel like there was a huge lack of engagement here. In fact, it seems like this has been going on for quite some time now. I saw a large number of submissions from people in the business community worried about, harm to their businesses through a lack of parking, through changes to the area. And to speak to this, we don't have to guess on what's going to happen. This has actually been studied several cities in the world, Vancouver, Toronto, in New York City, where there's a lot of opposition from business that's concerns that this bike lane will destroy their business, it'll destroy parking. And yet when these changes happen, they so see that businesses, especially for businesses where there's lots of walk-in traffic, their business actually goes up quite a bit. And the concerns about those parking spaces was unfounded. When you look at the amount of parking spaces on a per business basis, there's not a lot of street parking. And businesses often hold far more people than could park in front of their business. People are coming in many different ways, but the studies have shown that the majority of business owners, because they're drivers only, they anticipate that most of their customers are also driving. when in reality it's far different. So as we make complete streets where people have a more comfortable time walking, cycling, and traveling through the area, you'll get a lot more people that stop in. And there's an expression, cars don't have wallets, people do. So it's a balance, and we can build better streets that are also good for business. There were a lot of concerns from different people about some of the details that obviously will need adjustments here and there. But these are things that can be resolved. I know that Public Works in the past has done good work in engaging with disability advocates to make sure that the cycling infrastructure we're building isn't causing additional barriers for people with mobility issues. They talked about how we can do those loading zones that are very accessible friendly. I always, when I'm cycling and I see someone in a mobility scooter or something using the bike lane, that's a fantastic thing, because it means that this is someone that may have had a difficult time getting around, and the bike lane actually helped them to, while I guess it's not explicitly designed for people on mobility scooters, if the sidewalk is unusable due to condition and the bike lane is viable, and that's a great thing to have, particularly during the winter. There's different crews clearing sidewalks than there are clearing bike lanes, and sometimes the bike lane is cleared before a sidewalk, meaning that people with mobility issues can still traverse the street because of the bike lane, and same with pedestrians. In regards to the Wellington issue, I wasn't sure how to respond exactly. Obviously, we need improvements to the street. It's a key cycling corridor and has been for decades now. And when this was initially raised, there was the request from the committees to, what can we do that we can implement quickly? What's not a permanent solution, but something that we can implement during the next year, call it a pilot, and get something out quickly that would improve the road. Yet with this report, there's a considerable delay, and it's actually not going to be a pilot, it's going to be consultation first. That seems like that's very different from what was initially proposed, and as the report indicates, contrary to what's normally done in this kind of situation with a pilot project. 270 days of additional delay for something that's a pilot and temporary seems really a poor decision. And given the delays to these reports, what's the reasoning? Where is the pressure coming from to delay the implementation of this? The street has got huge wide lanes. Obviously, there's a lot of logistics to work out, but these are problems we can solve with the department. So I'd encourage you to implement these changes much sooner, make it a pilot, and let's make it safer for people on Wellington Crescent. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. So committee members, do we have any questions? Anyone have any questions? Oh, yeah, sorry, Councillor Eady.
Are you not making an assumption as well when you say that because the business owner is a driver, he thinks everybody that goes there is a driver? You're aware of the Legion on Marion?
I cycle through this area regularly, yes.
So you know the Legion, right? Did you know,
I'm aware of it, yeah.
Did you know on dance night that there's people all the way from West Kildonan and other places that drive there? They're in their 70s and they go there to dance. Do you know that?
There's all kinds of people that drive places, and there's also people in the neighborhood that walk and cycle. Having a mix of viable options is a great thing to do. And even when there are a large number of people driving into places, the reality is that the parking spaces don't exist to give every single person who drives somewhere a close parking space in front. That's why those loading zones are really important. Good accessible access to buildings is really important. And yeah.
Okay. All right. Are there any other questions for Michael? No? Thank you very much for your presentation. Our next presenter is Lucky Adams, and then the following one is after him. Oh, no, wait, sorry.
Ian Walker.
Ian, right, sorry. How come I don't have Ian here? Oh, Andrew, okay, Ian, sorry. Ian Walker. Ian Walker, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, here we go. Yes.
Thanks for having me, councilors. It's good to see you. My name's Ian Walker. I use he, him pronouns. I've been a resident of the Norwood Flats for the last almost 45 years. I'm a parent of a 10 and 13-year-old. that cross Marion and Goulet daily to get to school in Central St. Boniface. And I'm the elected trustee for Ward 1 for St. Boniface, Norwood, Archwood, and Windsor Park. So I represent folks there that are keen to see better accessibility for people that walk and bike, especially parents. I run a bike bus to École Provencher from Nordale School in Norwood Flats. We do that 6 times a year. And we see a significant number of families that are interested in seeing their kids biking to school. But when we talk to them and ask them why they aren't doing it when we aren't running our bike bus, most of the time the response we get is that they don't feel safe letting their kids walk or bike to school. So they end up driving them or taking them themselves, which is inconvenient as a parent. So I'm speaking in favor of the bike lanes and the Moving on Marion project. As I'd mentioned, I'm a resident of the neighborhood. I feel like there's been more than adequate consultation done in the community. I've been to several meetings over the years to talk about it. The plan has changed several times, including back in the day when the project called to take out a significant portion of Happyland Park, which was something I didn't want to see. I had friends living in Dufresne and Archwood that didn't want to see that either. So I'm happy to see that interchange isn't going in. But as Andrew had mentioned, putting in bike lanes is essential to have multiple modes of transportation going places. Not everybody drives a car. My family, my wife and I decided to sell our car in May of 2023. So we've been living without being car owners. We walk, we bike, we take public transportation, and we car share with Peg City Car Co-op. So we're well aware of the need to park when we drive. Yesterday I went to Anderson Animal Hospital, which is on Marion, on foot with my dog to take him to be neutered, and I picked him up at the end of the day in a car because he wasn't able to walk home. So I used their surface parking lot. After dropping him off in the morning, I walked through St. Boniface to go to Doug Christie Physiotherapy, which is just across the street from St. Boniface Hospital on Taché, and I noted that there is a significant number of surface parking lots in St. Boniface. So there's more than adequate parking, including next to the church at 390 Marion. I'm confused as to why they need space in front of their church to park cars in a bike lane when they have 30 parking stalls adjacent to their building. It seems to me there's plenty of space for them to park when they need to, and to ensure that their congregants have access to their building, while also allowing my kids to safely get to and from school and to and from businesses that we frequent in the neighborhood. We were just recently at Pasquale's restaurant, and we sat on we didn't sit on the patio because I find the patios too noisy up on the second floor of Pasquale's. And I noted that Pasquale's was leading the charge on opposing the bike lanes. So I was a bit surprised that Joe was taking this position. We often get to Pasquale's on foot or on bicycle. So we feel that our family has the right to transport ourselves safely to these places. And moving on to Wellington, I'm actually sitting at my mom's place at 1 Evergreen. And so we're pretty close to Wellington Crescent. And my kids and I got here today on the river bike lane, which is lovely. It makes the commute from Norwood to Osborne Village safe and comfortable. And we often walk it. So I've noted that since the bike lanes have gone in, that the street is a lot quieter and a lot more friendly to people that are in the community. Just the other day, we went to Munson Park for an event. I took my 2 kids, my 10 and 13-year-old, and when the bike lanes ended on Wellington, we took to the sidewalk. I did this on my large cargo bike and with the kids behind me, and there was an awful lot of pedestrians, and they didn't look terribly happy to see us cycling on the sidewalk. But with the 10 and 13-year-old, I didn't feel it was appropriate to take them on the street, so that was our only option to get where we were going. It's unfortunate that we are delaying that project by 270 days. I read through the report and noted that the public administration seems confident that the pilot should go in now and that consultation should be done after the pilot's done so that people can give their feedback on what they think about the changes. getting feedback on whether people want bike lanes or not. At the end of the day, if we want to grow into being a mature city, we need to be looking at having complete streets. People, 30% of our population doesn't drive a car.
Yeah, how much time do you need? Because you've run out of time.
Have I run out of time? Okay. I'm good now. I really just wanted to come and talk to you folks and put on the record that moving on Marion's very important. One other note on moving on Marion, the Goulet bike lanes are fantastic at Braemar. With my bike bus, instead of crossing 3 lanes of traffic, now we're crossing 2 narrower lanes that are slower. So it's a lot safer and a lot more comfortable. Crossing Marion Street's more challenging because there's 4 lanes of traffic. So that's the last bit I have
Councillor Eadie,
to
you
say.
have
And if you have any questions, please feel free.
The committee doesn't have a question, but I have a question, Ian, okay?
Sure.
So you live over there in the flats. You're back and forth with your bike bus. So I used to work in Windsor Park. I mean, that was a long time ago, but the industrial area is still there. There's a lot of trucks in that area that are moving goods in and out. Like, we heard today that there was 3 inches to allow space for navigating on the roads. Like, you see a lot of trucks out there. What do you have to, what do you say about that? Like, how do we accommodate? I totally get complete streets and support it, but when we're in areas that are really connect to industrial areas, how do we support trucks?
I've made a point of observing large trucks going down Goulet Street where they've added the bike lanes in and buses, and I've noted that they haven't had any trouble. So I was surprised that somebody suggested that fire trucks or large semi-trucks are having trouble going down there. I would note that in a large city, it might make more sense for us to be moving goods in smaller vehicles into our downtown. I don't know if an 18-wheeler truck has any business driving through our communities. It seems to me as though those size of trucks would be more appropriate in the outer parts of our city, and we should be moving goods in and out of the city with smaller vehicles, or even what some cities are doing, they're moving to using cargo bikes for those last miles because they're a lot more efficient, they're easier to park, and they don't cause as much disruption in communities.
Okay, well, I hear your point on that. I know that some products like milk and other things aren't going to go on a cargo bike. Every time you downsize a big truck, it adds prices to the goods, right? And then we all pay more. So this is the big challenge with Marion, right? Is to support all needs in a way that enables safety for navigating vehicles on the road, whatever the vehicle is. So, okay, well, thanks for coming down and presenting. Much appreciated, as always, and thanks for all the work that you do in your roles and in your volunteer roles with bike advocacy. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Okay.
Take care.
All right, thank you. Okay, and I'd called Andrew Michael the last time. I want to apologize. Now we have Michael Abon. Is Michael Abon here? And then after Michael, we have Lucky Adams, and then we've got Tim Carey, and the last speaker will be Mark Coho. Oh, no, and then we have one more, right? Okay. Okay, so let's start now with Michael.
Hi, good afternoon, councillors. I'm Michael Abbon, he, him pronouns. I'm here to speak both about the Marion Street improvements and about the Wellington Crescent bike lane. As someone who used to live just on Goulet by the Safeway and who wants to spend more time along Marion and Goulet, I very much support the proposed designs. The report is being received as information, so I won't spend too much time. It's likely to have further design changes as it goes to respond to the various concerns we've heard today. Great. I do want to highlight the various studies that demonstrate how valuable bike lanes are for the adjacent businesses. For examples, in 2012, Portland found that people who biked to a bar, restaurant, or convenience store spent 24% more per month than those who drive. And that's largely because they visited those merchants more often. In 2012, in Manhattan, following the construction of a bike lane on 9th Avenue, which happened to be my old neighborhood from when I lived and commuted in Manhattan, found that local businesses reported an increase in retail sales of up to 49% post-construction. In 2015, Salt Lake City found that sales rose 9% along their routes. And in 2017, in Toronto, on their downtown artery, they found that most merchants reported more customers after the lanes were installed. 30% of the population can't drive. They walk, they bus, they roll, they bike. The designs for Marion and Goulet mean that those 30% of Winnipeggers have more of an opportunity to be patrons of the adjacent businesses and amenities. And each of those projects that I mentioned, of course, had significant initial backlash prior to being put in the ground. But after seeing the improvements to their business after the project had been built, the business owners were quite happy. Which leads me to Wellington Crescent. Like so many others here, I'm in support of the plan itself and opposed to the delays to the project. I went back and rewatched the November 2024 Public Works Committee meeting, and I was really curious to see the difference in tone from then to now. Councillor Lukes, for example, you were astonished when the delegations finished and the meeting reconvened at 3:40 p.m. It was such a long day that day. And you really championed this back in November. You had envisioned that we look at a super short-term solution and a short-term solution and then a long-term solution. You had suggested that maybe in February of 2025, pending council's approval, we could put up 30-kilometer-hour signs. And you suggested that the city could have an education campaign to say, hey, people, it'll just take a little bit longer. You had said, some people say that this is a hard decision to do this, and I don't think that's the case. I think this is an easy decision to do this. You had also said that Mr. Patman's team will come up with some quick solution, whether that's polyposts, speed tables, whatever. That's for the experts. Hopefully, we can implement that when the snow melts and everything is done with winter. And then Mr. Patman's team can go away and put together a long-term plan. That's the essence of the motion that I put out there, is what you said. And you didn't need to specify which year. We all understood that when you meant when the snow melts 2025, not when the snow melts 2026. And the committee members here, you also all spoke with a lot of urgency back in November. So help me understand what's happened since then. Is it because more and more people keep showing up frustrated to Public Works meetings? Is it because we keep having these multi-hour meetings every month? Let me tell you, I don't want to be here. I've got better ways to spend my vacation days. I would much rather be celebrating the good work that you're doing. Each of you councillors in your own ways, you have been champions for active transportation and for safer streets. All the people who showed up here today and who show up each month, we want to be instead showing up to ribbon cutting ceremonies. We want to be thanking you for your courage, for your vision. So, councillors, there's still time to put this pilot in the ground this season. The snow is still melted. We can still have a big celebration. And then maybe, even though you are each of you lovely people, we could see each other a little less often. I'm happy to take any questions.
Do we have any questions? Very good presentation. Sometimes, did you know that a lot of this role is about compromise, and it's about working not only with the public, but your councillor colleagues. And sometimes to get what you want, you have to compromise. And I'll leave it at that.
I appreciate that. Sincerely, I do.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, Lucky Adams. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for hearing me. And thank you to all the people who showed up to delegate, especially those who came to speak about the issue of Wellington Crescent. I am here to oppose item number 11, specifically because of the 270-day delay. That is item 3 under item 11. And I'm also here to support item number 11 for the redesign of Marion, which also includes Goulet. I cycle year-round. I am also a pedestrian. I do not drive, and I choose not to drive. It makes me happy knowing that if I am commuting, I am much less likely to injure or kill another person on my bike than I would if I was in a car. If you take away one thing from my delegation today, I want it to be this, that I want to see an amendment to the item being voted on, that is item 11, to remove the 270-day delay and to immediately install the pilot bike lane project on Wellington Crescent. That would have my support. I would also like to now quote something that was in the agenda from the city itself that Kale also quoted during their delegation. It is important to note this four-phased approach is atypical of a traditional pilot. A pilot would typically see infrastructure put into place prior to feedback collection. The proposed infrastructure could be implemented in 2025. The public service would then modify the plan to more closely resemble a typical pilot and collect feedback from road users. From road users and fronting residents after they have an opportunity to experience the change. Thankfully, this is being recorded, and I'm sure Councillor Chambers will watch the recording. Studies. At their best, they are tools to build safe infrastructure efficiently and practically in the areas that they're designed for. And at their worst, they are tools used by obstructionists to slow down progress and safe infrastructure. First, it was 120 days for a report, then a 60-day delay, then a 30-day delay. That brings us to now, and now on the agenda being voted on is a 270-day delay. Safety should be a top priority for the Public Works Committee. Vision Zero is a project to reduce to zero the road fatalities and serious injuries. Public Works has declared the goal of turning Winnipeg into a city with zero traffic fatalities. This is not simply my political agenda, it is yours. Reducing car dependency is important to achieve this. Not only are cars bad for safety, car dependency is bad for safety. I should not have to explain how bad they are for the environment. That's CO2 pollution, that's carbon monoxide, that's microplastics from tires. It not only has an effect on the global climate, but it also has impacts very locally, causing poor air quality, for example. Weight is a significant detail. A bike might weigh 30 pounds, an e-bike might weigh 70 pounds, but cars and trucks can be 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 pounds, or even more. This means more potholes, more microplastics in the environment from tires, and the more there is a likelihood of deaths for pedestrians and cyclists due to these incredibly heavy vehicles that are so often only carrying one person. This also relates to Marion. It is so often that I'm cycling down Marion, and for much of the stretch, it is 60 kilometers, the speed limit, and I'm forced onto the road with cars, and pedestrians are beside the street on a narrow sidewalk that has barely any separation from vehicle traffic. As somebody who cycles in the winter, I can tell you that as far as Winnipeg goes, the cold is not the biggest problem with winter cycling. It is powdered snow and slush that could be removed, and it is removed, but as cyclists in the winter, we're always cycling through it, and it leads to slips and falls more often, and that's very dangerous if you're cycling on the road. Coming from Transcona today, I find it so separated from the rest of the city, not only by distance, but by the infrastructure. I had more that I was prepared to say, but I should wrap up since I'm out of time. Again, the last thing to remember is I want an amendment to item 11 to remove the 270-day delay. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? I really appreciate you coming down and speaking and expressing your concerns and what you're looking to see. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I know when Councillor Chambers was called out, he had to sit in at a meeting for 15 or 20 minutes. So, but you're right, it's all recorded. Okay, thank you. Timothy Carey. Is Timothy Carey here?
Timothy is zooming in.
Zooming in. All right. There he is. Perfect. Okay.
Hi there. My name is Timothy Carey. I'm going to have to be very brief because I'm zooming in from work and it's busy. But I am delegating in support of item 12, the crosswalk at Hazeldale and Watt, and I'm delegating in opposition to the delay in the Wellington Crescent bike lane implementation. Everything that I have to say is going to be relevant to both of these things. Last night, I witnessed a person in a crosswalk nearly get hit by a SUV as they failed to stop when they were turning right on red. On Wellington Crescent, I've been nearly hit many times, and I have many friends and people I care for who live in the neighborhood and use the infrastructure frequently, and I want them to be able to get to and from their homes safely. Yeah, I don't think that this delay is acceptable, and the doing it backwards by having a consultation that we've had ages to do already. You know, I don't know why we've been dragging our feet on a consultation if it's something we've need to do beforehand. Yeah, it's we don't need to do this backwards. We need to implement this now. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thanks for taking time out of work to present. Did you want to talk? You're in support of the upgrades at Hazeldale and Watt?
Yes, for the same reasons that I'm against the delay on Wellington, because any delay in implementing safe infrastructure is further chance for a vulnerable road user to get hurt, like my niece who lives 2 blocks from that crosswalk. And like we all know, unmarked crosswalks are not respected by drivers in this city. They just blow through them. And so a marked crosswalk is necessary.
Thank you. I agree. Thank you, Timothy. Thank you very much. Okay, now our next presenter, we had someone here. Is there someone here or there's Mark? We'll do Mark and then...
We'll do Mark,
Okay.
yes. So Linda Vandelar was called earlier. She wasn't here, but I believe she is now.
Okay, so Linda could come down and we'll get her up next. Linda, come down. And then we passed a motion to have another gentleman, right?
Yes.
Is he zooming in or where is he?
In person, that's Raymond Little.
And Raymond can come down too. Is Raymond up there? He's there. Okay, perfect. Okay, Mr. Coho, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, councillors. Thanks for the opportunity. As you know, since June 2024, on the section of Wellington Crescent from River and Stradbrook to Academy at the Maryland Bridges, there's been 1 cyclist fatality plus a serious injury and at least 3 near misses. And, you know, it's believed really that countless more incidents go unreported. I think you're hearing some of that today. Plans dating back to the 2006 Osborne Village Neighborhood Plan, stretching through the Corridon Osborne Area Plan, Our Winnipeg 2045, Complete Communities 2, Transportation Master Plan, have consistently and repeatedly called for safe cycling facilities along Wellington Crescent. In addition, 3 iterations of the city's bike network have identified the need for a safe cycling route on Wellington Crescent. The communities of Osborne Village, Corridon Osborne, Crescentwood, the cycling community, the wider community of Winnipeg have been calling for safe cycling along Wellington Crescent for more than 20 years. Public engagement has spanned the last 20 years and has consistently found strong demand for improved cycling facilities that we were really thankful to see drawn up in that February 2025 document that we have here and that design. So therefore, Bike Winnipeg strongly supports the Wellington Crescent Bike Lane project as a crucial step towards closing a significant gap in Winnipeg's cycling network and improving safety for vulnerable road users. Having had a chance to review and comment on those plans, Bike Winnipeg was fully supportive of moving ahead with the implementation of what we thought was a considered and crucial plan to pilot a protected bike lane along Wellington Crescent in the summer of 2025. Proposed pilot featuring one-way bike lanes, physical separations, poly post adjustable precast, concrete curbs represents a meaningful improvement that aligns with the city's goals to enhance active transportation options, reduce collisions on the corridor. Plans to eliminate dangerously wide turnoffs from Wellington Crescent were and are another important component of the presented plan for protected bike lanes along Wellington Crescent and provide the added benefit of reducing and or slowing down traffic along Gertrude Avenue, where Gladstone School is located, and something that the city has been dealing with over the last few years and trying to address. Plans to pilot the bike lane prior to additional engagement is really, we see that as analogous to the rollout of the transit master plan. Broadly identifies the routes and broadly identifies the stop densities, but moves forward with the actual ground level changes to implement the plan before asking for feedback on that implementation. The rationale really is that this will allow both the patrons and the transit staff to gain real life knowledge of the new system before providing feedback that can be used to plan both short-term and longer-term modifications to the final stop locations and routes. And, I think going ahead with this plan now allows us to be locked in step with that process as well. Certainly we are disappointed, concerned over the additional 270-day delay being proposed to prioritize consultation with fronting properties before implementing any temporary infrastructure. Public Works Management, the staff themselves, the expert authors of the report, really acknowledge that this consultation first approach is atypical for a pilot project. And they go on to say that the pilot project usually involves installing temporary measures first, then gathering feedback after users have experienced the change. Public Works staff had indicated as early as April 2025 that pilot infrastructure can be installed as a quick build in the spring or summer of 2025 with materials already in hand, and that installation could then be adjusted if necessary based on feedback and monitoring after implementation consistent with best practices for pilot projects. The delay that we're seeing in front of us postpones the immediate protection of cyclists and other vulnerable users that would benefit from the infrastructure being in place now on a route that's proven to be hazardous and really doesn't have an alternative route if you are cycling. So regarding the proposed speed limit reduction, I'll move on here, but certainly we'd like to see 30. We are mixing buses and there, but I just want to talk quickly about Marion as well. We support the plans to include protected bike lanes along the Marion Goulet corridor and extending east to Lajmoide then Dougal. The designs follow the desires expressed through the public engagement process and align to the policies set forth that include our Winnipeg, the Complete Streets policy, Complete Communities, the characteristics of mixed urban use corridors, which specifically call for accessible, safe, and attractive for pedestrians and cyclists. In established neighborhoods, goals and policies, Goal 8 talks about the facilitate the redevelopment of established neighborhoods that contributes to the further development of walkable, bikeable, transit-oriented communities in accordance with pedestrian and cycling strategies. So we think there is loads of policy background really behind the plans that we see coming forth on Marion and Goulet and the installation that we've seen on Goulet as well. A couple things to note. Certainly, Traverse, I mentioned this before, but I think really the pedestrian cycling strategies have looked at Penny as being sort of the north-south route across rather than that, and that gets access to Nelson McIntyre, Cole Precious Sang, and it really fits in better with network spacing. And then Marion at Youville, certainly, I think if you can look at that detailed design, transposing in the separator island where the bike path and sidewalk are, potentially reduce conflict, certainly reduces the number of crossings
Mark,
of that bike path and sidewalk. That'll be it for me. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation, Mark. Do we have any questions for Mr. Coho at all? Anything you want to put on the record or questions? No, I hear you. We are aware of where you stand on this. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. All right. Mr. Clerk, our next presenter is?
If it is the will of the committee, we can hear from Linda Vandelar, who's registered on 2 items,
Sure.
items 7 and 11.
Sure. Okay. Is Linda here? Yes, perfect. Hello.
Thank you for having me. My name is Linda Vandelar. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a registered nurse in St. Boniface Hospital. I am here to express my disappointment in the further delays to safety changes to Wellington Crescent. I personally try to avoid Wellington Crescent as a cyclist because it's so unsafe. But certain visits to local businesses in the area and on the Cordon Strip leave me little choice and find me cycling on Wellington Crescent. I've had many close calls as a cyclist on Wellington Crescent, drivers believing they have enough space to pass me in the lane, drivers widely overshooting stop signs, leaving me with no choice to brake hard because I don't know if they're actually going to stop. Sometimes they don't stop at all, so it's good that I use my brakes every once in a while. Especially roads like Dorchester join Wellington Crescent at such an angle it encourages a high speed. Driving by car doesn't make it feel any safer. Sorry, I lost my train. Driving the speed limit means getting past left or right, individuals tailgating. I actually caught on my dash cam an instance where I slowed down for a cyclist in the area where it narrows because of the median being tailgated. And when I passed the cyclist at a safe distance, 1.5 meters is recommended, they almost tried to, car tailgating me, almost tried to pass me on the right between me and the cyclist. I commute to work on a similar road, Des Moines. Even though the road is about 4 car widths wide, I get to deal with close passes, drivers driving up next to me at stop signs, being cut off and honked at as I go around parked vehicles. I very often feel like residents storing their private vehicles on public property is more important than me making it safely to and from work. Just last week, I was close passed by a driver of a truck upset that he had to stop at a stop sign as I was having the right-of-way on Des Moines. The winters in Winnipeg show how much of the road remains unused by drivers, pavement that could be used as a bike lane. I know pictures of Wellington Crescent specifically have been submitted in the past where community members chiseled out the amount of space that was left by slush, basically. I know we like to say, the city likes to say that changes to Wellington Crescent are being fast-tracked, but I believe that is a misrepresentation of the facts. Mark Koa also mentioned it. Wellington Crescent has been a vital part of the Winnipeg Bike Route Network. The bike route signs went up for the Pan Am Games in 1999. I've been told that Bike Winnipeg has been asking for improvements long before Rob Jenner was killed. We all know Wellington Crescent is a missing link. And just like a stop sign doesn't make drivers stop, a lawn sign doesn't make drivers slow down, a bike route sign doesn't make something a bike route. I know some of you are aware of the concepts of Vision Zero. The killing of pedestrians, cyclists, and other road users aren't accidents. But for some reason, the city seems to think it's inevitable. As a healthcare provider, I think the city needs to take a good hard look at the costs associated with being a car-centered society. Our population is becoming sicker, and the individuals who have the courage to use active transportation or lack the means to access other modes are putting their lives on the line every single day. The city needs to take this epidemic of road violence seriously. This is an emergency and a public health concern. The cause of collisions does not only need to be investigated by the Winnipeg Police Services, they need to be investigated by the city. Why have 2 pedestrians lost their lives on Notre Dame since the start of the year? Every life lost deserves a proper investigation, so it does not happen again. And that brings us back to Rob Jenner. Rob, who cycled to work along Wellington Crescent every day. Rob, who was murdered not only by a careless driver, but also by a city who left him exposed and unprotected on his bicycle. Rob, a family man who won't see his grandchildren grow up, leaving behind Wendy, who should have been celebrating his retirement with him, but spent her years in courtrooms instead. And we all know why he died. It wasn't just a speeding, inexperienced motorist causing problems. It was also the lack of bike lane, the width of Wellington Crescent, the angle at which the roads join, and the speed limit not appropriate for a road with mixed modes of transportation. I have like 13 seconds left. So What I want to ask is you to follow the recommendation of the Public Works Committee. Leave Wellington Crescent be a pilot study. Don't delay it for another 270 days for consultation. Afterwards, after the bike lane is put in, consultation can take place as is recommended for a pilot study. And for Marion Street, I'm in support of bike lanes. I actually visit businesses in the area by bicycle. I often don't have space to park my bicycle, and there seems to be enough parking, actually, just not for my bicycle.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks for your presentation. Were there any questions from committee members? No. Thank you very much. Thanks for coming down.
Thank you so much.
Okay, our next presenter.
Next, we have Raymond Little to be heard with respect to Report 11.
Okay. Hello, Raymond.
Thank you so much for your time and your thoughtful consideration to the matter of a bike lane on Wellington Crescent. I'll be speaking to the issue 11, and thank you for adding me, even though there was a tech issue. So for many Winnipeggers, bringing our bikes out is something that we look forward to all winter. It's a reward for wading through the cold and the sleet. Being on our bikes is a way to integrate physical activity and time outside with our routines and our work, and to enjoy Winnipeg in our free time. Like any other activity, cycling is best when it is a safe and conflict-free activity. As someone who has been hit by a car, a hit and run in 2015 by a driver turning right on red, even a non-fatal collision has negative impacts moving forward for both the cyclist and the driver. No one wants to be hit, but it is also traumatizing to cause an accident and to injure a community member. Non-fatal collisions should always be avoided, but there is also a specific risk factor that makes deadly crashes more likely on Wellington Crescent and in our current car economy. So first, Wellington Crescent is a curved street onto which many side streets connect. This means that cars are often turning on and off with limited visibility and with many directions to check and be aware of. Additionally, the curve in the road increases the risk proposed by distracted driving. If a driver is traveling at the current 50 kilometers an hour and looks at their phone or baby or crossword or cassette tape selection for 5 seconds, they will have traveled 69 meters without awareness of their surroundings. For context, that is the distance from the main entrance of this building to the bus stop on William and Main. In that time, it is very possible to hit a previously unseen cyclist or to fail to turn when needed, hitting a cyclist in the adjacent lane. In a 5-second distraction, a brief and fairly normal occurrence, you can easily cause the kind of accident that changes a cyclist's life forever or ends it. Additionally, blind spots are becoming an increasingly significant issue for cars, which have steadily increased in size over the last decade. Taller vehicles are especially likely to be responsible for pedestrian collisions, with an added risk coming from the 11% front hood height increase and the subsequent unseeable zones. The weight of the vehicles has also increased, which results in a greater impact when a cyclist or pedestrian is hit. Tangentially, this also wears on roads, which causes more damage and more construction. I know that you hate road repairs because you are Winnipeggers, and you are human people who most likely have better things to do than sit in traffic jams with other angry Winnipeggers, like being on your bike. The risks I have described are not hypothetical. Most cyclists I know have been hit, and many have been threatened by road rage-powered drivers. Despite following road safety rules, wearing reflective gear, and using lights, one of my family members has been hit 5 times in the last 10 years, including by a semi-truck in the downtown core. I don't know how he's still alive. I'm so grateful he is. A cousin of mine, was first hit and then dragged for more than a block by a truck, leading to lifelong disability and pain. Luckily, she has the opportunity to recover, but Rob Jenner does not. The purpose of a public works department is to ensure that the infrastructure of our city service is functioning as intended. Our safety must be part of those intentions. The predictable death of a community member indicates a failure in the infrastructure which you are unequivocally obligated to fix. Enacting this pilot project does not need to be delayed, and these delays have been noted as unusual for the reasons described by my peers. Getting opinions of the landowners does not actually change the fact that we need safe infrastructure in our city, and it is not typically part of the pilot project until the pilot is already in place. As such, I am strongly in favor of putting into place the existing proposal for a 40-kilometer-per-hour limit and a protected bike lane immediately and without the 270-day delay. Everything save the delay sounds wonderful. I can't wait to bike home and feel safe. We have the opportunity here to renew the trust between constituents and councillors, and I would be delighted to do that. But I'd also like to have it noted that if one of my friends dies on their bike in the next 270 days, I will be holding you accountable. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration of this matter. Can't wait to see you in a bike lane and not here.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Do we have any committee members with questions? No. Okay. Are we done our delegations?
That's right.
So we're done our delegations. We'll take a short break before we get into the public service. So could we have a 10-minute break? We'll be back here in 10 minutes. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Welcome back to the Public Works Committee meeting today on July 3rd. Now we're ready to get into our reports. And first up, we have transit. And lots happening in transit world. So I guess we'll start with the reports. And then I have a couple questions for Bjorn, which I didn't answer your call yesterday. That was my error, but we're all busy. Anyways, okay.
All right, maybe I'll introduce our group here today.
Okay.
I'm Greg Awanku, Director of Transit. I have with me Bjorn Radstrom, Manager of Service Development, Jesse Crowder, Manager of AMO, Aaron Cook, our Program Manager for Zero Emission Buses, and Becky Raditz, Manager, Office of Sustainability. Our first report is the effective reduced North Garage replacement project scope on the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, and Bjorn is going to walk us through that.
Good afternoon, everyone. So as you're all aware, the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan was approved in April of 2021. As part of that plan, Council approved for transit to apply to the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, Public Transit Infrastructure Stream, with a $538.89 million infrastructure plan. This, hold on, I'm just going to adjust this. This included the replacement for our current North Garage facility. North Garage right now is in poor condition. Its size and design does not meet current standards, and it was also made for older vehicles, so it can't fit articulated buses, buses with bike racks, or a lot of our newer buses that are a little bit taller. The building is in a condition and an arrangement that it really can't be upgraded or retrofitted to meet our current needs, so we really do need to build a new garage. So a cost estimate at the time was produced, and it was $200.066 million in 2019 dollars, but the updated estimate for that was $305 million in 2025 dollars. Inflation and delays in funding approvals from senior levels of government increased these costs. So when we came back with that cost estimate, Council directed us to scale back the project and stick within the approved $200.066 million budget. So this will result in a garage that has a smaller scope compared to what we had originally outlined. The effect of this is that it cuts bus storage and maintenance capacity. What we proposed in the WTMP and what we've seen over the years is that adding more articulated buses to Winnipeg Transit's fleet can increase current ridership, and it can help us deal with ridership growth. And one of the main advantages of this is that it can happen without adding additional operators or growing the size of the bus fleet. That's not to say that when you add an articulated bus, it's just free capacity. They do cost more to purchase, and they do cost more to operate and maintain. However, it is cheaper than buying additional 40-foot buses, plus employing the operators to drive those additional buses. So overall, limiting the size of this garage restricts our ability to grow the number of articulated buses within the overall fleet. So the reduced size of Oak Point Garage means that we would have a capacity for about 127 articulated buses, and what we're proposing is that we would need 150 to 200. 150 would allow us to have articulated buses on nearly every trip on the Blue Line and the FX2, FX3, and FX4, plus a couple of feeder routes to the University of Manitoba that absolutely have to have articulated buses. But we're certain that we're going to see ridership growth on the frequent lines, and we're going to require articulated buses on those. So as I was rereading the report, I realized that maybe I didn't paint the picture as clearly as I could about the effects of not having enough articulated buses. We see pass-ups now, and one of the ways that we want to deal with that, obviously, is to add additional articulated buses within the fleet. So that's obviously budget dependent because they cost more. But we what this means is, until we hit that threshold of 127, we can keep dealing with these pass-ups without growing the overall fleet. However, once we reach that 127, we don't have a plan beyond that to be able to deal with pass-ups and growing ridership. It basically caps our ability to deal with ridership growth, and that's the biggest consequence here. It's that we have these pass-ups, we can sort of deal with them in the interim, but then especially beyond about 2030 or so, that's when it becomes more dire because there's no way that we can accommodate that increase in growth. So that's essentially what the effect is of keeping the smaller scope for Oak Point Garage.
And how many articulated do we have now?
We have just over 55. When we get a few more delivered, it'll be up to 59.
Right, so you're saying once we get up to 127?
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got a few more to go, but, okay, so committee, does anyone have questions? Councillor Eady?
So the projected 127 will deal with your projected growth up to what year? 2028?
It's difficult to say because now that we've switched over to this new network, we don't have a good prediction of exactly how much ridership is going to grow or how quickly it's going to grow. We can look at other cities that have switched to a frequent service network or spine and feeder network, and they've seen pretty substantial growth after the first couple of years. So our best guess right now is somewhere between 2028 and 2030 is when this is going to become a real issue.
So those other places, did they have some of the, like we had to switch with your existing budget so basically you're taking the old system, the new system, and you didn't have to add any employees, you're working in the same projected budget, right? So.
Yeah, with the new network, we haven't added any additional service, so it hasn't required any additional operating budget.
How about in the other cities, when they went to their frequent transit system, grid system, did they already pre-add when they switched over, or?
You know, I'm not sure of the specifics. I would have to look into that. I know Edmonton did not add a substantial amount of service. They were the ones that switched to a network similar to what we've just implemented about 3 years ago. I'd have to look into the other ones, though.
Okay, so now 2030, so that's 4. Okay, so the way it's being designed now at 200 under the budget that we had, it is being designed so that you can add on to it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so having that all designed, that might go a little quicker if you got the money, right?
Correct.
Because you've already designed how it's working, everything, all that's done, it's just a matter of adding space, right?
We would have to design the additions to it, because now the design that, Jess will get to this in his report, but essentially it's for what we want to build now within the budget that's available. So if we wanted to add a second phase, we would be going back and not necessarily designing that from scratch, but starting much earlier in the process.
Okay, so I think that's all I have. So the future growth in demand is really not known for certain.
That's something that we'll be able to observe over the next couple of years. So in our annual service plan, as we report back to council every year on what the needs are, what the changes we want to make to the route network, service that we want to add, this will come up again and again because we'll be identifying what the ridership growth has been, what we think it's going to be, and how we want to accommodate that.
So, other question I had, so the total amount that we got for transit through the province, the feds or whatever, so the 500 and whatever, what was the other 300 and whatever million for? Was that for the Union Station and?
No, the biggest ticket item in there was the transition to zero emission bus program. That was 280 million. This was 200 million. Then after that, there's some smaller ones, including the preliminary design of downtown rapid transit corridors was $7 million. The primary transit network infrastructure was just over 20 million. And then there was the retrofitting of the wheelchair securements, and that was, the bus radio, right, 13 million, and then the bus radio replacement as well.
So do we not already lower the zero emissions?
Pardon me?
Did we not lower the number of zero emission buses? That biggest chunk?
We've reduced the number of diesel buses more significantly than we reduced the number of zero-emission buses. The original program was targeting 135 diesel and 100 zero-emission. Under the program right now, we've been able to purchase 99 diesel buses and 90 zero-emission buses.
Right.
Or targeted right now, still unknown with tariffs and other inflationary issues.
Oh, so you could have budget problems on that, okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Chambers?
So we directed you back in January to go back and look at options. There is no other workaround in terms of building this garage scaled back to the $200 million budget. There's no other workarounds?
We did look at keeping the existing north garage operational, and that's something we've assessed at this point, and can get into that in my report as well, but we've looked at the options of reducing the scope of the garage to what we want to award, keeping the existing north garage open, and looking at our existing campus too to see when we can maybe do retrofits there, but at this point, this is the best option we have.
So would the existing garage need work
Yes.
done to it as well?
Yes.
And what estimated cost?
It depends on the length of time we're looking at. So with the award, we're recommending today we can close that facility when the new garage opens in 2028, which is by far the most cost-effective way to go about it. If we were to reduce bus storage in the new facility further, then we would need to keep that garage open, and it could be in the neighborhood of, $5 to $10 million, depending on that length of time.
Thank you.
Okay, no other questions? Okay, so, yeah, well, the fact of the matter is, we don't have the money to build the additional, we just don't have the money. So what we'll do is, I'm supportive of moving this report forward. I'm optimistic that with the new federal government and the support that the federal government has for transit, I'm optimistic that there may be new programs that come out. I'm optimistic that in the next 2 years, that something will come out that we can apply for it. But the fact of the matter is, we don't have enough money to build the complete version. Often to expand, well, it's not even to expand, just to build it. So what we'll do is we'll, like when you're building a house and you want to put an addition on, we'll wait till we get the funding to put the addition on.
Well, expand on the new building.
And expand on the new building, exactly. So not ideal. I'm hoping that people embrace our new transit system, and we have high demand, and that'll help us build our case when we report to the feds or make funding requests. We know that our top priority right now is the sewer treatment plant, because we won't be doing anything if we can't flush the toilets. So that's where I'm at on this. I don't know if anyone wants to make a motion or make any more comments. Councillor Eady?
Yeah, I wanted to move the recommendation of the scaling down of the new garage, and yeah, we'll work to the future, and yeah, it's just, everybody knows all the other demands that we have under my chairmanship. Anyway, yes, I think that, it can move a bit faster when they go to expand it, which it will be in the future eventually, so. I'm
Okay.
moving it, yep.
Okay, Councillor Eady's moved it. I want to acknowledge also Chris Scott, President of ATU, who's made a submission. Thank you, Chris.
Oh, yes.
So Councillor Eady moved the motion.
So I just want to clarify, this is to concur in the Winnipeg Public Services recommendation?
Correct.
Yes,
To receive as information?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Carried.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just wondering if it's the will of the committee. I'm not sure if the administration that we need is here, but I'd like to deal with item 11 if possible. do have folks in the
Sure.
gallery. It's been a long day.
Okay, yes, but we've got a couple more reports on transit. I'd like to finish the transit ones first.
I think
We
there's
only have
several.
two.
There's several.
No,
Number
there's
2,
two.
3,
Two
and
more.
5?
Number 2 and number 3. Number 5 is Public Works related.
Okay.
Or that other one,
How
number 8.
about number
8.
9?
Let's
Number
finish
9?
transit. Come on, please.
Yeah, let's finish transit. Award of contract for the construction of the north garage replacement tender. Okay, so now we're going to award, hopefully.
This is replacing.
So maybe you could speak to that.
Jesse will lead us off on that report.
Yes, thanks. Good afternoon. So this report is for the award of a contract to PCL Constructors Canada for the construction of the north garage replacement at an estimated cost of $166.6 million. We had done an RFQ for this project, and we pre-qualified 3 contractors for bidding on this tender. 2 bids were received from PCL Constructors and Bird Construction. The lowest bid price exceeds the funds allocated for construction, and as a result, some project elements were removed and will potentially be part of future phases. I should also note the project contingency is now approximately 4% of the budget, which is well below what would be typically held for a project of this size. And for that reason, there is a high risk that more funding may be needed to complete the project. There are 3 recommendations in the report. First, that the city enter into, execute, and deliver an award of contract for PCL Constructors in the amount of $166.6 million. That authority be delegated to approve contract over expenditures and related change orders for the project to the Chief Administrative Officer up to the Council-approved budget, the Chief Financial Officer up to $10 million, and the Director of Transit up to $5 million, and that proper officers of the city are authorized to do all things necessary to implement the intent of the foregoing. So the lowest bid price, as I mentioned, exceeds the funds allocated for construction to keep it within the approved overall budget. So that presents 2 options. The first is not awarding the contract. We are not recommending this, as it would forego approximately $133 million in federal and provincial funding, result in capital costs, which I touched on, to keep the existing north garage operational. It would limit transit's fleet size and growth, as Bjorn's discussed, thus impacting service and ridership, and likely result in higher costs at a later date as prices continue to escalate in the current market. Second option, which the Public Service is recommending, is awarding the project with the deferral of some scope elements and recognizing that high risk created by reducing the project contingency to a low level of approximately 4%. Typical city practice for a major capital project is a contingency level of approximately 15%. In this case, the Public Service would continue to explore if there is a shared funding opportunity as part of the Canada Public Transit Fund, as Councillor Lukes alluded to, that could provide additional project funding, and as I mentioned, it's very likely further funding for the project will be needed during construction. The high-level impacts of deferring some scope at this point under this option to keep the bid price at $166 million are size, reduction from 26,200 square meters to 24,000 square meters, and that's primarily bus storage, which is going from 207 40-foot equivalent buses to 171. And we are going to defer installation of 1 wash rack and not pave the staff parking lot. But this configuration does allow us to close the current north garage at 1520 Main as soon as the new garage is operational. As I mentioned, any further reduction in bus storage would require that existing garage to remain open, which would necessitate further investment in that aged facility to maintain its basic functionality. The deferral of the listed elements will be combined with future currently unfunded phases to restore the original scope of the project at a future date. Thank you.
Councillor Reedy?
Did our Chief Construction Officer have a look at this?
We have had several meetings with him. He's been on board since April 1st, I believe. So yeah, we've had some discussions with him through this process. Obviously, we were at that point in the bid phase, so limited options as to what we could do. But yes, we have had consultation with him.
Okay.
Any
I'm ready to move it.
Pardon me?
I'm ready to move
Any
it.
other questions? Okay, so just to recap, if we approve this, this goes to council, I believe?
Correct.
And then when do you anticipate shovels in the ground?
We are anticipating after council, we would have award shortly thereafter, a period of time for them to gear up and mobilize. So we'd probably be looking at September-ish. We'd like to do some sort of groundbreaking.
Yeah, we'd like to do something that to celebrate. I mean, this is like, a couple $100 million, right? So it's something to celebrate, right? So Okay, so that's exciting. You've got remediation, and then you'll start with the building project. Okay, so that's great. So Councillor Eby, you want to move it?
Recommendation, and I appreciate that PCL has won the bid. They pretty well use all local workers and everything, so
Yeah, yeah.
love it.
And then, I mean, it is a very narrow contingency, but, you know, we'll deal with that. Okay. So motion to move the report as per the Public Services recommendations that we enter into the contract. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Number 3 is the impact of diesel bus procurement beyond the Investing in Canada infrastructure program. Okay.
This report is as a request from council to discuss what the impacts of purchasing diesel buses from 2027 onward, how it would impact the transit department, the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, and the city's climate action plan, as well as our Winnipeg 2045 climate action commitments. The department needs to buy as many buses as possible each year. There are benefits to buying diesel buses versus zero emission, including lower upfront pricing, longer range, and known reliability. However, they may cost more to operate long-term. Starting in 2027, Transit plans to replace some regular and smaller diesel buses with bigger articulated buses that use more fuel. Some of the money saved by operating ZEBs that were purchased under the ISIP program will need to be used. We'll end up using more fuel for the new diesel buses. Sorry, they'll end up using the savings from the zero emission buses to pay for the fuel for the bigger diesel buses. So a pause in buying ZEBs won't immediately affect the department's operating budget, but as those newer, bigger buses come in, you will start to see potentially operating costs becoming more expensive and higher than the rate of inflation on diesel fuel. The use of diesel fuel impacts 8 of the 9 goals of the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan, and that's summarized in the Appendix C. Buying diesel buses will help keep service and performance consistent initially, but in most other ways, zero-emission buses are better aligned with the Winnipeg Transit Master Plan goals. New diesel buses run for 18 to 20 years, so buying diesel buses for a few years will not change how public transit runs today, but slowing the change to zero-emission buses will make it harder and more expensive to deliver all the WTMP goals. Buying diesel buses will help with ridership today, but could slow overall ridership growth and service growth over the next 25 years. The Winnipeg Climate Action Plan, our Winnipeg 2045, and the Community Energy Investment Roadmap set targets for reducing emissions both in the community and within the city departments. Diesel buses make up 40.6% of all City of Winnipeg direct emissions. These are corporate emissions. If transit continues to buy diesel buses, it will be harder and more expensive for the city to cut emissions elsewhere in order to meet its climate action targets. Transit can only lower emissions by replacing diesel buses with zero-emission buses. By buying diesel buses for just 5 more years, Transit will miss its climate action targets by 800,000 tons of emissions. By 2027, the department will better understand how people ride buses in the new network. It will also better understand how zero-emission buses work and their pros and cons. The bus industry is changing, and the need to buy diesel or electric buses may change as well. Several manufacturers have stopped producing diesel buses due to high demand for zero-emission buses. And if the targeted funding program for zero-emission buses is announced by the federal government in the near future, Transit may miss an opportunity to apply for this funding if we're not appropriately planning for zero-emission purchases. So any new information on the benefits of buying zero-emission buses over diesel buses will be presented to council for review in the future. Just a few things I wanted to highlight in the report relative to this. There are a lot of changes that are going on. It's a very evolving market right now, and with the exit of most manufacturers from diesel buses, the price of diesel buses has gone up significantly. We currently are under contract for zero-emission buses until the end of 27, whereas we are not under contract for diesel buses. So as there is high risk of cost escalations with the new diesel contract, which could make the price difference between a diesel and an electric bus much closer than it is today. In addition, the fact that most federal funding programs allow funding to be applied to zero-emission buses, but not diesel buses, so that reduces the price of a zero-emission bus by 40%. There's also potential for federal targets that will force us into purchasing at least a portion of diesel or zero-emission buses in the future. So those are all things that are be outside of our control that may come into play before the procurement in 2027. With the impact to the master plan, I said we do have an outline of the short-term and long-term impacts in the back of the report for review if there's any questions related to that. And in the climate action plan, I said just wanted to highlight that it's often commented that transit is 0.8% of emissions in the city of Winnipeg, but we're really 40% of the city's corporate emissions. So it's one of the biggest sources of emissions when it comes to corporate emissions that we have direct control over. And while we do have the potential to directly replace a bus, it is much more difficult for us to influence people to start riding the bus. So there are things that we can do, and the implementation of the PTN are things that we are doing to help make transit better, but this is a more direct way that we can do that. So it is very much evolving, and lots can change between now and 2027, but that is a summary of where we're at today. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any questions? Pardon me?
It's just for information.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't like the implications.
So you have it's a very good report. In Appendix B, can you just, like, when you say pause, like we see the return to diesel, we see the transition to zero, what do you mean by pause?
So when we originally were looking at this report, it was based on the recommendation in the budget cycle, which only looked at purchases between 27 and 2030. So at this point, we have not been directed to not purchase zero or diesel buses. So we're assuming that at this point on the budget cycle from 27 to 2030, that would be 5 years of purchasing diesel buses. So beyond that, there's still potential at any budget cycle that this could change. So we only were looking at directly the 5-year pause at this point in terms of what that could potentially do to our impact. But we did show both of if we never went back to buying zero-emission buses and continued to buy diesel versus here's the curve with eventually bending down to meeting our 2050 net zero targets versus not. So those are just two scenarios we looked at in terms of impact.
Sure. Sure. So this report, like the other report, throws out a lot of risks, a lot of challenges, a lot of situations that aren't ideal really for us right now. But like you said, the whole zero-emission bus world is evolving. Again, maybe I hold too much optimism in the federal government coming through and helping us with purchasing some of these buses. But for now, with our budgets the way they are, this is the decision, or this is the direction council voted on in the budget to go. So this, it's a good report, I guess, not really, but good. It's a good written, good informative written report. The message is not as great, but this is where we're at right now. So I don't know if committee members, does anyone have any comments or questions, or it is challenging.
My portfolio, I'm very.
I know.
I don't like it.
I know. So, okay, if I could have a motion then one way or another on this report
I'll move the public service recommendation.
to receive it as information? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Carried. Okay, so now there's been a request to move item number 11 up, because you're done now, right? Everything? Okay, wait, can I just, before you go,
Just
can
a
I
sec,
ask?
Madam Chair, what about the transit safety report, number 9?
Yeah, that's related with
Public Works?
service, Public
Okay.
Works.
Public Works.
But I just wanted to ask Bjorn, okay? Bjorn. Bjorn, the man with the bus, or what do they call you there? So Bjorn, tell us, how's it going? What have you heard from the masses? Oh, can I ask him, do I need a motion?
Yeah, new business for.
Okay, motion for new business,
So
okay.
moved.
So moved.
Okay, okay, so,
We'll call the question.
all in favor? Okay. So how's it going overall?
Operationally, things are actually going quite well. I mean, there's two different aspects to this. There's how well are we doing at providing the service, and then what the public response is. So our provision of the service is actually going quite well. We've managed to dispatch all the buses every day. The number of bus operators making wrong turns or things like that and getting lost has been actually extremely low. And that's a real testament to everybody who's part of my team, who's been trying to get the word out there and making sure that the bus operators have all the information that they need, and even going down to in our driver lounge area near the dispatch office and talking to them every single day for the couple weeks leading up to the launch, answering all their questions to make sure that they can understand the network. So overall, that's going really well. There's a few operational hiccups we've got, and two in particular that I'll highlight are at Redonda Loop in Transcona and at Unicity. Basically, we've just got, in both of those cases, too many buses pulling in all at the same time, and it's created a bit of bus congestion, and it's an operational challenge. So we're working right now at temporary mitigation measures. So we've had inspectors out there talking to the drivers and other staff, basically saying to drivers, okay, you need to pull up a little bit further than you normally would so the buses can get in behind you and get around, or hold short maybe a block away or something before you pull in, things like that. So we're making it work, but it's less than ideal because you don't want to have those active operational measures going. So we're working on a longer term plan that will involve some construction at both locations, but it's manageable. It looks a little bit chaotic, but it's manageable, and we're getting through it. But overall, if those are the only two operational issues that we're really having, that's a huge success. The fact that we can get the service out every day, and we've got problems in two areas, but we're dealing with it. I think that's a real success to this thing where we've overhauled the entire network. The feedback we're getting from the public, it's all over, I'll be honest with you. We are definitely getting some positive feedback. We're hearing from people who their trips are easier, they're simpler, they're more straightforward, but then there's a lot of confusion as well. And that's one of the reasons that we have those street teams out. So it's the 7 travel trainers that we had hired who, leading up to the launch, had been going out and doing these short classes for community groups and cultural groups and things like that, educating people on how to use the new network. Then the week before the launch, they transitioned to become street teams, and they were actually out warning people, hey, this is coming, do you know how to get around, and telling people how to do their trip planning and whatnot. And then now, since the launch, they've been out just helping people find their way. And there's a lot of people who didn't do any advanced planning, or even some who weren't aware that this big transition was coming. So it's been really good that they've been out there. And it's not just those travel trainers. We've actually had a lot of people from the office out, another 20 people or more out on the street, walking around downtown and going to other major transit terminals, like all the different malls, for example. So we've got people that have been stationed there. They're out there today as well, answering questions, helping people find their way. And as expected, there's people who don't like the change, and we're hearing from them as well. But the one thing that the message that I'm trying to reinforce, and that they are as well, is we want to hear your complaints. We want to hear what's working well, what's not working, but be specific and be constructive, because then we can use that information as we go and make changes to the network.
Right, and that's very important that they're commenting on Facebook, and I'm telling them, don't, it's nice you're commenting, but make sure you send your official issue specific in.
Yes.
To the department.
Exactly.
So let's be clear, though. Where do the people send the constructive criticism?
To 311. They can phone 311, use the contact form, or email 311, and they will get to me and my team. We're cataloging them now.
The form.
We've been getting lots of them, and we will make use of that information. It doesn't just go into a void, like some people always suspect. We do get it, and we're going to use it.
Okay, I just want to, I'm getting emails this morning related to, I think 311 is discontinuing email. I don't know that the general public knows that. So.
Not yet.
They are. I don't know the exact timeline for them discontinuing it. It is still available, but then there's the 311 contact form on the website. And one of the reasons for switching to that contact form is that a lot of times when people email 311, they don't include enough information for their complaint or their issue to be actionable. But if you've got a form online and you say you have to fill out these individual fields, then it ensures that all the information is there. So
okay,
that's
Yeah,
essentially
they have a
what it is.
form, and it's a super simple form. I see it right now. They can upload pictures, whatever they want to do.
Cool. So, but like how much information do you need to know that I have 2 customers who got stuck because they didn't know that the D17 ended at 10 p.m. and they're walking in the north end, and it's not safe at night, especially for women. So
That's important for us to hear, because when we would come back to this committee with a proposal to extend service hours, then we've got the information about people have been saying this, about
It's the safe
not having
area.
service in these areas.
People living in my area and in the West End and Central, you know, they've always been talking about the safety, right? But also, there was a big thing about that seniors place on St. Anne's Road on CBC yesterday. The consideration of moving stops again, just remind me. Because I got I got emails from 2 seniors places.
Making some minor adjustments like that is definitely something that we can look at. And if the one you're describing on St. Anne's is the one that I'm thinking of, we had a couple of different options for which intersection to position the stop pair at. And it looks like maybe we got that one wrong and we're going to have to move it. I don't know all the details, but we have to look into that. But then there's other ones where people are saying, can you put these stops back? But when we go and look at it, there isn't a safe crossing between the stops, and that's a really important thing for us. So
Safe
it's,
crossing.
it's not always obvious exactly where the stop should be, and we're willing to look and revisit some of these ones.
Okay, and you'll filter through those too?
Pardon me?
You filter through those too when they're?
Me and my team, we look at all of those.
Bjorn, in terms of the street teams you mentioned, that's great. Glad that they're out there. I assume you're going to keep that going for a little bit and then it'll wind down. In September, though, will you get them back out there when the students are
Yes,
back to school? Is that the
absolutely.
plan?
Yeah.
Excellent.
The real test of this whole network is going to be in September when everybody's going back to school, back to work, and they're not on holidays.
And this week, it was probably a bit of a soft launch, given the Canada Day holiday.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in the coming weeks, we'll get more feedback, I'm sure.
Councillor Chambers?
Yeah, and it's probably too specific now, but I do have a concern with a stop on the southbound lane in Dakota, just past South Glen.
Okay.
The lane narrows. It goes from 2 to 1. And so I'll have to follow up with you because there's a potential for, a safety potential there where, you know, I've witnessed cars kind of cutting off other cars as they're going straight. So if there's a bus there, parked there and sight lines are obscured, there's a potential for safety concerns.
We've installed and moved hundreds of bus stops, so inevitably there's going to be some areas where, yeah, there is an issue that we didn't foresee. I don't know if that's one of them or not, but it will happen, so we have, all I can say is we have to look into them.
Okay, yeah, I'll follow up with you on that then. Thank you.
Okay, then what's next, Bjorn? So we're going to get into this, we're going to embrace this system.
Question 2?
Oh, question 2,
Yeah.
sorry.
So with respect to the on-demand services that are ending at just after 10 o'clock, I believe it is, are we looking at a plan? Because there are, you know, whether you're working in restaurants or what have you, I received an email the other day. Again, Smitty's, the person works on Smitty's at Meadowood and has to now walk to Dakota to catch a bus there at midnight. Not ideal.
That's probably one of the most significant number, no, I shouldn't say most, but one of the largest number of comments that we've received is about how late service is operating. So yeah, we're aware of that. We need to look into that and figure out a plan to see what we can shuffle around and what would require additional budget. So
Much appreciated. Floor's yours.
Okay, so what's next?
we want people to keep providing feedback, obviously, and whatnot. The biggest thing is going to be getting into this cycle of the annual service plan, monitoring the service, figuring out what adjustments need to be made. And then the biggest thing coming up is one of the capital projects that I had mentioned in my presentation, the preliminary design of the downtown rapid transit corridors, because that's one of the next big steps visible to the public, is that we can do that study and then hopefully apply for funding to actually build the downtown portions of all the rapid transit corridors. Because right now, we've got a lot of stops that are all associated with what we call Portage and Main Junction, but I'll be honest, they can get a little bit far just because of the interesting street network all around Portage and Main. So even stops that are at Main and Graham, we're still considering to be part of Portage and Main Junction, even though that's, you know, a fairly long block away. But it's just, it's the way everything is set up. When we can actually build some proper infrastructure, we can tighten all that up and bring everything closer together to make the transfers much tighter. So that's one of the ones that I'm really excited about, because then it also would include the Union Station work that somebody had mentioned as well. So I'm excited about that. The funding is in place, and we're hoping to get the RFP out later this year and get working on the project next year.
And then also next year, you're going to be doing more bus shelters and platforms and more
Correct.
infrastructure too, correct?
Yeah, I think out of that $20 million in the, what we call PTNI, the Primary Transit Network Infrastructure funding, I think we spent roughly a third, maybe a little bit more of it. So there's a lot more still to spend, and that's going to be on bus stop improvements and some of the other things, including improvements to the terminals that I was talking about where we're having some issues.
And have you heard anything, feedback from the bus drivers themselves? Like, what are they saying? Like, are many people asking them how to get around, or?
Yeah, and actually, I've been taking the bus a fair bit over the last week, and they have been extremely helpful and extremely patient with people who are getting a little bit worked up because they're not exactly sure where they're going. And that's one of the biggest challenges. I've mentioned this in a bunch of interviews where the bus drivers are used to changing the routes that they drive every 3 months or so when they sign for new work. So for them to be driving a brand new route, it's par for the course as part of their jobs. But learning an entire new network well enough that they can help people find their way, that's a really big challenge. And we've done a lot of outreach to make sure, but I was wondering really how that was going to go. But just as I've been eavesdropping on the buses, they're doing a really, really good job of helping people find their way. And if they don't know, we've got little business cards that they can hand out. They've got a QR code. It'll take them to the trip planner, and then they can plan their trip. So it's overall, I'd say that's going well. Of course, nobody is an expert in the network yet, but it's coming along.
Yeah, and I just want to give a big shout out to the bus drivers, because really they're the front line. I mean, there are your volunteers that are helping or support staff around, but that's only at busy spots. But I'm sure the drivers are getting a lot of inquiries, and they're having to deal with a lot of it, so.
Yeah, even if we've got 20 or more people out as part of these street teams, that's nothing compared to the fact that we have 1,000 bus operators operating and talking to people all the time.
Big shout out to the bus drivers, rah. Okay.
It was great to see you all at the launch. I wasn't able to make it. I know Councillor Eady wasn't.
Yeah.
Saw the photos. And I also wanted to just extend my congratulations to everyone, Greg, on your team. There's so many different staff people that have helped over a long period of time. So thank you for leading this, and Bjorn, your work.
Thank you.
And your inspector too that helped me, so. Okay, all right, well, let's just keep it going and see what happens, so. Thank you very much, thank you. Okay, all right, so, yes, so.
We just need to receive this as information.
Okay, the questions, okay, so we need someone to have a motion to receive our dialogue as information? Like our questions?
It's a verbal.
Our verbal questions.
Sure, receive it as information, Madam Chair.
Sure, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
And do we
All
go
right.
to item 11 if that's the will?
Pardon me?
Item 11?
Yeah. Okay, so Public Works Department, hello.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So we have a request to move item number 11 up. We've got still guests in the gallery who are keen to hear more about the report and the next steps. So, report number 11.
Thank you. David Patman, Manager of Transportation of Public Works. So report number 11 is the Wellington Crescent AT corridor project. We have this plan for a temporary solution to the AT corridor. There was much demand, much talk about getting this in place. Right now, we've got the plan ready to go. The report is calling for an engagement process to take place before it goes into effect. We're looking at ways to get this into place. The thought was put it in place, then do the consultation. The decision that's been made in talking to various internal stakeholders was do the consultation first, roll it out next year. So that adds a delay to it. It means it won't be out this year. It'll be delayed until after the public engagement takes place. That's public engagement both with the public and with the property owners along the corridor, because this does have some impact on the properties. We're taking away a lot of on-street parking, for instance, to make this happen. So that's what the recommendations say now. We had a lot of the delegations this morning say that they had issues with that time period taking so long, that they thought the sooner that gets in, the better. They want to see a solution go ahead as soon as possible.
So, I mean, we could do the consultation, like, the consultation is not going to take 270 days, right? We do the consultation.
I've been talking to staff about if we can compress that consultation period. Obviously, there's a thought that there's challenges to doing consultation. The summertime is both good and bad in a way for doing consultation, because it's good for if you're talking to AT people because they're out biking, they're with their families. But there's also a challenge that you might say that some people are going to be away from the city. They're going to be they're on vacation. They won't be around for the consultation. So often the city declares that the summer is sort of a blackout period for public consultation. But if necessary, we think we could get that consultation done, start it up as soon as possible right now, try and get it done, spread it out. So there's some events in the summer, some stuff's happening in the fall. We don't want to do consultation right around Christmas, right around the beginning of the school year. Those are also bad periods for it because people have got other things on the go. We're thinking that if we could get, like, in terms of getting this ready for next year, if we could get until like February, March to get the consultation done, we could get, if there was any sort of challenges to the concept that we've got, if they said you need to go back and tweak this, we could still get the consultation, we could still act upon that consultation and get a solution in place in the spring. So it might be opening day sort of like in May of next year to get this thing off the ground.
And so you would do the consultation, you would come back, you know, February, March, something like that, and you'd say, this is what we heard. If you have to make tweaks or something from what you heard, you'd do that to the design.
Yeah, and roll it out. Like, we have to wait for anything that we want to roll out until, we can't roll stuff out before we do the street cleaning and stuff in the spring.
Right.
Like, there's usually, like, when we've been doing AT projects in the past, we try to get them done as early as we can in the season,
Right.
without it being too early and there's still ice and snow on the
Right.
ground, or there's lots of dirt and
Right.
grit that needs to be cleaned up.
Right.
So, yeah, we try to just get it in as fast as we can next year after the public engagement is complete, and anything that we have to do based on public engagement is built into the concept.
And then, now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I think I was wrong. My understanding was to put in the permanent bike lanes, it's part of a road reconstruction. But now I'm understanding that if we want to put in the permanent ones, we can do that. We can study that design and everything, we can do that. It doesn't have to be part of a road reconstruction. Is that correct?
Well, you have, Chair, in this case here, Wellington is, I think the last mill and fill was 2012, 2013, somewhere in that time frame. Those are designed to, if they're properly constructed, to last about 20 years. So we got another probably 10 years before you really necessarily need to do something there. If you come up with a final design that, say for example, changes the AT alignment to the north, just saying, like, just as an example, that maybe more boulevard would be taken and less impact to the roadway, then there would be less requirement for, you know, the roadworks. But really, in a lot of locations, what we do is that if there's a change in the use at the life end, or where there's major rehab or reconstruction, that's when those AT are going in. If you did something here differently, depending on what that end result alignment would look like, could involve a lot less roadworks. So potentially just the AT alone in that entire section from the Maryland Bridge to Stradbrook, you know, at a class E estimate could be anywhere around $5 million or something.
Well,
Just
yeah,
for AT.
so I was thinking of like on Pembina, when we did the permanent, like when we did the road reconstruction at the south end of Pembina, we took boulevard space so that we didn't reduce the lanes. We took boulevard space. We still have yet to put the barriers in. That's not a top priority, but it's getting up there.
By where?
Basically
Clarence south.
DeVos to
Okay.
Chancellor Matheson. We widened it, and we'd taken some of the boulevard.
Yeah.
So that was part of a road rehabilitation at that time. So.
Correct, yeah.
So that is a potential in the future for Wellington, maybe. Okay. But that's the future we're concerned about now. So, okay, so then, question?
Just
Councillor Yee?
not a clarification, like, the most dangerous place along that route is the intersection, right? Where Wellington meets Maryland Bridge and Academy Road, right? It sounds the most dangerous, like, I'm just curious, I didn't read through anything that was, like, I can't see images or drawings or anything, but what's being proposed to be done right at the intersection?
What's being proposed?
Yeah, what, for a temporary test, what's being proposed to be done at that intersection? Because, like, you can put in bike lanes blocks away or whatever, but when you get to that intersection, that's where it's most dangerous, right?
You're referring to at Academy there in Maryland.
Academy,
right?
Maryland, and Wellington Crescent, yes.
No right turns.
That's that's a crazy intersection. I used to ride my bike through there all the time because I worked at Queenston School and I rode down Academy Road to get there, so.
There, yeah, so Appendix A, Dave?
Yeah, so if we're talking about the intersection of Academy and Wellington here, where as the drawing is set up, there's 18 lanes that go through.
Yeah.
And there's a removal of the right turn on red.
Yeah.
And there's a removal of the bus stop that was there in the past.
Yeah, that stop's already gone though, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
We're also creating bike boxes to give the bikes an advantage that they get to the front of the queue and can wait there to cross and get it across the street. So that's a design that we're now using, like it's being used in other parts of Canada that would be used as part of this trial as well.
Would that be a useless thing to do if there were no bike lanes?
Yeah, if we wouldn't just do that on its own, we would do that as it's being done as part of the pilot. We wouldn't just establish that on its own.
No, eh? Okay. All right, just curious.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay, so any other questions from committee members here? I want to thank all the delegates that came and presented and provided their information and their comments and feedback, and people that submitted last time and this time.
Motion?
Now, do we have any motions on
Yeah.
this?
Yeah.
Councillor Chambers?
So, I'm looking at this, in recommendation to insert the word installation after Wellington Crescent, Academy Road to Stradbrook Avenue, bike lane project. Delete recommendation 3 in its entirety and replace with the following, that the public service be directed to report back in February 2026 meeting of the Standing Policy Committee of Public Works with the results of the consultations regarding the pilot project and seek final approval for the installation of the updated design. Add the following new recommendation 5 and renumber the remaining recommendations accordingly. That the Winnipeg Public Service be directed to make the first walk-bike design study in 2025 resulting from the recent adopted pedestrian and cycling strategies update to be the design for the permanent separated bike lanes on Wellington Crescent from Academy Road to Maryland Bridge to Stradbrook Avenue.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is, in this motion, you want the department to come back in February? Is this going to be possible, that the department?
2026?
Let's clarify this item for ask as well.
Yeah,
So the first request was to delete item number 3. So essentially dump the 270 and come back in, what's February 2026,
Yeah.
Mr. Clerk?
yes.
150.
150 days. So come back in 150 days with the report on the consultation on the pilot project. So that sounds doable.
Right, right. So
Then-
we'll hear back that what people have said.
Yeah,
We'll
well,
come back to the
that's
committee.
part of what was recommended in the first go, right?
Yeah.
And then the second piece, I'm a little bit more, require more clarification, and that's on the walk-bike study final
Design.
So the design that we're talking about in February is the design of the pilot project.
Correct.
This final design, like a study identifies, would take
2 years.
it'd take roughly 2 years for that study to be the result. And I thought for some reason you said 2025 in that statement somewhere.
So, hold on a sec here. The
I just
Winnipeg
wanna-
Public
just
Service be
clarification.
directed to make the first walk bike design study in 2025 resulting from the recently adopted pedestrian and cycling strategy update to be the design for permanent separated bike lanes on Wellington Crescent from the Academy Road, Maryland Bridge to Stradbrook Avenue.
Just to start on the permanent
Yeah,
design.
start on the pivot.
Oh, start on
Make
it,
it the
yeah.
priority.
Yeah.
Out of all your studies, make it the priority.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
And then do however long it takes, right? We'll have the interim one in, then you go away and study the
You're putting it into
permanent.
the work plan.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay, yeah,
Okay.
just how it was worded.
Okay.
Mr. Clerk, you sent that by email to us, I believe?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. Okay, so any comments from committee members
I,
on his motion?
I like giving it the high priority for the final design. I like that.
For the final design, okay?
The department can, that's okay, you're okay with that timeline?
Yeah,
It's
on the
achievable?
execution of the start, yes.
No, I'm supportive, yes.
Sure, okay. So, yeah, so my comment is, kind of I said earlier too, is we want this to go in, I want this to go in very badly. We need 9 votes to make it go in. This is a job of compromise. This is a role of compromise here. Sometimes we don't always like what we have to compromise on, but I want this to end up going in and getting the 9 votes. So I'll support your motion.
Okay.
So I'll call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay.
Okay.
Now we'll go to the next report.
Item number 4, annual report on snow clearing and ice control. Go ahead, Michael.
Okay.
Have Mr. Cantor here.
Good afternoon, committee. This is the annual report for the snow clearing and ice control. The 24-25 season was a milder in terms of total accumulation, the number of streets plowing events, the number of salt and sand used, and snow hauling. On the other hand, we had more days of snow and more sidewalk plowing events. Overall, the plowing performance has improved from the previous season, except for Priority 2 sidewalks, which was primarily due to a result of a lack of timely reporting administratively, internally, which we hope to correct next season by utilizing the automatic vehicle location data for future reporting. We're in the process of reconstructing 2 of our sand salt domes. The adequate structure has been selected, and we are now moving into the design and build stage to have them ready before the winter of 26-27. There is a partial funding in 2025 capital budget, with the remaining funds to be requested as part of the 26 budget process. We have also finalized the design of the new snow disposal site on Wilkes, replacing the old one located east of it, which was expropriated during the changes to the west service road along the perimeter highway. We will be reaching out to the province to confirm and secure funding for this project. Regarding compliance during residential parking bans, we have continued to experience a decrease in the ticket to kilometers ratio and service requests for vehicles impeding snow clearing over the last 5 bans, and since the previous fine was increased. The current strategy to increase compliance is focused on enhancing communications to residents. This past season, we utilized postcards in areas with higher rates of offenders. We plan to the use of social media and radio in a more targeted and timely manner, such as right before the start of the annual winter route parking ban or right before each residential plow, meaning blitzing with communication when we expect residents to act on it. We are also exploring the use of text alerts, and that will be part of the CD customer portal project that is underway.
Lots of good stuff in here. Councillor Chambers.
Michael, thank you very much for this report, because what I heard during the winter time is the dramatic improvement to snow clearing on sidewalks in my community. So thank you very much. Oftentimes, people were saying that their sidewalks were clear, or the sidewalks in the community were clear before the streets. And they were able to get around safely during the winter time. And again, to your point, it wasn't an extremely cold winter. Much of the winter was very mild. So the residents were able to get out and walk around during the winter months as well. So thank you very much. I'm very encouraged by this in terms of any appreciable snow that we get in future years will be dealt with in a very quick way. So again, thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Okay, I would like to talk about the AVL. So I guess my last email from you on this, Mr. Cantor, was back in January, and there was still some glitches that were being experienced, right? So, and then of course, you were working on the glitches. So do we feel that we've got the glitches out now, or what?
There are two items mainly delaying the process. One was data coming in the downtown area due to the high buildings. We had issues with getting accurate data from and that will stay there, but we feel confident that we overcame that with some algorithms in the system. The other thing was, since we have multiple contractors, some contractors are using other providers of AVL, and it took time, and we're still working on getting that data into the system, because it's not based on Geotab like the city uses and other contractors using. So that piece has to be built, and it's being built right now. Once we have one event under our belt next season, the goal is to release that information to the biz and hopefully to the public as well. We feel confident that we have that now, that we have all the equipment that we had internally equipped as well. We had lots of parks equipment that there was some delay in equipping them with that. So last season, we were not close to 100% of the information. But even if we have next year some gaps in the information, we're still going to provide our every shift information, but we would like to have it as live as possible.
So what was the intention? Like, was it like, or what is the intention? Is it like in 10 minutes, every 10 minutes, it'll be uploaded to the website, or what?
It's a matter of minutes. It could be even 5 minutes. It's at the end of the day, we would like to see separate sections being reported as complete instead of waiting to a report once a shift and give them an overall percentage of the area. It's going to be that section is reported as complete, and that will be confirmed in the system. So the map is going to look the same, but the completion will be coming up, moving from, I think it's gray now, to green as they go through the network. So it's going to look different every few minutes.
Right, okay, and then I wanted to talk about the courtesy tows, okay?
Can I just ask a question about the GPS, just before you go to that? So, Michael, the GPS system, you were only experiencing the issues that you're rectifying in the downtown where the tall buildings are?
Most of it was downtown. Other areas, it was really, really promising, and it looked very accurate.
Now, I may have missed it. Can the public see exactly where the equipment is? The precise location, or?
Yeah, we are deriving that information by knowing exactly where the equipment is when you drive through the downtown, those dots are jumping around.
Right.
And you need to apply a few more techniques and algorithms to figure out whether that section was plowed.
Good. Now, going into the fall, before we officially, launch this, I'd like to, as a member of this committee, dive into it a bit more. Maybe offline we can do that. We often do that on certain topics. So maybe this is a good one.
No, this is really good. We thought we had it almost ready last year, right? Like I was working with that with Mike S. And, you know, but yeah, there were some glitches, right? So, but it'll be great when it's up and running, so. Okay, so let's talk about courtesy tows, okay? So now, so with courtesy tows, so you're saying last year, okay, how many, what did we have for residential parking bans last year? We just had one, right?
We had only one in December.
Right, so we had one last year, one courtesy tow last year, or one residential plow last year, and we didn't do any courtesy tows last year. So I guess the question is, just correct me if I'm wrong here. How many operators do courtesy tows? How many tow truck operators, or how many companies do courtesy tows?
So we didn't have courtesy tow for the last 2 events,
Yeah.
not just the last one. And it depends on the season. It could be between 12 to 17, depends on how much, in the past, how many tow trucks will be able to be
Okay, so
provided.
you're saying tow trucks. I'm asking you, how many operators, how many tow companies do we hire to do the courtesy tows in the past?
In the past, primarily, usually one company was providing that
Right,
service.
okay. So if MPI has gone to a new thing with their towing, okay, they use multiple companies to provide better service, better transparency on towing, and it provides better service to them. So my question to you is, like, I really think that towing is really important to, you know, like if we don't tow these vehicles and then we run the plows down the street, and we haven't had a few bad winters in a while, but when we do, they're going to be frozen into the bank, right? Like if they don't move their vehicle, they could end up frozen in. Now, I get many calls saying people are getting tickets, but they're not getting towed. And you're saying, okay, we've got one company that we use that has 10 to 15 trucks, and we can't possibly cover all the zones. Okay, I get that. So why don't we move to a system where we have multiple companies that have the contracts or the contract to do courtesy tows so that we can have enough? I've always been told we don't have enough tow
Well, you
trucks.
don't. So
Pardon me?
through, and not to disrupt Michael's responses, but you're making reference to MPI in the province versus the city of Winnipeg.
No, what I'm saying
No,
is.
Chair, I'll just finish.
Okay.
And so when you say that there's all these tow truck companies that are available to do this, there's tow truck companies that are willing to do this. There's tow truck companies that are willing to do this for a significant fee, and very few of them ever bid. So when we hear this story, where maybe you say a company is willing to bid and they don't put in a bid, that's what's going on. We don't have the capacity that people believe in. So if you took all the tow truck companies in Winnipeg today, all the individual private owners, which those larger companies sub out anyways, so a lot of them are the private ownership that are working for a parent company to deliver this service. When you put them all together, total, if they didn't do any other service in the city but just dedicated their time to us, we still wouldn't have enough tow trucks to deal with everything in the city. Not even close. That's if they didn't do anything else. And whenever there's a storm, and we go through this year after year after year, I explain this to you, and what happens?
I'm bringing up a new point. We don't
Yeah,
talk
well,
about
no,
year after
it's
year
the
after
same
year.
point for the last couple of years. And when we look at entertaining a contract, if you had 212 individual contracts to manage, individual contracts, because that's what you'd be doing for the private ownership, there's a reason why we put those tenders out the way we do. So they're properly managed on that side
Well,
as
we can
well.
see how
Well,
properly
hey,
managed they've been managed.
Hey, that's, I don't comment on what goes into the courts.
Yeah.
So
no,
I'm
I
not
know
commenting
that.
on that.
I know that.
And so again, when we say why, fundamentally what we got to look at here as a city is courtesy towing Is it a mandatory requirement in this city to courtesy tow? The answer is no.
No, it's
It's
not.
not a council-approved policy.
No.
It's not a requirement. We could end it tomorrow. We felt in 2011, when we changed the winter parking ban bylaws, we felt it was important for the first couple of years with the extensive change to our concept of service delivery, courtesy tows was a consideration. And it became an expectation from the public that who cares? I'm going to get courtesy towed so I don't have to move my vehicle.
Right.
The numbers that we're showing on tickets demonstrates that not a lot is really changing. So the discussion has been, do we continue on and should we continue on with courtesy towing? Or should we look at, enforcement and actual tow to the compound? Those are the things we really should be looking at. And how do we get that message across? The other key piece is education and awareness to the community and to the public. So why are we continuing to have these problems? Are we sending the right messages out? And if not, why? Like, how do we get this across so that we can hit home that we need those vehicles off the street to provide that effective snow clearing service? That's where our focus has to be. I don't know if we're hitting the right locations, or the penalty is low enough that people don't care, or the fact that they're getting courtesy towed and they don't care.
Okay, so explain this to me. So right now, you've got one company that does towing.
No, we don't have one company. We have one company that was a successful bidder for towing.
Right. So we have one company that was a successful bidder for towing.
Okay, Madam Chair, I think this questioning is maybe more appropriate offline.
No, it's not. I'm the chair and I want to ask these questions.
I have one question though.
Good. Well, it's my turn right now.
Yeah, but you two are just arguing.
No, he's not letting me ask the question. I want to ask the question. He's clarifying it. So we have one towing company that bid on this. So the one towing company has X amount of trucks. And then when we do a residential plow, the one towing company that bid on it goes out and tows, and they don't have enough trucks to tow the ones that need to be towed. So my question is, when we put out the bid, you're saying no one bids on it, is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if there's 200 independent tow truck operators in southern Manitoba, 200 aren't bidding on it, 100 aren't bidding on it, 50 aren't bidding on it, 20 aren't bidding.
Well, we've never put it out there to have multiple contracts for it. We've put it out there for one contract. Why aren't we, and I used MPI as an example because with their towing contract now, they've put it out to have multiple. You can pick 5. They've got 5 towing companies that can provide this service. So I guess my question to clarify it is, why don't we put out a tender for multiple towing companies to tow?
We did, Council.
For multiple or?
For multiple companies to be able to be awarded the work.
Right.
And for those years, we still got usually one company.
Right, and what years were those? Because there's more, they're cleaning up Ontario and they're all coming here, so maybe there's more now. What years were those?
I will have to look into that.
Right.
Because we didn't have that in the past 2 years, so we can report back on that.
Okay, my last question
But
then.
we had that contract at least for 2 years with multiple, with bidders with multiple awards.
Sure.
Yeah, we
So the
opened
market
that.
has changed. There's more people entering into the market. Not lots, but there's
Possibly.
more. So my other question is, we raised the fee, when did we raise the fee?
January 2022.
2022. So, and what is it now? It's 150?
150.
Right. So,
And we had 6 events since then.
yeah.
The message isn't getting.
So we can live in this sort of false world that we can educate the public on this stuff, but honestly, I don't think it works. It's not working.
We're making changes to that. We're making changes. We had some changes last year, and we had issues with some Canada Post strikes that hit us with that. But we're working on changing our strategy and this year it will be timed and it will be more strategic. Before every event, there will be a blitz of communication out. Instead of communicating the whole season, At the end of the day, you would like residents to act on something, and you need to do that right before that something happens. So we want to, instead of putting funding into communicating throughout the whole season, we'll have some initial communication just to get everybody into the mood of winter. But then before, let's say, the winter route parking ban comes in, we'll blitz then, because then people need to know then not to park on winter routes. And then before we have a residential parking ban, we'll blitz then. So we're gonna take a different approaches here to see how much more compliance we can get out of it.
So what's it take to raise the price of the ticket?
There's
Why don't we do that?
And we can look into that, but we would like to take the communication approach first before we go and raise the fine. We can do that. It's a bylaw change. It's doable.
So how long does it take to raise the price of the fine, and how does that happen?
We submit a request to amend the bylaw.
Amend our fees.
And the fees bylaw, yeah.
And how long does that all take?
A meeting of council.
And approval, yeah.
Be done in the budget.
Yeah.
But my question in terms of this line of questioning would be, have we consulted the province to have different tools in terms of collection of these fines outside?
Well, that's a whole story.
That's coming with the bylaw enforcement strategy.
Okay.
And a very good question too, because that's necessary.
Okay. Councillor Eby?
I just really okay. So the 150, that's not a courtesy toll, right?
That's just
That's the ticket, the city's ticket.
You get a ticket because your car's there, right? And so the courtesy toll gets a ticket?
No, the courtesy toll is a free service.
Yeah.
Currently,
Okay,
right.
so the ticket is,
To clarify.
it's not a ticket and a toll though, right? It's to the compound, it's just a ticket.
It's not going to the compound, it's going around the corner.
Right.
And it's, the ticket and the towing is kind of a separate two.
No, I get it, okay.
Two things are happening at the same.
I just want to clarify it, just because the courtesy toll comes in because we're trying to clear it away and the big kerfuffle about getting tickets. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to clarify, hang on. But if we ever went to a full enforcement, what I'm hearing is there's not enough tow truck privately held or companies that could handle a full enforcement of ticketing and towing to a compound, which does happen in other circumstances, right?
And before you respond, though, I mean, if there is more teeth behind this, I think we won't need a company with 40 trucks. If there is teeth behind this, I think people will become more compliant.
Yeah, raise the ticket price.
So,
For the past couple of events, for the past couple of events, we
let them
reached
answer.
97% of the streets enforced. So we are fully enforcing. It's just the towing is not enforcement. Towing is a free service that was provided before to move those vehicles around the corner.
Just so we could clear the snow.
Just add that, tow operators do not want to come to the southwest quadrant of Winnipeg because it's too far from their compound, so they all just stick to the downtown.
We're managing the tows. If our constables are managing, let's say each have 5 tow trucks, they go to the worst locations and use that there. In the south area, if we don't have that many vehicles on the street, you'll go to other locations like Osborne when it's really a problematic area to go in to plow, and we move those vehicles. So we really use it, the number of tow trucks that we have limited, where it gives us the most bang for our buck.
Anyway, I like that. Okay, so, Michael, I like that strategy. Just, you know the event's coming, right? And then you pound it out through all the TV stations. Like, social media don't cut it. I'm telling you, there's so many people. The assumption is everybody's using social media. Some people some people go on Facebook once every 3 months or whatever, right? Like they're not. You got to go through all the avenues, even the newspaper. It's to get the message out. And then if you just ticket everybody 150, then do it. Just do it.
So we are ticketing, and just imagine the situation that we have when we make a decision to do a residential plow, and that happens about probably 48 hours before we come and plow. We have 48 hours to get that message out, which is complicated with different media outlets. Not a paper will work there. It needs to be electronic. It needs to be fast. That's why radio will work. Social media will work. So we want to push that just in a timely manner.
Can't use TV.
And we can use TV, depends.
Hey, listen,
Depends on the-
Clay Young was interviewing me at 5:30 a.m. at the Arlington Bridge. Like, come on. Like, really?
Yeah, that's a possibility.
So through the chair to Councillor Eady, because it's a very good question on this courtesy tow in that
Well,
this
I don't
term.
think you should be doing it. I
No,
think you
this
should just
term
ticket
free.
them all.
Courtesy tows are a cost to the taxpayers of the city for that efficiency that we're talking about, or alleged efficiency. Something's got to change here.
Yeah, I'm just saying, go straight to ticketing and get your message out clearly. That's
And I'm not gonna
Mr.
talk about
Cantor was saying,
compounds
before the plows, anyway, I think that's, anyway.
Okay, any other questions on this report? A good report? Always fun to have it in July.
I'll move to receive this
Okay,
report.
receive it as information. Thank you very much. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay.
On report request for contract over expenditure authorization number 2 for St. Vital Twin Bridge over the Red River Rehabilitation and Related Works, tender number 615-2022. I just want to acknowledge that our newly hired manager of engineering, Mr. Andrew Condon, is with us here today. This is his first committee meeting as manager, so let's make sure we're as respectful as possible. And on that note, Andrew, to talk about the over expenditure, take it over.
Appreciate it, Jim. Yeah, as Jim noted, this is request for contract over expenditure number 2 for the St. Vital Twin Bridge over the Red River Rehabilitation and Related Works that was awarded to MD Steel. The amount that we're requesting for the over expenditure is approximately $2.4 million, which would bring the total cost of the contract to approximately $51.3 million. This is the second over expenditure. We're anticipating it to be the last one as the work is nearly completed. And items contained within the over expenditure include some additional work, such as a water main renewal that was requested by Water and Waste Departments for alignment of works, which were recovered against the project cost, as well as a few unanticipated items, such as high-pressure gas main that was unanticipated, as well as some additional drainage works that were required for ditching and catch basins. There are sufficient budgets within the project to accommodate this over expenditure, and we're anticipating the works to reach total performance by August 11th.
So you're saying all work will be completed by August 11th?
Correct. That's the anticipated completion.
And what was the overall budget? I seem to recall 61 million or something like that.
That is a good question. I know we are quite tight with the budget, but I don't have that number handy. Just
the total?
The total budget for the project.
Yeah,
The
so
total
it's
now
not
is
over the approved amount, right?
59.9.
It was 59 point, oh, okay, 60, yeah.
Yeah,
Well, hallelujah, it came in under. Good.
yeah. Okay.
That's a good,
And it
that's a
breaks-
good news story, Chirp.
Yeah, no, I know. And it breaks down what the additional work was for. So that's good. Okay. So, anyone want to move the report?
Madam Chair?
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Okay, item number 6, updated cost estimates of pedestrian and cycling line painting. David?
Thank you. So this report talks about line painting. Winnipeg currently paints lines on all the roadways once a year, and approximately 25% of the roadways get painted twice. This is due to a combination of factors including weather, staffing, equipment maintenance, and road construction. The Public Service is directed to develop an updated cost to contract out a second application of line painting and any associated budgetary impacts. The estimated cost to contract out a second citywide application of line markings would be approximately between $1.4 and $1.9 million. The Public Service will work with the $541,206 approved in the 2025 operating budget and will prioritize the second application of line painting along critical road networks with higher speeds and/or higher traffic volumes.
Okay, any comments, questions? I have one. And I asked you in an email, and I've read it, but why do we paint on the road to improve safety, right? That's why we paint on the road.
We paint the markings so that drivers can stay in the right lane.
Stay in the right
Stay
lane,
in the
follow
correct
the
lane.
dots
Yep,
when you
yep.
go through
Stop
the
at the stop
intersections.
lines. Yep.
So if we know what our top 10 collision intersections are, why wouldn't we paint those first? Like, I just don't get it. Like, this started in my realm in 2019. I was going on about painting, you know, and like it's July and it's not painted. Like, I don't know what the top one is now, but it's between one of yours and one of mine, Kenniston and McGilvery, and it's just not painted yet. Like, I just don't get it. And, you know, I'll leave it with you. You don't have to answer me, but like, why wouldn't we paint the top? Like, do we need a motion to do that? Maybe paint, like, I just think, why are we painting? We're painting for safety. Like, the pedestrian intersection's not done, the dots on the line to drive people through, like people they just need lines.
There's a lot there to unpack. We are looking at how we can improve the process that we're using right now. We're talking to the staff about this, about how it's done. The lane markings at intersections are done differently to the trucks. It's easy for the trucks to do many miles of corridor a day, but the intersections have to be done manually. You have to walk behind the machine, paint the line, and it's challenging because you can't paint while the busy traffic's happening. So they're done in little pieces at a time. They're trying to do the whole city. They're trying to do the places that got the worst damage to the lane markings. There's competing interests between doing the intersections, doing the crosswalks there, doing the pedestrian corridors throughout the cities, the zebra markings. There's competing interests for getting these things done. But yeah, we should be able to come up with a process for prioritizing where it's going to help the most people, where it's going to have the most of a safety benefit. So we're investigating that right now.
You've got to watch for the high traffic flow in that. But we've been doing this for many years. When is a good time to do the high intersection? For example, Leela and McPhillips and the Kenniston one. When is it, in the evening, weekend?
One thing that's being thrown around and investigated, and it's very timely as well, because we're looking at this new painting technology of, instead of using just the regular paint, using the plastic epoxy paint, is perhaps modifying the way we do lane painting in the city and doing more of it at night, like off hours when there's less traffic on the roads, allowing less competition, less chance that the paint is going to get damaged by stuff driving over it before it's dried out. So that's something that we're looking at modifying as well. We've been doing it the same way for many years. It is what it is right now. We need to look at maybe there's ways we can tweak it and do it differently.
How long does it take to dry?
The epoxy stuff.
Or just whatever we're
The
using
regular
currently?
paint, it's
Alkylate paint?
very quick drying
It's
time.
instant.
Yeah, so it's almost like it's drying within, like the truck is moving.
Minutes, yeah.
And leaving the paint to dry as it's
Sure.
passing
So when
by.
you
So
say at
we don't
night-
close the roads down for it to happen.
Yeah, when you say efficiency improvements to do it at night, do you mean when it's dark or just evening? I'm just curious.
Looking at both,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay,
But of
so-
course, there's issues with that. There's issues with making staff have to work
Yeah.
overnight.
Right.
There's safety issues with them being out in the dark, making sure that they're properly illuminated. So these are all issues that we're dealing with.
On my way in today, I did see some freshly painted lines that were probably done just very recently. Looked great. It was
Well,
hard to
McPhillips
get
was
everywhere,
done
of
last
course.
week.
Yeah, this was Leela, I believe, around McGregor going to Maine. Looked great. Can't be everywhere right away, but it is important, and it was very clear where you need to be.
Yeah, they
And so if
really
we can
shine when
especially
they're
get to
ready.
those high intersections, high collision intersections, I think that's a good idea, and I know you're trying.
So,
Oh, can I
sorry,
just-
Councillor Edie, yeah,
I just
go
want
ahead.
to, so many street works that we do is based on 3 districts. Do you have 1 crew per district, or you just have 1 crew for the whole city?
Line marking?
For
For
the
the
painting
paint
and that,
machine, we
do you
only
have
have
it
one
by
paint
district,
machine.
or-
We only have one paint machine in the entire city, Counselor. One line marking truck. And then we have, so there's roughly 4 people that are operating that unit.
So it's running all the time, but
Yeah, well, when it's not broke down.
know, to get a better painting service, shouldn't we do it the way we base other street maintenance work? Like have 3 crews? I know it's always a thing in the budget, but
Well,
painted lines are,
well, you don't.
there are
you-
people who have a hard time
Don't we have
driving.
another method coming up,
Yeah,
Jim?
so for, through the chair to Councillor Edie, because he may have not been around when that motion was made. First of all, you don't base your services on the areas, you base it on the inventory and how often you need to maintain it. So that's what you're working with.
I get it.
And then secondly, last year, there was an approval to procure an additional line marking machine. And so that, they were going through a review process to order possibly an epoxy-based paint marking machine, but they're probably gonna have to look at an alkylid-based unit to supplement what we have, because we can't guarantee this unit is gonna be up and running, over the next, we're hoping to get 5 years out of the existing one. It's 19 years old now, and, yeah, and again, 3 breakdowns in the last week and a half. Fortunately enough, the breakdowns were quick and efficient to get up and running.
Anyway,
The
it's about
piece,
traffic safety.
yeah,
lines, right?
the piece that's important there is that we look at the tools, like David had said, the suite of tools that are available in the industry, MMA, 3M tape, and epoxy-based paints. And so when Councillor, or the chair was making mention that, well, you should just paint because that's a high collision area. Leading pedestrian intervals are a contributor to that. All the safety mechanisms that are above the road and on the road are all contributing to improve safety and reducing accidents. So maybe all those accidents were a result of the fact that there wasn't a leading pedestrian interval turn where the pedestrian gets the opportunity to go out first. First vehicle slams on the brakes, somebody rear ends them. So you have to understand what the accident ratios and what types they are, and sometimes we don't receive that valued information early enough to make good informed decisions on what should be treated and why. And what other information should be added. You remember when one of the projects we did on the high collision areas was, first of all, we didn't know exactly what all the collisions were, but we put out the advisory boards in advance to say that through MPI that this is a high collision area.
Right.
So those are some of the things. The other piece is on the crosswalks and that the chair had mentioned. What you should be looking at, or what we need to be looking at, is the inventory that we have and where permanent markings are most effective on those, maybe those high volume networks, but also the crosswalks. Why we're not using, say, 3M tape or MMA, which is a thermoplastic. It's very labor intensive to apply, but it's got a life of roughly 8 years. So if we do those things in the right areas, where we don't have to go back too frequently, those things will be there visible year-round. And that's really where we got to put our efforts, and that's what we're trying to do with our new crews, because we've been just trying to keep up. Yeah. And with one crew, like, whatever the public wants to say, we don't have the resources of anywhere else. We got one line painter. The province has more line painters, and they contract out the work on top of that. And, so these are things that we're working towards, but budgets and money always become an issue. And when you're buying a line painting truck, it's not $100. You're looking at $1 million plus.
Mr. Patman, how is the MPI? Are they getting better at providing us this data? I know they were having struggles.
No, they're still struggling, but I believe we've got over some of the hurdles, and we're moving towards getting that information. It's still slow in coming, though.
It's still too slow, eh?
Yeah.
So I have a quick question.
Okay.
You mentioned that the province has a couple of line painting trucks and they still contract some of that work out. Have we looked at contracting some of that work?
Well, part of the approval,
Because
yeah,
it is,
good.
it-
Yep.
if I can finish?
Yep.
It is about safety. It is about, and for me, Abenoji-Mickinaw turning onto St. Mary's Road southbound, I always get questions every year there because people are uncertain which lane to turn into. So is there any opportunity to contract some of this work out so that lines are painted on roads and people have an understanding of where they're turning into?
This report included covering that topic. We said we talked to the province and we got information from their contracts, and we were trying to compare the line painting that they do versus the line painting that we do in the city. Our line painting is a little bit more complicated than outside the city because they're doing like very long distances where it's a very simple line painting.
Yeah.
We're doing stop and starting all the time, lots of intersections, it's a lot more complicated, but we did get that number. We said if we wanted to do the whole city, it would be between $1.4 and $1.9 million for a contractor to do it.
How much?
1.4 to 1.9 million is the range that we would be looking at.
But the part of the question is, have we looked into it? We tendered a line marking tender on Friday.
Oh, okay.
That closes at the end of this month.
Okay.
And that's to supplement, and that's the approval of the 541,000 that committee and budget working group supported. And so we'll see what the tender comes back out, but that's to supplement towards the fall for that second retracement and initial retracement as well.
Great, thank you.
So I'll have the last question here. So on Corridon Avenue at Pembina, or at the Confusion Corner, the pedestrian crossing is marked similar to the one that I sent you on Portage and Main. I don't know if it's painted crooked like the Portage and Main one is, but the one on Corridon has those sort of block paints, of linear rectangle blocks going across on one lane, not both, but one lane.
Yeah, the dashed lines that guide you through the
Yeah,
intersection.
what merits that versus just the two linear lines? Like why does that crossing get those linear?
Oh, you're talking about like the zebra print crosswalks?
Yeah,
that
sure.
Use the big rectangle.
Yes, the big rectangles. What's the rhyme and reason? I'm trying to figure it out because I see them all over, bits and this and that here and there and wherever, and I don't really get it. Is there a rhyme or reason to it?
I don't recall what the information is behind it, but it's like the ones that need more visibility get that big treatment. So we tend to use those around schools.
So is it subjective? Is that what it is?
It's not subjective, it's engineering judgments involved.
Engineering judgment.
Yeah.
Okay, so, you know, I've got high density across from the U of M. I got the big grocery store. I got constant pedestrians. I got little lines, which is better than nothing.
A location with more pedestrians, with more traffic, with buses and like.
And I got buses.
A destination like that with retail, it would be a place to consider putting that treatment in. Those treatments, they take longer to do, they cost more to do than just the two lines, but we are using them more than we used to in the past. So it's a location that we could
So
assess
it's
for.
engineering, subjective is up to the engineers to decide. There's not really like a policy, you know, like this, that,
I'll have to
whatever.
take a look. We may have a policy on it. If we do, I will share that with you.
Okay.
I just don't have that at hand right now.
Okay. Okay, great, thanks. So,
Need a motion?
I guess a motion, please?
So moved.
Okay.
Public service recommendation.
Recommendation, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Main Street Corridor Improvement Study. So we heard some delegates today. I do want to note that Councillor Allard did make a submission. He's not here to speak. You know,
Okay. So we heard this report last month. It was moved over as give Mr. Glavin some time to look at the report.
Right.
As well, today, Mr. Linton and a number of other delegates on top of Mr. Glavin had some comments. I know we've already presented the report, but based on the information that was discussed at delegations today, I believe, Andrew, we could provide some comments to some of the questions to do with lane widths and the park, the Tim Hortons intersection. I mean, we do have time, and I think you mentioned that earlier this morning, that there is time. This isn't the end,
Yeah.
but I think there's a couple of notes to clarify so that we all are moving forward in the right direction.
Sure, so I can address them or I can answer questions. Would you prefer I just address them one-on-one?
yeah, well, I'm concerned about the lane width and the discussions with the Trucking Association. I have PTSD from Chevrier and that scenario that unfolded with turning widths and lane widths, and like, it's still, every year I get it, like every year it comes back at me. So anyways, I won't be here when this Marion thing is built, thank goodness, but it's high industrial area and a lot of trucks, and people, like, they all seem to live in this little world, we'll put it on bikes. Well, that's not gonna happen.
Sure.
Trucks need to be moving stuff. And it really concerns me when I hear that the MTA is their input. So maybe you want to comment on that.
Absolutely. So first, I'll just kind of drill down into, I think, the crux of the issue, which was the 3.35 meter lane widths that were identified as a concern by the MTA. So just to clarify, that's really just focused between Main Street and the Youville curve. Once we move further east from there through the Archibald intersection and then further east towards Lagimodiere, we're back to 3.5 meter wide lane widths through there, which are very common and typical throughout the city. The 3.35 meter lane widths is consistent with a number of guidance through various design guidelines, such as the Transportation Association of Canada's Geometric Design Guidelines, the NACDO Urban Design Guideline. They identify 3.3 meters as minimum lane widths for curbside lanes when there's heavy trucks present. And the other aspect of this is this cross-section was constructed on Goulet. So we've already seen it be implemented and operated on. We haven't been hearing significant negative feedback on that corridor. So we don't anticipate the 3.35 meter wide lane widths to be an issue.
How about with the church?
The church, yeah. So it's important to recognize that this is just a functional design. There still needs to go to prelim design. So there'll be some additional engagement that's undertaken as the project progresses. There's still an opportunity to do fine tuning with loading and parking. Doesn't mean that we can necessarily accommodate everybody's asks, but there's still an opportunity to go back and discuss with stakeholders and fine tune those details. That was carried through on the Goulet portion of works that was already undertaken. What was implemented there was not exactly what you see in the design, the drawing set that you have here, because there was additional stakeholder communications undertaken.
So if somebody needs to unload a person with a disability to get into that part of the church, yeah, there's a parking lot, but only 30 parking spots. I don't know how big the congregation is, but can you have like the bike lane and then have a break in it where there's enough room for some vehicle to pull in and drop somebody off? Not to park, because I didn't hear that from the church about parking. I heard people dropping off and things like that.
Yeah.
Weddings, funerals, and bodies.
Funerals, yeah, and weddings, when the bride is arriving.
Well, so I mean, we would do it like we would do other bike lanes, is we put a cut in it and they can access it.
Yeah, we incorporated accessible loading
Yeah.
on River Stradbrook.
It sounds like they didn't hear about any of this. Like, I don't know, I know we can try and communicate as best we can, but it would help if the council responded, but that didn't happen either. So,
Anyway, the big issue is nobody wants to lose 99 parking spots. That's what it is, right?
in the biz zone. So, okay, so you're saying this is a functional design, and what's the next one called? It's called,
Preliminary design.
the next one's a preliminary design, and then the final design.
Then we go to detailed, and that's when you would do your issue for construction.
Okay.
Is there funding for
Functional,
the next?
preliminary, then detailed.
Correct.
Is there funding for the next stage?
No.
Not at this
Yeah.
stage.
You know, I want to mention something. Like, this whole thing about parking, so the amount of density that's being built right around Marion, they're already getting reduced parking requirements, like substantially. So parking spaces are being taken up on the residential streets adjacent. There is nowhere for customers to park. Like, when you look at studying this and what the impact is, have you looked, like, there's a 100 and something unit place being built, just one block, what street is that? Not Uville. Is it, anyway, there's like a huge block being, and they got only half the parking spots they had to put in. And people are already illegally parking in parking spaces for the businesses around there. Was the impact of that looked at? Like, there's other places, I mean, there are places you can park on a residential street, but we're talking there's some serious density being built all around here. And they don't have big enough parking lots like they do down Pembina Highway.
Yeah, so that's sort of the intent of undertaking these multimodal type corridor studies so that we give people options to reduce the need and the dependency for vehicles and parking on corridors such as this.
So, anyway, I think this is having a overburdening parking for that particular area based on what I've been hearing over the last 4 years. So, anyway.
Okay. Okay, so any other questions on moving on Marion? Moving on Marion has been in my realm for a long time.
Information, this report, right?
Well, what I would like to do, and I don't know, I see that Mr. Linton is here. What I would like to do, we're not in a rush for this. I would like the department to talk to the Manitoba Trucking Association further on these road widths. Even if it's just conversation, we're in no rush to get this report through. Do you think between now and, well, September, you could have a meeting with the Trucking Association and just talk about road widths and talk about their issue a bit more?
So receiving this report as information doesn't prevent any of that from occurring. It doesn't
Okay.
really
Can it occur?
change.
Can it occur?
We'd be happy to meet with MTA
Yes,
to discuss further.
Sure. Okay, so because this is not the final plan, because this is functional design, it's still going to preliminary, then it'll go to detailed. We don't have any money for it anyways. I've heard this concern, not only from the Trucking Association, but from truckers on Chevrier, that the lane widths, there's this really big concern about lane widths narrowing. I know we want to do complete streets, I know we want to do all this stuff, but I really strongly support moving goods in a safe manner, because we can build all the bike lanes we want, but if the trucks just turn right over the bike lanes, if it's not wide enough, what's the point? And that does happen on
A
Boulay.
5-ton truck is pretty big too. They said smaller trucks, like you can think of a semi-trailer, but a 5-ton truck is pretty wide.
Yes.
If I may, it's important to understand the context that a lot of the issues are often around off-tracking and turning.
Yes.
In this particular case, some of the more critical locations, for example, the Uville curve where we have some tighter radii around the corners, we widened out the lane widths there to accommodate some of the off-tracking of the trucks. When you have tangents, straight lines, that's where you can have reduced
Yes, yeah, I get that. Totally
lower
get
lane
that.
widths to
Sure.
accommodate and still accommodate the trucks.
Well, there seems to be a concern, so if you could take some time and meet with the MTA, and we can approve this as information, that would be great,
Sounds good.
okay? Okay, so does someone want to move this?
Yeah, I support that, Madam Chair. I see folks from the Manitoba Trucking Association still in the gallery, so there's maybe just a little bit of a gap in, discussion that they'd like to have. So I support that, thank you.
Okay,
So moved.
okay, great. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Perfect. Okay, three-way stop, Pandora Avenue East and Ravenhurst Street.
Oh,
This is a study, right? Are we studying this?
You jumped the number of
Sorry.
items.
Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped
We're
the
on,
number.
we're on number
Oh,
item
sorry.
number 8, semi-annual
Sorry.
report on the active transportation.
I'm trying to get done here.
Yeah, I was pretty happy with that myself.
Okay, sorry. Semi-annual report. Okay, let's hear it.
Okay, so yeah, this is just a report on the ongoing activities of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee, ATAC. So this report talks about the activities from November 2024 to April 2025. Some highlights include they discussed what was planned for Wellington Crescent, The ATAC was sort of, they talked about the various details of it. They were very supportive of the concept. They talked about some of the crossings that are being planned as part of the Northwest Hydro Corridor pathway. They looked at a concept that's being brought up for doing a new set of AT corridors in the Westlands area, near the shopping center, near the Garbage Hill, that part of Winnipeg. They're looking at using some old rail corridors, some rail right-of-way for active mode corridors. So that's a concept that's sort of a grassroots thing. There's a lot of support for it from various stakeholders outside of the city. So there's this encouraging talk. It's in its early stages, but the city is interested in it and wants to help them out with this. So that's just ongoing chatter on that.
A little bit more? I'm interested in that one.
I can give you some information offline. One of the AT advocates has drawn up some plans where he said, if you look at this rail corridors, if you join them together, you can make this nice linkage for people who live in that area to go north and south really easily.
Get up to Inkster.
Yeah, using a bunch of like the rail corridors that have, some of them are being, in the process of being abandoned. Some of them could be abandoned. They're not heavily utilized.
Right.
So that if we were to look at that, we could use that for an AT mini network, sort of connecting up
And
a
what
bunch of different
what
destinations.
role would the city have in that?
Yeah, just that it would come through the city and we could perhaps be asked to contribute towards it, perhaps be asked to do in-kind, help do the planning for it with them. They're grassroots people, so they don't have the technical know-how how to make something like this go ahead. We could put them in touch with consultants. Maybe there'd be some stuff done for like in-kind donations of resourcing. Just we'd help them, guide them through the process at the city.
Okay.
So they're talking to our AT people, they're talking to other people right now. So it's only in its very early stages, but there's interest in it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Then the other topics include looking at the Winnipeg bike map. It's time for a reprint of it. So they wanted to make some tweaks to the paper copies of the maps that we give out, because that's something that a lot of people like to have, is a paper copy of the map. We know from talking to Transit that there's paper copies of their maps out right now, and they're really popular. So doing an update to the bike map, just a nice thing to have when you're out and about on the network. And then also talking about some details related to the North Winnipeg Parkway Riverbank Stability Study. There's an AT corridor that we want to do, and it's very close to the river's edge. There's a new development happening, and we need to figure out how we route the AT adjacent to it, between it and the river, and that's being worked out, and the ATAC group had some commentary on that for us.
Force them to take out the hydro line and run it.
Thank you. David, on page 5, you make reference to best practices with respect to Phase 2 of the Northwest Hydro Corridor project. Did you talk about that yet? Because we've already done Phase 1. It's just on page 2 there at the top.
Yeah, I'm just
the
looking
second
at.
bullet?
Yep.
Page 5, pardon me. Yeah.
Yeah, there was some locations where, because of the hydro corridor, the overhead power lines,
Yes.
the treatment that we use, whether we use RFBs or half signals, is being discussed. Like Manitoba Hydro says you can't have large towers underneath the hydro lines.
Right.
So we were saying, okay, well, can we use an RFB instead? And we were just checking with the cycling advocates on ATAC to say, would you be okay with this, if we use this treatment on these segments, would you be okay with it being stop your bike, push the button and cross? Or do you want something where it detects you and you
Right.
just sail across?
So in the next phase, potentially, we could have a different treatment.
Yes, yes. So yeah, there may be a difference in what Phase 2 looks like compared to the previous phase. And so just checking
It's always
what
good
their
to
feedback
improve.
is on that, so we can take that feedback to Hydro when we're talking to them about it.
Now, on that note, how are we making out with the Northwest Hydro Phase 2? Any update on that, or?
There isn't any update right now. It's still it's being reviewed by Hydro. is my
Madam Chair, do you know anything on that one?
Sorry.
No, the Phase 2 Northwest Hydro, we're just
No,
talking about?
no.
So you were saying, David, you'll awaiting an update from
We're waiting an
Hydro?
update. I'll check with my staff again, and as soon as we have any news to share, we will bring it to you.
You're just waiting for affirmation from Hydro that that plan can go through, right?
That's a big piece of it, yeah. There's multiple.
That's what slowed down the
Yeah, that's what
first
slowed down the
phase.
first phase. Like, there's multiple people who have to agree to say, and say yes to things at Hydro. So we get some of those yeses really quickly, other ones take
Are the
time.
drawings done or not yet? That wouldn't be the step we're at now.
I believe the drawings are very close to being done. Like,
I'd like-
they're just like the drawings are in the review process.
And I'll look at the director here, Mr. Berezowski.
Mm-hmm.
We're very, worked hard together, a lot of us, all of us, on getting that first phase done.
Yeah, it's coming.
We had verbal reports here at the committee for a while, so I'll trust that you'll be getting me a report soon before, you know, council prorogues. We've been waiting for an update on this project, and we were hoping to be in the ground this year, actually.
Yeah, us too. We had, I both recall opening day, the Hydro said, we are very enthusiastic
Yes,
about
you and I
these
were there
projects.
together.
We want to see these things happen. So, yeah, and we can
I'd like
remain
another update.
enthusiastic.
Otherwise, maybe I can, if you don't mind, if the committee doesn't mind, we can have regular updates with the committee going forward.
Yeah,
But I'll-
we'll provide information like we've done in the past. The regular updates doesn't gain us any value. Like, Hydro is the kicking point, and if we're having troubles with Hydro, we've been raising, and what I mean by troubles is, if there's challenges between the two agencies, then we've raised those issues to be discussed at certain.
Well, I'll leave it to you for now.
Yeah,
And I know you're working hard
yeah,
on it, but
this
we
is
may
a
revisit
priority
it
for us,
in the
yes.
future. Thank you.
And the budget's already there, right?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Only the longer it takes, the higher that.
Well, that's part of the issue.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So do we have a motion to?
Oh, I'll move to receive the
Report?
verbal report as
Or
information.
the written report?
Or,
Okay,
written, sorry.
perfect. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Sorry.
Okay, transit safety for persons with disabilities.
Thank you. This is an interesting report. The public service, both the Public Works and Transit work together on this report. The topic is, how can we ensure that at transit stops, whether they're permanent stops that are in place or temporary stops that are there while a construction project is on and everything is all torn up and there's a temporary stop because people need to continue to go through that area on transit, how can we ensure that those are meeting the needs of people with disabilities? So we took a look at our current practices. We took a look at, we got some feedback from different stakeholders in the disabled community. We took a look at best practices in other cities, what they're doing, and came up with a list of things to tweak, things to maybe like put in the parking lot for future consideration regarding both the existing stops and future stops. Because transit is right now in the process of making lots of changes to their transit network. They've got the new network in place, so they've closed the number of stops. They're creating new stops. They don't have the budget to make all the stops perfect right off the bat, but as we go through and we can upgrade the stops as we go forward. So there's a list, this report has a lot of different like topics included in it about connections between stops and the sidewalks, about just the maintenance of the stops. With the temporary stops, they're made, if you've seen some of these temporary stops, they're often with plywood boxes with a ramp, and you go up the ramp, it's got like a yellow paint along the edge of it. There's room for improvement there. These things are going to cost, it's sometimes costly to improve. And some of this stuff is also, it's housekeeping. So when a construction contractor is doing a construction project, they've got the manual of temporary traffic control. It talks about all the different things they have to worry about when there's a new construction project happening. So they have to make sure that the special signage is in place. They have to make sure that they're using the right barriers, to make sure that there's protection from the public from pits or materials that are there or construction equipment that's moving around. Included in that is the temporary bus stops. They need to make sure that when they're doing these temporary bus stops, they do them right. That they could be doing them, we could be looking at upgrading that process. We'll have to talk to the construction industry about what we can do to improve it. Other cities, they have larger treatments at the bus stops. They have handholds to hold onto as you walk. There's more guidance, there's more messaging about the temporary stops that are in place. this is all stuff that we could be taking a look at, and we will need to do further talking to the industry about ways to just make sure whatever you're putting in the ground is good, is solid, and just do housekeeping to make sure that when you put it in day one, it's right. It needs to be kept right so it's right throughout the process so that things don't get jarred and knocked out of place, and so that people understand what's going on with the construction zones. So lots of detail there, there's room for improvement. We've already got some good stuff in place, just need to just follow the protocols that we've set up and talk to the industry about it.
Okay.
So, sorry, I think I was the author of this motion
You went on that bus tour.
because I went on that bus tour, yeah, with CNIB. So for me, I mean, you know, I see the image that you have here with the yellow paint around the platform and whatnot. But I mean, for somebody like my colleague who's not going to see that, it's of little use. So is there anything auditory that identifies a temporary stop so that persons with visible disabilities will still be able to access that platform?
There isn't now, but one of the things we did talk about was how to message, how to communicate that these things are out there. So one idea was that some of the cities are using like signs with Braille on them. We often use just signs that are just, it's almost like a whiteboard. I would just chalk up like a sign with a temporary message with a Sharpie pen or something. So that's not very well standardized. That could be improved. There could be advanced messaging ahead that you're coming to a construction zone. Putting messaging like that out there might be part of the solution. It's things that we see what the issue is. We know there's room for improvement. It's just we haven't determined what the solution is yet.
Is there an easy way to put something on the website that there are temporary bus stops here, and here on this route due to construction?
Yeah, and that we've
Braille- I was
included.
just going to say Braille on a sign in the exterior environment. I wouldn't waste your money on that.
No. But just saying what we saw, what we learned about as we were doing this project was that different cities use different
things, yeah.
tools. So definitely improving our communications is something that we've identified here. So Transit and Public Works have talked about this. We can make sure there's messaging on this when we got temporary stops, making sure that it's communicated a lot better so that people aren't surprised when they get to a location and find
They
it.
don't know where to catch the bus.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad, okay. It's good, so there's more work to do on this, and
Yeah, we've identified internally, although these say the support is for information, internally within the document, we say we need to keep looking at this, keep working on it, and looking for ways to improve as we do more of these, we're going to get better at this, because now we've identified the issues that we've got.
the other thing, I don't know if you found this, but I was walking down a street where they put a temporary sign, but the actual sign was kind of low, and I whacked my face.
I hate hearing stories like that because, yeah, we hear about a lot of people getting whacked in various body parts, whether they're on bikes or on
Don't worry, the
on
parking
walking.
authority did it too, so.
Yeah, there's room for improvement there about the standards we use for setting the heights of these signs.
Yeah, anyway, thanks. Okay. I will, what's the recommendation here is to?
Receive as information.
Yeah, okay, or do you want to move it, or?
Yeah, no, you go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move this report as information and look forward to some improvements, avoid injuries out there. All right.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Carried. Now, I do have one more question on this report. Counselor Rowlands is working on some accumulating stuff in the Human Rights Committee for a report on what the city's been doing. Can we forward this on to her, or do we just tell her to look at it? To the Human Rights Committee? Can we forward it to the Human Rights Committee?
I think
I can inform the coordinator that it was on our agenda today and forward it on to her as information.
Well, we'd like to get information. They have a subcommittee that used to be the Access Advisory
Right,
Committee.
right.
And it'd be good for them to review it and
Right.
get some, and if you send it on to them, ask him give you some input, I think you could
Yeah,
get it.
that'd be a great next step.
Sure. Will you do that? You can do that? Okay, perfect. Okay, traffic study, intersection of Arlington Street and Church Avenue.
Okay,
Report number
the
10.
Public Service is requesting a 60-day extension on this one.
Yep.
I just read it through. This is a result of a motion I think I moved. I'll move the extension.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Item number 12, pedestrian crossing upgrades.
Okay, it came to my attention as the manager of transportation that there was a request from a stakeholder involved in this for a further extension on this one. There's some discussion about the idea of using these bulb outs as part of the solution. So we're going to request a 60-day extension on this one.
Oh, my gosh. Okay, so this will come back September or October?
September.
Okay, all in favor? Oh, so who's making the motion?
I'll move
Okay,
it.
support the Public Services recommendation. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Three-way stop, Pandora Avenue East and Ravenhurst Street.
Have we
Yeah,
had a chance to speak to the area council on this?
Yeah, I haven't spoken to him yet, but I understand the area because I travel through this intersection on a regular basis. We're going to take a look at this, asking for two little things with this one. It says that we're directed to establish a stop. What we'd like to do is to review the conditions, make a recommendation. It's likely going to be a three-way stop, but we don't want to just say we're just doing it in lockstep. So we'd like to take the time to study it, get traffic counts, and then make the recommendation about the improvement, rather than just be directed to, if we can
Sure,
make that
yeah, of
application.
course, yes.
And then to complete that, we'll complete that within 150 days.
150 days.
Yeah, so if we get
Okay.
it done before then, if we've got the information, we'll bring it back before.
So up to 150 days.
Yeah, up to, yeah.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Perfect. Okay. Number 14, completion of Marianne Sorelli Trail. Now, this just keeps percolating up here. What's
Yeah,
happening?
this is an unusual motion, and I haven't spoken to the council on this one either, but we've been reporting back to the Standing Policy Committee on the status of this one, and also talking to the area council on it. And the issue, the stumbling block on this is that the site that we're talking about was formerly the greenhouse that was there. It was there for many years. It was sold off to become a school site.
Oh, yeah, right.
And we thought that when the school site a school was going to be imminent, and it would be very easily for the public service to obtain the small sliver of land we needed from that project to create the AT segment and complete the corridor. But that's been stalled, and there's no way to get that property at the almost like the $1 sort of transaction cost type of thing. It's being held up, so until we can get that land, we can't put the sidewalk, we can't put the AT in, and we can't finish the trail. So we've tried to talk to the school and try to get them working with us to get this all settled. There's been radio silence on it. There's been opposition pushback on it. We talked to the councilor. He thought he thought he could talk to the right people and break the logjam. That hasn't happened. It's been challenging. So until we get some kind of movement on that school going ahead, or somehow we can direct the school board to give us the land or free up that land, we can't get this completed. So although there's a motion saying make it happen, we can't just wave a magic wand to make it happen. Otherwise, we would have done it by now.
Okay, all right.
Another question?
Just one
Councillor Eden?
question. Not sure, it might be for the director, but so it's my understanding that Public Works hasn't any money available to actually purchase land, say from the land operating reserve or whatever. That's
No.
my understanding. Is that correct?
We don't have a property acquisition account, no. We get a budget approval and then we got to go buy.
Yeah, but you,
Like, we don't have a pocket of money for property acquisitions.
yeah, to finish active transportation trails, right?
Anything, like, you looked at the Marion project, wow, how many millions of dollars were in property acquisition on the Moving on Marion study? There's not a dollar for that. Route 90, same story.
Right, so you can't really even do the Marion project till you got money to do that, right?
That's correct, that would be
Right.
part of the budget.
Same thing with the Northwest Parkway. Okay. All right.
I thought there was a traffic circle in that area. Intersection.
It's just north of Transcona Boulevard, Councillor Chambers.
It's too bad you can't.
Ravenhurst and Pandora Avenue East. And I'm looking at it right, oh, sorry.
No, that's your three-way stop. Are you referring to the Marianne Sorelli Trail, the one we're on?
Yeah, we're on the Marianne
Oh,
Sorelli
okay.
Trail completion, which is,
Peguis and Transcona Boulevard.
Okay. Got it here.
it's pretty sad.
So on the west side is where the greenhouse was that Mr. Patman referred to. That's now owned by the school, I think,
Yeah.
and I forget, is it Transcona School Division or whatever it was, and yeah, and we have no build options. On the right is that service road serving the properties there. So you just have that narrow median on the east side.
Okay. So what are we gonna do?
I think we receive it as information.
Okay.
There's nothing else we can do?
I'll move it that way, and if
Thank you.
Councillor Wyatt can negotiate a deal
Yep.
with the school division, then all the power to him.
Okay, that's the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, then we've got a couple addendum reports. Yes, Councillor Sharma is suspending the rules. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Yeah, so this report number 15, the public service is taking a look at this. We can get this done. We're going to request up to 240 days to complete it.
It's in, Evelyn Reese is in Sage Creek.
Sage Creek.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, the number of days was?
240.
240, okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried. I
I
thought
did.
Councillor Chambers did? Okay.
And I'll move this one as well. This is Councillor Mays talking about traffic patterns on this mural.
Yep.
The mural. This was brought up in Real Community Committee, so I have a fairly good understanding of what the concerns are.
Well, what section?
It's
Between Blenheim and
between
Regal.
Blenheim, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Regal and
further
Blenheim.
south on Des Moines before you reach.
So by the private school and all that?
Yeah,
stuff?
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's, and the church, there's a, yeah, okay.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Chambers
Chambers.
is making the motion. All in
Yep.
favor?
Oh,
Sorry,
we're gonna-
how many days?
We're going to request 240 days for this one as
Yeah.
well. Similar sort of issues
Okay.
being talked about as the previous one.
240 days, so moved.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Carried. All right.
I move
and-
adjournment, Madam Chairperson.
Move adjournment. All right, Councillor Edie moves adjournment. All in favor?
Aye.
Carried.
Thank you.